Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see second part, what if Harry Potter became a werewolf of Hogwarts. Here is short summary. When a young Harry Potter is bitten by a werewolf, the dark magic of the Horcrux within him clashes violently with the curse. The result is an extraordinary transformation, setting Harry on a path that blends the wizarding world's dangers with his newfound werewolf instincts. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. The champions were sent into the tent to await their call. This prevented them from watching the progress of those called before them and learning from their efforts. Victor and Al were the first two champions to start. They each jumped into a small wooden sailboat. Victor used a charm to blow wind into the sail while Al pointed his wand at the water behind the boat and cast the spell to propel the boat forward. The eels went crazy, swimming around the boats and screaming. Al's spell seemed to attract the eels. Victor managed to pull ahead as the eels forced Al off course. Victor made it to the other shore almost 20 seconds before Al. As the boys disappeared into the Forbidden Forest, two more started, Roger Davies and August Penniv. Both boys tried to use the same wind-generating charm Victor used to a less effective result. On the monitor he could see Victor and Al moving through the forest. They had chosen separate paths. Victor vaulted a quicksand trap with an impressive display of athleticism. Harry turned to another mirror just in time to see Al using a flame-freezing charm to charge straight through a fire trap without so much as a burn mark. The crowd was going crazy cheering for the two champions. Harry was glad to see the two were doing well. Then screaming started from certain audience members. Harry glanced at the mirrors and saw the Durmstrang wizard, August Penniv, was in trouble on the lake. The eels managed to capsize the boy's boat and were circling in an excited frenzy. The boy was screaming in panic as his grip started to slip. One of the eels latched onto the boy's foot, jerking him back into the water. The boy disappeared under the black water in a boil of eels. Further ahead, Roger Davies was watching in helpless shock at the loss of a fellow champion. The audience started to protest when August appeared in the center of the stage, dripping but none the worse for wear. He looked around in shock at his sudden apparent rescue before fainting to the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause for our first champion, August Penniv? The audience was silent in shock themselves as they watched a trio of house elves help the unconscious boy off the stage. Come on now, surely you didn't think we would allow a student to potentially die. Quote, do you think potentially scaring a student to death is a prank, Mr. Black? That it is funny, McGonagall demanded as she stormed onto the stage. Sirius looked like a firstie caught sneaking into the girls' loo. Yes. It was only Dumbledore's arrival that saved Sirius from becoming a throw rug in front of the Transfiguration Professor's fireplace. Now Minerva, don't be too upset. Mr. Black has assured me there are no truly dangerous obstacles on the course. And I have assured myself they have a sufficient supply of calming potions. Can we give her one now? Sirius asked. McGonagall stared in outrage as Dumbledore chuckled. Sorry my boy, those are for the students. You shall have to deal with Professor McGonagall on your own. Sirius looked betrayed as the crowd laughed. McGonagall silenced them with a glare that even impressed the beast. Turning back to her former student, the professor announced, for every student that is physically harmed on this quest of yours, you will serve a day's detention. Sirius tried to protest, but the Scottish witch was on a roll. No, I don't want to hear it, Sirius Black. Or do you want to make it 2 days? Sirius' ass chewing was interrupted by the tone announcing two more champions were starting. Harry saw Malfoy jump into a boat with Michelle Desmarais of Beauxbatons just behind him. Harry moved over to the mirror showing Draco. He really wanted to see this. Malfoy tried to use the same propulsion charm Al had tried. Harry expected the wealthy scion had used small boats before, as he seemed rather comfortable in the boat and was making good time crossing the lake. He was nearing the far shore when an eel suddenly leapt out of the water. The eel smashed into Draco's chest, sending him crashing to the bottom of the boat. The eel thrashed around while Draco tried to dodge its thrashing jaws while trying to recover his wand. He managed to get his wand from where it had fallen without being bitten. His panicked but angry expression was visible as Malfoy prepared to cast a spell at the land-bound eel. Before he could cast, another eel hit the front of the boat, knocking it to the side. Concentrating on punishing the beast that threatened him, Draco was not prepared for the sudden lurch and fell back over the small sides of the boat. He hit the water as the shrieks of the eels grew incredible loud, drowning out any noise coming from Draco. Narcissa Malfoy screamed as her son disappeared in the swarm of shrieking eels. She ran down from the VIP section of the stage anticipating her baby appearing like the Durmstrang boy. But Malfoy never appeared. The crowd was breathlessly silent as they waited for Malfoy. Then a spectator cried out, "Look there." As one, the crowd turned to the mirrors to see Malfoy flying over the lake in a ballistic trajectory. The young wizard was already at the top of his arc as he rocketed towards the lakeshore. The projecting crystal's location was at a 90-degree angle from Malfoy's path and was pulled all the way back so the crowd could easily visualize his probable flight path. "And I think he has the height," Harry announced from the stage. "Does he?" "Yes. Young Draco Malfoy has successfully made it to the other side of the Black Lake." Draco smashed into the small sandy beach area that had been created as a landing spot for the sailboats. A new crystal activated that was much closer and zoomed in on Draco. He was laying in the sand drawing deep breaths, his eyes wide in shock at his encounter with the eels and his sudden unpowered flight. "Get moving, Malfoy," Harry yelled into his microphone. Draco seemed to hear him as he sat up with a jolt. "Damn you, Potter," the wizard cursed as he forced himself to his feet. The crowd watched as he drew his wand and ran shakily towards the forest. "I guess there are some things even the eels won't eat," Harry commented to Sirius. The glare Narcissa threw him when she heard was truly worthy of Snape. Sarah Dimitriova was the next contestant to fall out of the task. The Durmstrang witch dove to avoid a fireball and landed flat in the center of a quicksand trap. The panicked witch thrashed about helplessly as she was pulled down into the muck. When she appeared on the platform 2 seconds after disappearing into the sand, the poor witch was almost out of her mind in fear and could barely grasp that she was safe. Madame Pomfrey arrived almost immediately with a calming potion in hand. She coaxed the terrified girl into drinking it and a short time later led the girl off the stage to the applause of the crowd. However, the glare the healer gave Sirius was not very friendly. "Wow, Padfoot, you're gonna be in detention all summer at this rate," Harry commented with a cheeky grin at his godfather. "You can always join him, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall announced from behind the fourth-year wizard. "Yes, Professor," Harry acknowledged while glaring at Sirius for not warning him of the witch's approach. Screams broke out in the stadium, distracting the pair of wizards. One, the giant scream, they say the image of Draco Malfoy being chased by a pair of acromantulas. The giant spiders were flinging large balls of webbing the size of softballs at the fleeing wizard. Draco had apparently lost his wand in the forest at some point. "I see Malfoy found the AOUSs," Sirius casually commented. Fred disagreed. "Looks more like they found him." Fred and George had just joined them as they watched Draco's attempts to get away from the arachnids of unusual size. "They don't seem to like him too much," George observed. The spiders now had Draco stuck between 2 web lines and swinging the boy from tree to tree. The spiders were so distracted they failed to notice Fleur run past them, but the crowd did. Some boo, the French witch, feeling she should have stopped to help her fellow champion, but most cheered her for taking advantage of her opportunity. In any case, shortly after Fleur disappeared from view, Draco passed out and a portkey hidden on his body activated. Narcissa was already moving when her son's limp form appeared on the stage. Those on the stage were immediately assaulted by certain smells coming from the unconscious Slytherin. The cause of the smell was obvious a moment later when Madame Pomfrey floated the wizard off the stage. "Dobby not cleaning that up," Dobby announced as he popped in. Bad old master used to make Dobby clean up after bad old master's son all the time. Bad old master's son took a long time to learn to use the loo like a proper wizard. But Dobby is a free elf now and Dobby say, no. Then he popped away again. The crowd broke into shocked laughter to hear such a thing from an elf. When they finished laughing, Sirius commented, "Freeing that elf was the best thing you've done, Harry." Harry could only nod his agreement as he tried to get his breath back. Aldi Jamato burst from the forbidden forest to find himself standing in a small clearing looking up. The cliffs of insanity turned out to be a steep, craggy-faced cliff with a thick rope hanging down, one for each champion. 9 ropes hung down the entire height of the cliff. Each was spaced 30 feet apart. He could see Cedric scrambling up one of the ropes in the center of the cliff. The Hogwarts wizard seemed to be making impressive progress up his rope. All the way over to the far left of the cliff, Al spotted Victor Crumb working his way up. The Bulgarian was solid muscle but seemed to be having problems as he clung to his rope and was pointing his wand off at something Al couldn't see. Al started up the cliff while cursing Harry under his breath, but loud enough for the magical microphones to pick up, to the amusement of the spectators. Unlike the others, Al recognized the source of the challenges, and while he loved the film, facing the eels, the fire forest, and the giant spiders was a bit much. What the Marauders and the Weasley twins had planned for the cliff and the pit made the wizard nervous. The French-Italian wizard had progressed a third of the way up the cliff when the first strains of screams reached him. Al's eyes darted frantically above him, looking for the source of the eerie wailing. That is when he saw the woman with the long, flowing black hair and a gaunt, green-tinged face. A banshee. Then he spotted another woman nestled on another rocky ledge several feet higher than the first and 20 feet over to his right. This was a small woman wearing a white cap and wearing a faded, decayed-looking green shawl wrapped around her. She seemed to spot Al at the same time and let out another keening wail different from the banshee. The wall of sound from the two female creatures hit Al with an almost physical force. A wave of fear swept over Al as he fumbled for his wand tucked into his belt. His shaking hand fumbled as he pulled his wand out. The world seemed to be spinning as he grasped towards the wand, only to see it fall down towards the forest floor below. Al whipped his head around in panic now. Without a wand, how could he compete? He would have to go back down for it. But these creatures. Al seemed to see another woman appear of a nearby ledge. But he blinked and it seemed as though he'd just seen an afterimage, like after looking into a Muggle flash bulb. But then another wail joined the unholy chorus of sound. In desperation, Al reached up to cover his ears to protect them from the hideous wails. And let go of the rope. "God damn you, Potter!" Al screamed as he fell headlong towards the ground. The port key activated just 2 feet from the ground. Sitting in the stands, Ron blurted out the question almost everyone sitting around him was wondering. What the bloody hell were those things? Well, the first thing was a banshee, Seamus answered in a shaken tone. The creatures were a particular fear of the Irish wizard. Morag McDougal supplied the next answer in her Scottish brogue. The second was a quantich. Similar to a banshee, but they live in the western highlands of Argyll. Don't know what the last thing was. Never really saw it. Hermione answered as she returned to the stands with Ernie in tow. Based on what the first two were, I'd guess they found a Scyiraith. According to the Monster Book of Monsters, Banshee, Quantich, and Scyiraith are believed to all be formed by the spirits of witches that have faced some type of tragic event just prior to their death. Obviously there must be something else to it, or many more would have been formed after the war. No one has ever managed to communicate with one or observe them in the wild for long. I honestly have no idea how they managed to get them to come here. Where are Scyiraith from? Daphne asked. She'd never heard of the creature before. Wales, South Wales actually, Hermione answered. Further discussion was forgotten as Fleur arrived at the base of the cliff. To the amazement of the crowd, the French witch ignored the ropes and used her broom to zoom to the cliff top where Cedric and Victor had just finished their climbs. "I'm professional Quidditch player and I never think of using broom," Victor commented in disgust as the beautiful French champion landed gracefully nearby. Cedric snorted a laugh. "Me neither. They never said we must take one of their little boats to cross the lake, no." Fleur responded with a superior little smirk. Her male competitors laughed in agreement. "Clever," Cedric acknowledged. "Plus since you started behind us and caught up, that means you are in the lead." Fleur waved that off. "I just want to get this thing done. Harry must pay for this. One of his little fire traps managed to catch me at a too conveniently timed burst." She turned to show the other two champions burn marks on her robes just where her bum was. "I was jumping about trying to put out the flames on my rear while one his damned elves hovered nearby waving at me. I am sure the spectators enjoyed that." The wizards were laughing again as they listened to Fleur describe her encounter in her French accent. "Not sure you can blame Harry," Cedric pointed out. "Mr. Black and his wife may have done it too. And there is always the Weasley twins." Fleur looked a bit surprised by the idea and then her eyes narrowed in thought. Cedric was seriously glad the French witch wasn't annoyed with him. The entrance to the pit of despair looked like a natural cave ripped open at the top of the cliff. A set of rickety-looking stairs led down, twisting in a giant spiral leading down into the darkness. "I will go first," Victor announced as he stepped to the top of the stair. The Bulgarian wizard led off down the stairs. Cedric motioned for Fleur to go next. The Hufflepuff planned on bringing up the rear. He doubted Harry and his friends really had anything truly dangerous in the task, but he reckoned on making sure nothing came up behind them. The trio had descended 40 feet down. The stairs felt fragile and trembled as the teenagers moved down. Streams of dust soon filled the air as the stairs pulled at their supports. All too soon, the spiraling stairs and a slight angle of the cave's shaft soon blocked out the sunlight. The three champions made their way down the stairs now with their wands out and holding a Lumos spell. Fleur felt a chill descend into her bones as she followed Victor down the stairs. It felt like they had already descended further than the cliff face they'd risen over. She idly wondered how deep the cave went. Then she noticed that the light coming from behind her from Cedric's wand was gone. In shock, she turned around to check on the English wizard, but he was nowhere to be seen. "Cedric," she called out. There was no response. "Victor. Cedric is." Fleur turned to face the Bulgarian wizard only to see only the inky blackness at the limit of her spell's light. A lesser witch would have yelled out in panic with the disappearance of her two male companions. Fleur took a series of long slow breaths to calm the sudden adrenaline spike that shot through her body on the disappearance her two missing friends. As her heart settled, Fleur started down the stairs again. Fleur approached what appeared to be a landing with something of relief. A lone torch burned dimly in a sconce, but it was enough to cut through some of the cave's gloom. Yet that relief was short-lived as the dank chill of the cave ratcheted up sharply. Fleur felt a fear she'd never known before. It was as though everyone she'd ever loved, everyone she'd ever known, was lost to her. Images of her parents, her little sister Gabriella floated past her eyes as corpses. She wanted to simply curl up and cry forever. Then through her tears she saw a small cave opening in the rock wall. Thick but rusty-looking iron bars blocked off the cave. Trapped on the other side was a hideous, unmistakable creature. A Dementor. Fleur forced her brain to think. Her defense class covered the foul creatures. They'd discussed the casting of the Patronus charm to defend against the beasts but never did so, as no Dementor had been sighted in France in over 300 years. It had only been an academic discussion, so Fleur never bothered with learning the spell on her own. Yet the bars prevented the creature from approaching her or stopping her passage. It would only be her own fear that would stop her. Forcing herself to her feet, she didn't remember kneeling down. Fleur pushed forward, cursing her laziness in not learning the Patronus charm. The landing was wide enough that Fleur never had to come within 10 feet of the creature. Fleur stepped quickly past the creature's barred prison, staying as far over as the platform allowed into the stairs beyond. The stairs continued to drop into the darkness. Now water dripped from the cave walls, adding to the damp air a musky, decayed smell. Fleur was just beginning to feel better after the Dementor when she saw another torch ahead. The added chill in the air left her no doubt what waited ahead. This platform was a third less the width of the first, with the Dementor trapped like the last. The smaller platform meant she would have to pass that much closer to the creature. The Dementor had managed to get one skeletal arm through the bars and grasped desperately in Fleur's direction. Fleur screwed up her courage and rushed past the Dementor, dodging the swing arm as she passed. The Vila witch dropped to her knees just past the creature and started sobbing uncontrollably. Running had gotten her past the creature, but it meant its power had hit her all at once. Fleur forced herself to crawl further away, down the stairs, away from the creature's power. Fleur didn't know how she could go on. But how could she stop? There was nowhere to go. Her only option was to continue down, out of this damnable pit of despair. She wrapped her mind around that thought as she shuffled her feet forward and down the stairs. It was no surprise when she reached a third platform. Like the last, this Dementor had one arm through the bars. But unlike the last, this platform was almost narrow enough for it to reach the railing on the other side of the platform. Fleur cast a quick spell on the floor, followed by another. Then she steeled her courage and ran forward down the stairs. Just before reaching the Dementor's cave, she dropped to her knees and slid down the icy path her spells and the creature's own cold created. She was almost past when the creature managed to grasp a handful of the witch's long hair. Fleur let out a scream of fear and pain as the creature tugged at her hair. Fleur grabbed the nearby railing to stop from being pulled back. Her other hand reached back to grab her hair and pull back, reducing the pressure and pain. Fortunately, Dementors possessed little physical strength and Fleur was able to pull free of the creature's grasp. Fleur dragged herself up off the floor and away from the Dementor. The creature's effect was waning when a new sight appeared. This was two torches burning brightly on either side of a stout-looking wooden door. While this was something unknown, at least it wasn't another Dementor. Fleur reached out and grabbed the door handle. The door swung easily and silently open. The room beyond was filled with light and a warm breeze came from the wide windows that let in the sunshine. On a pedestal in the room's center was the Tri-Wizard Cup. Fleur stood in disbelief as she stared at the cup. She'd won. In a haze of shock, Fleur stepped forward and grasped the arm of the cup. The crowd was thinning as most made their way to Hogsmeade for the public festival celebrating the Tri-Wizard tournament's conclusion. The VIPs and champions' parents went with the students up to Hogwarts for the school's celebration banquet and to officially award Fleur as the Tri-Wizard champion. Harry was glad the French witch had won. After getting to know her over the winter holidays, he'd come to realize the French Vila had a massive insecurity complex because of the way she looked. She expected people to not take her seriously because of her looks, and feared they were right that she wasn't a real witch. Maybe this would give her a confidence boost. Most of the third task had been a trick of some sort. The eels were transfigured selkies. Selkies resembled large seals but had human-level intelligence and often lived in conjunction with mer colonies. Selkies did however retain the seals' sense of mischievous humor and were more than happy to help out. The acromantulas were quite real but had been paid off in whole cows before the contest ever began. The banshees and their cousins were illusions coupled with WWW product that created a Confundus-type effect. The Dementors were a single Bogart, trapped in the Dementor shape by a spell they had found in the Black Library. The pit had been something like a Muggle treadmill. Each champion continued down their own path, until it was their turn to face the Dementor. The platform shrank with each encounter. Victor failed to get past the first one. He was the last of the champions to encounter the first Dementor and came too close to it. The creature grabbed him and made to key him when his portkey activated. Cedric got past the second trial but couldn't bring himself to face the third Dementor. He tried but the fear was too great. Now Fleur was receiving her accolades as she deserved. The students from all three schools were celebrating. Fleur looked relieved it was over but the glare she gave Harry said there would be paybacks sometime in the future. "Ya handled yon Malfoy brat too kindly, boy," a rough voice interrupted Harry's thoughts. "Should have let the eels, avenue 'em. But the thing with the giant spiders was a treat too in my book." Harry turned to see Filch standing behind him with an evil smile on his face. "Should have tortured the little shit some more if you asked me. Deserves it, I am and his worthless father." Harry merely nodded and said, "I'm glad you enjoyed it. Now if you'll excuse me, I am needed at the castle." Harry turned to continue of his way to the castle. He could see Padma and the rest of his friends ahead waiting for him. "Afraid you're not going to make that party, Potter." A hand suddenly grabbed Harry's right bicep. "The master has need of you." Harry felt the sudden jerking of an activated portkey and then nothing. The scene at Hogwarts was panicked with Harry's disappearance. Padma and Ron both saw Filch walk up to Harry and activate a portkey. Padma screamed, "Harry!" instantly calling attention to her and drawing people in. Ron turned and ran towards where the stage for the third task stood. Sirius and Remus were there and would be the best people to help. The Aurors already had a heavy presence and in minutes the area was blocked off and ministry officials shouted orders and professors tried to calm their students. Fudge could only see a public relations nightmare. Those blasted mirrors were relaying the entire event all over Britain and the rest of Europe. It was bad enough that his peers from the French, German, Bulgarian, and the ICW were present to see the loss of one of Britain's icons, but one of those newfangled crystals caught the whole thing. Whoever was controlling the mirrors was replaying it over and over again. It was maddening. He had to get control over this before his image was ruined. Almost immediately after that thought, a squad of Aurors arrived. Floating behind them was a black bag that had been sealed up. "It's Filch," the lead Auror reported. "He's been dead for some time but it took the old bastard some to do it. He must have been tortured for months before giving in. Died at least a month ago, definitely not our kidnapper." The Auror sounded respectful talking about what the old squib had endured. Are you sure? Fudge asked. It had to be him. Potter's girlfriend saw him take Potter away. The Auror's glower made Fudge cringe away. Fudge actually felt relieved when he saw Amelia Bones approaching, followed by Black with his half-breed wife and werewolf friend. Amelia, what have you found? Fudge asked. The head of the DMLE looked grim. No sign of Potter. We couldn't get a trace on the portkey used by our suspect. The school wards were contracted to just cover the school due to the portkeys given to protect the champions. It made sense to do that, but it is a bloody hindrance on us now. We have teams out on brooms now sweeping the immediate area in case it was a short-range transport. A sudden pop interrupted Bones' report. An elf dressing in an odd-looking uniform stood now between Fudge and Bones. Dobby sends broom elves out to look for Harry Potter, sir, too. Harry Potter, sir, is alive, but Dobby can't find him. The elf glared up at the witches and wizards. Harry Potter, sir, is in danger. He must be found now. Fudge had never before seen an elf looking that angry or be that assertive before. And he wasn't the only one looking shocked. Amelia and the other Aurors looked just as surprised as Fudge himself felt. Dobby is Harry's friend and personal elf, Sirius supplied. Even Dobby's appearance failed to lighten his mood with his godson missing. I've never seen such devotion in an elf before, Amelia muttered. Do you think the elves can really find Potter? Fudge was made even more uncomfortable by the glitter in Black's eyes than he was by the wizard's answer. Even if they have to take the whole island down to the bedrock to do it. Harry slowly felt the return to consciousness. The combined effect of the portkey and the stunning spell left Harry with a low-grade headache that felt rather like a mild hangover. His beast-enhanced physiology was quickly recovering and he could feel the headache lessen even as he became aware of his surroundings. He was in a graveyard shackled to a large, granite gravestone with his back to the stone and his arms attached to either side. The heavy iron manacles that encased his wrists were too solid even for the beast to break. Plus there was a good chance they were magically enhanced. The chains were just as solid and seemed magically bound to the granite with some type of sticking charm. Harry doubted he could free himself with physical force. Harry reached for his wand in its normal holster but was not surprised to find it missing. So no magic was going to free him right now either. Harry took stock of the area around him. The graveyard sat down in a hollow between some large hills and he could hear the slight sounds of a brook flowing nearby. The graveyard seemed to still be in some use, but based on the dates on the few stones around him that he could see, this section had filled up sometime in the 1940s. The sod over the grave on which he stood was thick but somewhat wild and overgrown, like it had not seen a clipping in some time. Harry did notice that there were torches set in sconces attached to some of the tombs. These looked new and the torches fresh. Directly across from Harry was a small park area. It was an open grassy area with a pair of benches that had clearly seen better days. But what caught Harry's attention were 4 circles burnt into the grass. One circle, larger than the others, sat in the middle of the clearing. The 3 smaller circles were like small moons circling a planet but were equidistant from each other. Harry didn't know what the circles were for, but it made him nervous for some reason. Perched on a hill some distance away were the electric lights of a small Muggle village. It was still light enough that the buildings were somewhat visible, but a few street lights were already on. It had been about 17:00 when the tournament's closing ceremony ended, and by now the sun was below the horizon from Harry's vantage point. Harry guessed he'd been unconscious for at least an hour. Harry cursed under his breath. I should have worn one of the recording crystals, he thought. Not only would Sirius and Remus have been able to track him and see what was going on around Harry, but they were connected to the portkeys used by the champions. A sound behind him made Harry tense. Someone was coming up behind him. Ah, Mr. Potter. You are awake. A man stepped out from behind Harry. He looked to be in his mid-30s and wore the black cloak of a Death Eater with the hood thrown back. A silver mask peeked out of a pocket at his side. The man looked like a normal person, but his eyes burned with fanaticism. I've so wanted to meet you, formally I mean. After all, I've been watching you all year. Such a fascinating person. I can see why my lord is so interested in you. Who are you? Harry asked. Obviously you are not Filch. The Death Eater chuckled. Oh Morgana, no. I hated that man worse than I did my father. Worthless little squib. Always scurrying about looking for scraps from his better's table and hissing worthless threats against the students. Killing him and that damn cat of his was a beautiful thing. To Harry's disgust the man said it with an almost satisfaction. I'd thought of going after Mad Eye, oh the irony of that. Dear old Uncle Alistair. He was the one that arrested me, you know. Taught me to fly a broom and then sent me off to Azkaban. But my lord and I decided it was too much of a gamble. What if I failed to subdue poor uncle? Mad Eye is many things but an incompetent dueler he is not. So we decided to go for the pathetic, invisible squib. I did stop by though to set off uncle's wards and traps. Made him look the paranoid delusional he really is when the ministry showed up to see what the fuss was all about. Once at Hogwarts, no one took notice of me. Not even Uncle or Dumbledore. After all, everyone knows a squib is no danger to a wizard. And no one missed having Filch around much, so there was no suspicion when I drank my polyjuice potion. You ruined my simple plan with your little ward, Harry. I was quite angry but forgave you after I saw you diverted my target to that spawn of a coward into trouble. I really did enjoy the chaos you created. Most entertainment I've had in years. But I wanted to make you the center of attention, not the Malfoy spawn. After all, you are the one seen as being responsible for the master's downfall, not that little twit. Oh, but I had to be oh so subtle. A word here about Hogwarts's poor showing in the duels, and another one here about the third task needing to be better. And you can through perfectly. So now here you are. Harry had decided halfway through the wizard's monologue that the man was completely unhinged. Who are you? Harry interrupted the man. The man made to act embarrassed. Oh, but of course. Where are my manners? I am Barty Crouch, Jr. actually, but since dear father was shoved from this mortal coil I am the only one remaining. Harry vaguely remembered Padfoot mentioning the wizard in reference to his own father sentencing him to Azkaban. Most of the talk was about Crouch Sr. simply throwing Sirius into prison without a trial, and the case of the man's son was simply an example of Crouch Sr.'s fanatical behavior. It appeared the apple didn't fall far from the tree. And why did you do all this? Harry asked. Why, to cause chaos, of course. Barty answered with a grin. The ministry was so busy dealing with the Try-Wizard tournament that it didn't have time to worry about the little things. You know, a disappearance here, a little robbery there. I doubt they've even realized Master's wand has gone missing from their trophy case. The man giggled in enjoyment. My plan was to simply put you into the tournament as a distraction and to prove your worth as the Master's nemesis. But you took it to a whole new level. Brilliant. But since I still wanted you to prove your worth, I needed to create all new challenges for you. Naughty, naughty Harry. But even Master was impressed with your stand against your entire year. Why, he as much as admitted that he would have been hard-pressed to duplicate such a feat at 14. Enough, Barty, a new voice said. Barty looked affronted at the interruption until he turned and saw what the man carried. Harry looked over to see someone he'd never expected again. Wormtail. Peter held what looked like a small child in his arms. Peter looked much thinner than the last time Harry saw him. The former marauder now was much thinner than during the encounter in the Shrieking Shack and wore robes that, while older, seemed to have been well maintained. The child in his arms glared at Harry with a green, vaguely reptilian look to its skin and features. Hello, Harry. It is nice to see you again. Harry fought both to keep the beast suppressed and his voice calm. Peter, he responded. Ah, yes, Peter said with a sad smile. Put me down, Wormtail, the child said in a sibilant voice. The man complied instantly. The small figure stepped closer to Harry. Hello, Harry Potter. See what you have reduced me to. Tom, is that you? Harry asked with a grin that was only half forced. Yes, he was not in a good situation, but the snake child looked ridiculous. The child glared at the hated name. How do you know that name? He demanded. Malfoy was responsible for me finding out, Harry answered. Never trust a family named Bad Faith. Tom looked furious at Harry's answer. Technically it was even true. Lucius Malfoy's planting of the diary led to Harry's knowledge. I shall deal with my servant later, the same time I deal with your impertinence. But first, you shall be witness to the greatest feat of magic in 1,000 years. You, an infant, managed to destroy my body through a fluke of magic. So it is only fitting that you shall be both a witness to my rebirth and the first victim of my new reign. Harry felt an involuntary shiver at the figure's words. Now he knew how Han felt at the end of Empire Strikes Back. The figure ignored Harry now and slowly made its way across the small park to stand in the center of the largest circle. Barty, Call the participants now. Yes, master, Barty answered before moving quickly out of sight. The figure knelt down and seemed to meditate. Hello Harry, Wormtail said again as he approached the bound boy. You look well. Living with Sirius seems to agree with you. Much better than your muggle relatives, Harry ignored the small talk. How did you get out, traitor? Peter smiled. Come now, Harry. Surely you've heard enough of the Marauders to know we all had our roles. Remus was the academic brains, Sirius the brawn, James the heart, and I was the eyes. Any information or item we needed, it was my job to procure. Any place Sirius could escape from, I can assure you I could as well. They told me you were in a cell that suppressed your animagus form. And I was. Can I tell you a little secret? The DMLE might have great warders but horrible locksmiths. A 10-year-old muggle with a paperclip could have unlocked that cell. I simply dropped one of the long-term prisoners into my cell so it was occupied. Once out of my cell I could change to my animagus form. The Dementors and the few Aurors on the island were no real challenge to avoid on my escape. But in my short stay I learnt that my old friend wasn't the first to escape. The others told me of Barty's replacement by his father. So once I escaped it was child's play to find him. The man smiled. In a very real way, Harry, you were responsible for today. Without you saving me to go to Azkaban I would have never learnt of Barty's escape and been able to help the master. So thank you. The man laughed. This was a very different Wormtail than the cringing, scared man in the shrieking shack. This man fit the few stories Remus had told of the cunning and brave Gryffindor boy that joined in the Marauders' adventures. Peter seemed to follow Harry's thoughts. A bit different than I was a year ago, no. The traitor laughed. 12 years of living almost continuously as a rat took their toll. I was depressed with losing James and Lily for no reason with the master's defeat. So I ate and slept for more than a decade. That kind of thing takes a toll on your brain, Harry. Don't you say their names, traitor, Harry growled. The beast was just under the surface now. Wormtail stepped up to look Harry in the eye. Harry could see a burning hate and fanaticism there now. I loved James as my brother. Lily was the big sister that would help anyone. She was an example of all that a mudblood could be if they shed that base world off. But you were a threat to the master. He needed you dead. I could have done it, saved poor James and Lily with just a few drops of poison in your juice. But the master insisted it had to be by his hand, that you were some kind of equal to him. So it was because of you that I had to betray my brother and sister. Harry was shocked that Pettigrew would try to blame him for the older wizard's betrayal of his friends. You betrayed them long before you helped kill them. Harry growled back. They fought against everything your master believed in. They thought you supported them. They trusted you and you took that trust and betrayed it every day since you took his mark on your arm. Pettigrew looked murderous now. However, his response was stopped by the return of Barty Crouch. The Death Eater was followed by 3 other people. The first was a much older man also wearing Death Eater robes with the hood thrown back. Next, was a middle-aged witch wearing a simple gray robe. Following her was a boy Harry's age that he recognized. It was Theodore not Potter, his Slytherin classmate sneered. I always said you should be chained up. Now look at you. Harry held his tongue. He was more interested in ripping out Wormtail's throat than dealing with this little pimple on Hogwarts's ass. Soon, Potter not tried to taunt in his most threatening voice. Soon my family shall be exalted above all others. The Dark Lord has promised this to my father. You and Malfoy will be dust at my feet. A sharp cuff to the head silenced the boy. Hold your tongue, boy, the old wizard demanded. If you are to serve the master, keep silent and know your place. Yes, father. The man turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, Alvin not at your service. A long time ago I was friends and a business associate with your grandfather. You favor him as did your father. It is too bad you ended up on the losing side, but it is the fate of the wizarding world that is at stake. Come to me now, my oldest servant, Voldemort called in his hissing voice from his place in the center circle. The small figure remained kneeling in the same position even as he spoke. Yes, master, the eldest not answered instantly. He turned to comply, Harry completely forgotten. The wizard motioned to his wife and son to follow. Alvin not, you shall stand at the top of the circle. Not moved to the smaller circle facing the small figure. Persephone not, you shall take the circle to my left hand. The witch looked nervous but instantly complied. Theodore not, you shall take the circle to my right hand. Theo strutted forward full of confidence. Thank you, my servants. Indeed, the Knot family will stand unparalleled in the ranks of my Death Eaters for all time for their commitment to the cause. Now we shall begin. Theodore Knot took one last chance to shot Harry a smug grin as Voldemort started to chant in a rhythmic pace. Harry couldn't understand the language and something told him he was better off not knowing. Soon the three members of the Knot family were standing in the same position with their heads tilted back and arms dangling loosely at their sides. They started swaying slightly in their positions. Harry was so focused on the ritual that he barely noticed when Peter and Barty moved to positions behind some of the nearby tombstones. Voldemort stopped his chant, but the sound of it continued to linger in the evening air. It was hard for Harry to describe, but it was like the very sounds were trapped within the light breezes moving through the graveyard. The tiny figure now stood up and faced the elder Knot male. It raised its skinny arms, saying, "Magic of the servant, you shall sustain your master." At Tom's final words, the circle at the elder Knot's feet lit up with strange runes. As the light grew brighter, Knot Sr. started to scream in agony as an odd white mist started to flow from the small circle to Voldemort's larger one. His wife and son ignored his screams and continued to sway rhythmically in their place in the circles. Alvin Knot gave a final scream and then collapsed to the ground. The white mist swirled around inside the confines of the circle. Now the figure turned to face the Persephone Knot. Again, it raised its arms. In a much deeper voice, it said, "Wife of the servant, you shall give life to your master." Now it was the witch's turn to scream. But where her husband's mist was white, now it was a green mist that glowed in the torchlight. In a short time that seemed like forever, she too collapsed to the ground. Now the green mist swirled in with the white, intertwined but not mixed. The figure now turned to Theodore Knot. Harry's classmate was still oblivious to the fate of his parents. The figure raised its arms for a third time. "Child of the servant, you shall give flesh to your master." Theodore's fate was even worse than his parents'. A red mist wafted off the boy wizard, and as it did, his flesh decayed before the witnesses' eyes. What fell to the ground was a bare blackened skeleton. The white, green, and red mist swirled around the small figure in an increasing vortex. But somehow Harry could clearly hear the Dark Lord's next words. "Gifts of the servants, restore your master to the mortal plane." The mists emitted a bright glow, each in their own color. It was so bright for a moment it hurt to look directly at it. Then the glow subsided. Harry looked for the small figure in the circle. But that is not what he saw. Standing in the figure's place was an adult version of the teenager Harry met in the Chamber of Secrets. The same dark hair and build, a handsome man of middle years. Harry was in shock. The man standing BPD with his back to Harry looked perfectly normal from what he could see. "Robe me, Wormtail," the man commanded. Peter scurried over to the man and wrapped a fine silk robe around his body. The man fastened up the front of the robe and then turned to Harry. Voldemort made a casual gesture and the torches all lit. Across the now lit distance, Harry could see the face of the 16-year-old boy he'd met 2 years ago in the man in front of him. But his skin had a greenish cast to it and something about his features suggested a snake. But it was the eyes that were different. Even in the torchlight Harry could see a red glow to the man's eyes. "Hello, Harry Potter, it is good to finally meet again properly after so many years." "Well, forgive me if I don't shake your hand," Harry responded sarcastically. Voldemort laughed. "So much like your father, Harry. He would have been proud of you. 3 times I offered him a place by my side. The Potters are distantly related to the Slytherin family and he would have held a position of honor in my organization. I would have even accepted his mudblood wife. It is power and ability that matters most and I see myself as a practical man. But he threw each offer in my face. Much the same way you just did. Too much Dumbledore's man to see the opportunity in front of him." "Dumbledore has nothing to do with it," Harry shot back. "Maybe it is the Potters refuse to kneel down to a want-to-be dictator looking for revenge for having been raised in a Muggle orphanage." Voldemort's hand smashed out across Harry's face, stunning him. "What would you know of it, you arrogant little wizardling? Muggles have no place interacting with the wizarding world. They are like a virus infesting the planet, destroying everything that touch or fail to understand." "Thanks to you I know all too much what Muggles can be like," Harry responded. "My relatives made it all too clear what they thought of magic." Of course their hatred extended to people of other nationalities, religions, political opinion, and orientation. But you are no different, you just replace magic with non-magic and nothing changes. To Harry's surprise, Voldemort chuckled. And there is your mother in you. How touching. But soon it won't matter. Wormtail, give me your arm. At the Dark Lord's demand, Peter offered his bared left arm. The dark mark was a vivid black even in the torchlight. Voldemort touched it with his wand and an instant later a magical pulse rippled out from the mark. That done, the wand disappeared up his sleeve and he turned back to Harry. My servants shall be here shortly and then not long after your time with us will be at an end, young Potter. Until then, I suggest you try to relax and enjoy the beautiful night sky. The statement that this would be his last night went unsaid but well heard. With that he turned and walked away, Peter and Barty following close on his heels. Over the next 10 minutes the Death Eaters started to appear in the graveyard. They all apparated in with near-silent cracks in the air. All wore the black robes with silver masks. Most of the masks were plain while a few had designs that looked like Celtic runes that were unique to each mask. When he saw Barty and Peter put on their masks and saw the same types of marks, he guessed that these were Tom's inner circle or elite fighters. Harry counted upwards of 25 Death Eaters. Most were men but he guessed 5 were witches based on what he could see with the heave robes they wore. 6 of them, including Wormtail and Barty, wore the marked masks. When the Death Eaters appeared they stood motionless and waited patiently. Without a word to each other they simply moved to a position in a semicircle around the large ritual circle but leaving the end open that faced Harry. He could feel their gazes on him but no one said anything. Harry tried to yell at them but found that some magic held his tongue. Voldemort suddenly moved out of the shadows to stand in the center of the clearing. The Death Eaters all dropped to kneel before their master. Harry could somehow sense the shock of the cloaked terrorists at the sight of the restored Dark Lord. Voldemort's new body looked no more than middle-aged, not the 80-plus-year-old body that was expected. My faithful servants, I have returned. The tone was quiet but powerful. My lord, how is this possible? A masked Death Eater asked. Harry suspected that it was Lucius Malfoy from the voice. A suspicion Voldemort quickly confirmed. Ah, Lucius, my slippery friend. How is this possible? I have journeyed further on the path of immortality than any have before me. I made a miscalculation 13 years ago that saw the loss of my physical form. I was left a wraith. And where were my faithful servants? The Death Eaters all started proclaiming their faithful allegiance to their master. Enough. Voldemort's quiet word brought all of their protests to a halt. Do you take Lord Voldemort for a fool? I have seen my devoted followers running to protect their own positions, declaring they were forced into my service. I may not have had a physical form but that has not stopped me from watching. Only a very few of you have shown the ultimate loyalty. The Lestranges and young Barty Crouch went to Azkaban in my name, arrested while searching for me. For the rest of you, you shall have to find some way of earning yourselves back into my good graces. Especially you, Lucius, my ever-faithful servant. Harry would have felt bad about the pain coming the elder Malfoy's way but the ass deserved everything he got. The Death Eaters now knelt even lower. Harry was surprised they hadn't protested their value but Voldemort merely nodded as if that was the reaction he'd expected. I give to you Alvin Knott as an example of the devotion I expect of you. Knott recognized his failure and offered all he had to restore me to my rightful place. The Knott family shall forever now be known as standing in the forefront of my servants. The Death Eaters seemed to be glancing around trying to spot where their lord's new favorite servant was standing. Then Voldemort continued, Knott has surrendered his life along with that of his wife and only son, the very future of the noble family of Knott, to restore me. Harry could see that shook the Death Eaters. The old purebloods families placed a high value on their family history and ensuring their place in the future. To hear one of their number had destroyed their own family struck them at their core. Voldemort turned now from his followers to glare at Harry. Now, for our guest of honor. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. As the only witness of my fall, it is only right that he would be here to witness my return. The Death Eaters murmured their agreement. Voldemort now sported an evil grin. As my last target, he shall have the honor of being the first in my second rise to fall to my wand. The Death Eaters laughed and cheered this announcement. Wormtail, release Potter and give him his wand, Voldemort ordered. Peter moved over to Harry and made a motion with his wand. The shackles instantly released. The sudden release caused Harry to wince in pain as his arms dropped down and blood started to flow freely through his arms again. Peter watched without any expression while Harry rubbed out his arms. Then he softly tossed Harry's wand at Harry's feet. "Die well, Harry," Peter murmured. "I know you'll make your parents proud." "I'm sorry." Harry ignored the traitor as he bent to pick up his wand. He felt instant warmth as his wand slipped into his hand. Peter moved away and Harry looked up towards Voldemort. The Dark Lord had moved back a bit to a regulation dueling range. He was watching Harry with an arrogant indifference. Harry winced mentally. Of course he was arrogant. He'd beat everyone that had come against him with a wand. Even Dumbledore had only been able to hold him to a stalemate. "Now, Harry, bow to me. Bow to your death. Go stuff yourself." Voldemort lost his amused expression at Harry's rude rebuttal. "Imperio, you will now bow to me." Harry felt the spell slipping around in his head. A voice whispered to him to bow. It was much harder than Moody's spell. The voice was more insistent. "Never," Harry yelled as he broke the curse's hold. The anger fled from Tom's face to be replaced with disappointment. Such a waste. Time to die, Harry. Without another word, the Dark Lord switched into dueling mode. A silent, yellow spell shot towards Harry. Harry managed to get a shield up that blocked the unknown spell. The shield managed to hold, but the force of the impact actually managed to knock Harry back a bit. Voldemort gave a grudging nod of approval before firing off another spell. Harry was almost entirely defensive as the spells flew fast and hot. He managed to block several and dodge the rest. He managed to fire off a blasting curse and a jelly-brained jinx. The blasting curse hit at the Dark Lord's feet, showing him with bits of sod, dirt, and rocks, but did no real damage. The jinx was contemptuously swatted away by the Dark Lord's shield. The Death Eaters had been cheering the fight like Hogwarts students at a Quidditch match. It was one of them in their excitement that gave Harry his chance. Hector de Palma came from an old, but poor pureblood family. He blamed the Muggle-born for the failure of his family's fortunes. There was nothing specific, but he was sure there was a conspiracy against his house. His father was an early Death Eater and paid for Hector's Hogwarts education with plunder from raids on Muggle-born and blood traitors. The elder de Palma was killed by Aurors only a month before the Dark Lord's fall. The de Palma family money quickly disappeared once again. Hector blamed the Muggle-born and Harry Potter for their decline. For Hector de Palma, the Dark Lord's return meant galleons for him and his family. Now the Master was ready to kill the hated Harry Potter. Hector just wanted a piece of the brat before the Master finished him. Harry dove to avoid a killing curse and landed to roll back up to his feet. Some instinct warned him a moment before the blow landed. Harry snatched the Death Eater's arm in a firm grip and heaved the man over his shoulder. Voldemort screamed in outrage that one of his servants interrupted his fight. Hector was in a daze as he tried to stand up but was tangled in his robe. His struggles ended as the Dark Lord's killing curse took him. The Death Eaters cheered again. Harry took the opportunity and looked for a way out, but he saw Peter and Barty blocking the way behind him. "You have done well, Harry," Voldemort announced. "But the game is over now. No more tricks." Harry had to grin. Well, maybe one more trick. An instant later, where a boy stood now stood a creature out of nightmare. It resembled a werewolf but was more wolf than man for all it walked on two legs. But Voldemort and his Death Eaters never had a chance to take in the details as the creature fell on them. One massive clawed paw swung out to dig deeply into a Death Eater's side as the other gripped his neighbor by the neck and gave a sharp jerk. Another was bitten in the thigh and a woman's shriek joined the chorus of screams. It was mass confusion as the giant black creature moved in the darkness, fighting though the one side of the ring on Death Eaters. Voldemort was screaming orders that were ignored in the confusion. Mixed in with his Death Eaters, Tom didn't have a clear shot at the creature the Potter boy turned into. "Alive! I want him alive!" Voldemort screamed out. Suddenly, the Potter creature was right there in front of him. Voldemort's wand came up inhumanely fast as the tip glowed green with a killing curse. But the beast was faster. The beast swiped a paw at the Dark Lord's throat, intent on ripping it out. Voldemort managed to avoid most of the swipe, but the basilisk poison-tipped claws dug in deep, just nicking the carotid artery. Feeling the blood and the sudden burning sensation, Voldemort instantly apparated away. Seeing their master flee, many of the Death Eaters followed him in their shock and fear. The beast surveyed the scene from a dark corner. His lungs were heaving as the adrenaline pumped through his body. He felt some slight pain from his duel with Voldemort, and he was sure he'd taken some damage as he fought through the Death Eaters, but for now he could barely feel it. Instead, he looked out into the graveyard and considered his next move. He could hear some Death Eaters beeping in their pain. A few more black lumps lay motionless on the ground. Harry knew he couldn't stay here. The Death Eaters could be back at any time. The beast moved stealthy through the disturbed graveyard towards the distant village. Hopefully they would have some way for him to get back to Hogwarts. Harry was approaching the boundaries of the small village. He'd reverted to his human form so as not to be seen by the normal inhabitants of the village. He was battered and bruised. His clothing was torn in several places from his transformation in the ensuing fight. He was rather jealous of the regular animagi that transfigured with their clothes intact. Harry was just up to the first house in the village when a small voice asked, "Harry Potter, sir?" Harry turned and started to raise his wand when the words and the sight in front of him caught up with Harry's brain. It was an elf on one of the brooms from the task. The elf was wearing the uniform the Marauders created for the elves in their employ. Harry instantly lowered his wand. "Gippy is so happy to be seeing Harry Potter, sir." Harry Potter's Dobby has been very worried. Harry had to smile as he slumped exhausted against a nearby wall. "I'm happy to see you too, Gippy. Can you take me back to Hogwarts now?" Gippy nodded rapidly his agreement. "Gippy be doing that now, Harry Potter, sir." "Take Gippy's hand." Harry thankfully took the elf's hand, and with a pop they were gone from the village of Little Hangleton. Gippy took Harry directly to the hospital ward, scaring Madame Pomfrey in the process. She was simply unprepared for a bleeding and bruised Harry to appear with an elf on a broomstick. Gippy then immediately popped away to give Dobby the news. 10 seconds later, Harry's friend had arrived. "Dobby, tell the dogfather and fluffy uncle that Harry Potter sir is safe and with Scary Healer." "Thanks, Dobby. And thank the flying rescue squad too," Harry said as the Pomfrey settled him onto a bed. A few flicks of her wand saw Harry's clothes gone save for his shorts, and she was soon shoving potions into him. "Harry Potter sir is welcome. Dobby will always be there to help Harry Potter sir. Can you get me out of here?" Harry asked plaintively, drawing a glare from the healer. Dobby shrugged. "Sorry Harry Potter sir. Some things even elf magic can't do." Then he popped away as Harry laughed. Pomfrey snickered at Dobby's response. "Strange elf, that one." Harry laughed again. "Dobby is one of a kind." Harry almost needed medical attention again when the horde of people stormed into the hospital ward. The Marauders were in the front, followed closely by Harry's friends, school officials, and government officials of several varieties. Everyone was asking if he was okay, demanding answers to shouted questions, and otherwise just making a lot of noise. A cannon blast silenced the room. "Enough," Madame Pomfrey announced in a dangerous voice. "I have other patients here than Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter is physically okay but did need some medical treatment. He is staying here for the night for observation. Now, I give you 10 minutes before you are all out of here." "Understood." The crowd was cowed by the healer's display. Most of them were Hogwarts students or alumni and were intimidated by the stern woman. "Thank you, Poppy," Dumbledore said with a sly smile. Then he turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, what can you tell us of your ordeal? We know that it was not Mr. Filch that took you from Hogwarts." Harry nodded. He said his name was Barty Crouch Jr. "That is impossible," Fudge protested. "Barty Jr. died in Azkaban more than 10 years ago." "Well, that is who he said he was," Harry shot back. "I didn't say it was him. How would I know? I will tell you one thing for sure. He was there with Peter Pettigrew." "Another impossibility," Fudge howled. "There is no way that man escaped our prison." "I did," Sirius commented in a worried tone. "Peter was always a slippery one. He said he picked the lock on his cell and left another inmate inside to cover his escape," Harry supplied. "And do you have any proof of this, Mr. Potter?" a stern woman wearing a monocle asked. "In my pants is a block of wood. Take it out and cancel the transfiguration." Harry's directions were dutifully carried out. Seconds later, a dead body that was missing the right arm and a large part of its abdominal cavity was on the ward floor. The left arm was bare and still showed the pitch-black dark mark in all its horrible glory. The crowd retracted in shock and disgust. "Is that Barty Crouch Jr.?" Harry asked. "Aye, I am, Moody admitted before taking a shot from his ever-present flask. He called you, Uncle Alistair, Harry told the defense professor. Moody took another shot before answering. My sister's kid. Only family I had left. Well done, lad. Moody looked both saddened and satisfied at the loss of his nephew. Harry wondered if the fanaticism came just from his father's side of the family. What did they want Harry? Dumbledore broke in to ask. Why did they need to kidnap you? Harry heaved a deep breath before saying, they wanted me to witness their ritual restoring Voldemort to a physical form. Harry looked up at the headmaster with haunted eyes. They sacrificed the entire Knott family to do it. But he's back. No, that's not possible. Fudge shouted as the crowd broke out in pandemonium. You know who can't be back. He can't. Anything else was drowned out as the crowd grew louder in their discussions, arguments, and fears. None of the adults save the Marauders noticed when Ernie slipped Harry the Potter invisibility cloak. Harry quickly slipped out of the hospital ward surrounded by his friends and family while the professors and ministry officials continued to argue. Harry's friends slipped him out of the hospital wing and all the way to Gryffindor Tower without anyone the wiser. But it soon became apparent that the reason they'd not encountered any students in the halls was because it seemed most of them were standing in the Gryffindor common room waiting for news. Their arrival in the common room resulted in a rare occurrence during daylight hours, total silence. That lasted for 30 seconds before they all started shouting questions about what had happened and where he'd been kidnapped off to. Harry's temper, which was never very cool even at the best of times, was rather frayed with the previous events that night and he was losing his grip on the beast. However, relief came from an unusual quarter. For the second time that night, the sound of cannon fire filled the air and brought the whole tower to a shocked silence. As one of the lions in the room turned towards the source of the sound and was surprised to see Neville Longbottom standing on the stairs to the boys' dormitory. Neville had his wand out and a thin wisp of smoke coming from the tip. Enough, Neville called out. Give the bloke some space. Between the noise of the spell and the fact that shy Neville Longbottom was actually yelling at them, the shocked Gryffindors and visiting students from the other houses and schools stepped back from Harry and his friends to allow them to pass. As he passed Neville on the stairs, Harry murmured, "Thanks, mate." Neville flushed with color with the praise. "You'd have done more for me," Neville demurred. Harry replied by simply grasping Neville's shoulder in friendship as he passed by. Neville smiled as the rest of Harry's friends passed with their own thanks. But it was the shy smile on the face of his Yule Ball date that made Neville feel the most pleased with himself. The cute red-haired girl had only gone to the ball out of pity and because their families were close, but now maybe she would see him as him, not an afterthought. It was a nice bonus to helping Harry, a boy that was always nice to Neville even when everyone, including Neville himself, thought he was nothing but a squib. Once in the Gryffindor fourth-year boys' dorm, Ernie and Ron helped Harry onto his bed where he settled with relief. Padma quickly settled onto the left-hand side of the bed and grasped Harry's hand. Hermione mirrored her on the other side. Daphne, Ron, and Ernie settled on Ron's bed which was next to Harry's. You okay, mate? Ron asked tentatively. Harry simply nodded. It was a relief to simply lay there. The end of the emotional rollercoaster coupled with his injuries seemed to suddenly suck the energy right out of him. You scared us, Padma said in a quiet tone. Seeing Harry pop away with Filch and then not knowing what happened to him for hours afterwards was horrible. Wasn't me, Harry defended himself in a drowsy voice. 'Twas Tommy boy. He barely got that out before he was sound asleep. While he slept, his friends carried on a quiet conversation that was simultaneously relieved with Harry's safe return and concerned with what their friend had experienced in that graveyard. 2. Narcissa Malfoy waited impatiently in her sitting room for her husband to return from his summons. As a young witch and a black, she had welcomed the Dark Lord's rise. Mudbloods were useful in their place. Servants and shopkeepers had to come from somewhere. But they were entirely too uppity, especially the ones that got into Hogwarts. That great institution should be reserved for only the elite of magical society. And now, as an older, more experienced witch, she still agreed with the concept but disapproved of the violence that went with it under the Dark Lord. Her beloved husband stood just out of the center of power. If only that old fool would just die already. They owned Fudge outright. With both positions under their control, they would be able to bring all their wishes to be without the messy and inefficient violence. The fighting was too random and had too much chance of causing loss to one of the great bloodlines. The elder Malfoys had been concerned with the growing darkness of the Dark Mark and hoped they were wrong. Where the young Malfoy had accepted being the lieutenant of a great wizard, he now saw himself in that role and did not truly wish to step back into a subordinate position. Her thoughts turned to her precious child, Draco. It had been hard for Draco to be conceived due to an injury Lucius received while on a raid for the Dark Lord. They knew he would be their only child and took steps to protect him all his life. Then his name came out of that vile cup and he'd been forced to participate in the wretched tournament. Now he slept in a bed in the hospital wing under a calming draft. He'd been raving about giant spiders and being swallowed by eels. Narcissa was furious about the third task naturally but also oddly grateful to her black sheep cousin. She knew Sirius and young Potter were behind the terror her Draco had gone through, but they had also allowed him to get far enough through the task to make an honorable showing. She doubted it was an accident that Draco was the only champion to be released by the eels. She was not so grateful through that they would not pay for the embarrassment at the end. Lucius always hated the elf that had been his father's personal valet. After Abraxas's death from dragonpox, subtly assisted by his doting daughter-in-law's potions, Lucius took great joy in torturing the elf in his father's place. Now the elf supported by Potter had obviously taken the chance to get his own back by humiliating her son. All three of them would pay for that. Her thoughts were interrupted by the snap of apparition announcing Lucius's return home. To her surprise, instead she found another man lying in the middle of her sitting room floor that she recognized instantly. That man was holding a gash in his throat that was bleeding profusely. Only one man could access Malfoy Manor directly into this room, a room that had once been his private planning room. "My lord," she said in a tremulous voice. "Potter, beast, poison." The Dark Lord gasped out. Narcissa quickly pulled her wand and with a nod of permission from the Dark Lord started casting healing spells on husband's master. It seemed he'd only received a little poison into his blood, but the damage to the throat even then was significant. Whatever the poison was, it was a strong one. Finally a bezoar was given to counter any lingering effects. The Dark Lord had passed out from the blood loss, so she levitated him onto a nearby couch she'd transfigured into a bed fit for royalty. The Dark Lord taken care of, Narcissa's thoughts turned to personal concerns. Where was Lucius? Was he hurt too? Killed? Taken by the Ministry? She had to know. The Malfoy lady walked quickly to the floor to start making calls. But then she stopped and let out a scream at the sight of the mangled, bleeding bodies that littered her entryway floor. Harry woke the next morning to find the sun had been up for several hours. As he sat up he felt a twinge on his side where some type of magical fire spell had burnt him. Madame Pomfrey had helped a lot, but it was still tender. He glanced around the room expecting to see his roommates asleep in their beds. He did, but he also laughed at what else he saw. Ron was curled up under a blanket at the foot of his own bed. Based on the long hair on the head lying on the pillow, it seemed Ron's Slytherin girlfriend had managed to claim his bed. Curled up at her feet, Harry wondered if Ron's animagus form would be a dog. To his other side, Hermione and Ernie were asleep on a conjured futon. They were spooned together and seemed to be very comfortable together. Harry wished for a camera to capture the sight. Padma was in the chair that was normally his desk chair but was currently transfigured into an easy chair like Vernon had in the living room of Privet Drive. Asleep in Neville and Dean's beds were Sirius and Remus. Harry felt a sudden burst of warmth in his chest. This is what having a family was really like, not what he'd grown up with at the Dursleys. He quietly got up and made his way to the loo in his normal morning routine before waking his friends and family. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office doing paperwork. He suppressed a groan as he moved one roll of parchment to his out tray, where it promptly disappeared only for another to appear in its place. Merlin, he hated paperwork. After the death of Ariana and Gellert's leaving, all Albus wanted to do was be a teacher at Hogwarts and do magical research in his free time. He loved seeing young minds absorbing information and discovering new magic in equal measures. He hadn't wanted to fight Gellert, but the Ministry said they needed his help and so he went. After the fighting stopped, all he wanted was to go back to the teaching and research that made him happy. But the people just wouldn't let him. First it was the public cry that made him headmaster after Dippett's retirement in 1956. Popular sentiment all but forced the Board of Governors to make their hero professor the new headmaster. Deputy Headmaster Wensit, who had been next in line for the position, was disappointed but understood. Albus had not campaigned for the job. The old care of magical creatures professor stayed on for a bit to help his former subordinate learn his new job. Then in 1962, they told him they needed him to be Britain's new representative to the ICW, a position much like that of an ambassador to the Muggle United Nations. It was only an occasional position, they told him. Plus his acclaim as the defeater of Grindelwald would guarantee a high level of respect from the other delegates. Since he had already turned down several attempts to place him as Minister of Magic, Albus acquiesced to the role of ICW Mugwump in order to quiet the demands. To his surprise, he found he enjoyed the debates and compromises that typified ICW meetings. He quickly became known as a peacemaker and arbitrator, but with the magical power to back up his quiet words. Still, he was shocked when several normally conflicting nations joined to make him Chief Mugwump in 1967. Since it allowed him to successfully settle a long-running argument between the American Department of Magic and the Canadian Ministry of Magic and stop a border war between the Russian Ministry and the Chinese Magical Imperium, he agreed to the position. Between his roles as headmaster and supreme mugwump, Albus felt his plate was full. He convinced himself that the sacrifice of his time was for the greater good. His secret shame of what Gellert had done with their ideas and the tragic death of Ariana drove him to do his best in the two roles as his own personal penance. Privately he admitted it was only with the help of then Deputy Headmaster Davis and a young professor named McGonagall, that Hogwarts was kept running smoothly. An assistant at the ICW managed the day-to-day affairs there while Albus was resident at the school. However, with the rise of Tom, Albus felt he had to actively counter his former student. No one else had the power to do so. The war was long and seemingly hopeless. No matter what the light did, Tom's forces managed to slip away while inflicting significant damage on the Ministry and the Order of the Phoenix. Then came the prophecy. It was like a sudden burst of light in a dark room. Here was hope, but it was in the form of an infant child. Would they have to wait until the child was an adult before Tom was defeated? Albus made arrangements to protect both of the prophecy's possible candidates that he'd identified. There was always a small, remote chance that the prophecy referred to another child, but there was nothing to be done for that. Then in a single night, the war was over. Albus did what he could to assist the Ministry, but he'd had the Potter child to place and the mystery of what had happened to Tom to unravel. So, he'd been distracted when many of the Death Eaters bribed their way out of Azkaban, and poor Sirius had been sent there without even a trial. That was when several of his allies on the Wizengamot approached him in 1984 and demanded that if he still refused to be minister, then he should take the role of chief warlock to rein in some of the Ministry's excesses. They said no one else had the reputation, power, and political clout to fill the role. As supreme mugwump, Albus had the clout and international reputation to make a difference. So in the end he acquiesced. So, because Albus Dumbledore had an inability to truly say no when someone presented him with a situation and he had the ability to make a difference, he was stuck here doing the paperwork for what should have been 3 separate full-time jobs. And he hated it. He would be 114 years old this year. Most of his old schoolmates were either retired or dead. Yet here he worked the jobs of 3 younger men and now had to deal with Tom's return and the burden placed on young Harry as well. Albus often thought about retiring from one or more of his positions but was afraid to do so. Call it hubris, but he didn't see anyone else that could step into his roles and pick up his work. Lucius Malfoy was the leading candidate to replace him as chief warlock, and that would be an unmitigated disaster. Sometimes he watched the ducks on the Black Lake. He could feel for them. All calm and placid on the surface, but meanwhile their webbed feet were paddling like mad underneath. A quiver in the wards at the gargoyle statue below announced the arrival of Harry Potter. He was not surprised to feel the signatures of Sirius Black and Remus Lupin following him. He was slightly surprised to feel Ms. Granger, Ms. Pottle, Ms. Greengrass, Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Macmillan following along behind them. "Come in, Mr. Potter and guests," Albus called just as they reached the door to his office. Harry opened the door and stepped into the room followed by Sirius, Remus and his friends. "Good morning all," Albus greeted them. "I am rather surprised to see you all here this morning, as I only asked for Mr. Potter and Mr. Black." "Well, I haven't told them everything that happened yet and I didn't want to do it twice, Harry answered as he settled into a chair. Besides, I'll tell them everything you tell me anyhow, so it seemed a time saver all the way around. Albus didn't really like that but saw no way around it. He couldn't force Harry to keep their conversation a secret and he did need to know what had really happened in that graveyard. Very well, Harry. The ministry people were rather put out by your disappearance last night. Madame Pomfrey led them to believe that she'd removed you as their time was up and you needed to rest. Harry and his friends smiled at that. Albus couldn't help the answering smile. Yes, I was impressed with her ability to distract and confuse on your behalf. They will be back later today with their questions. But could you please tell me all that happened last night after you were abducted? Harry shook his head no. First I have some questions for you, Professor. Questions for me? Whatever for? Albus asked in honest confusion. Because you've been keeping secrets from Harry, sir, Ms. Granger supplied. He doesn't think he can trust you. At Albus's shocked look, she merely shrugged an apology. Is that true, Mr. Potter? Albus asked. I thought we had cleared the air about your placement with your relatives. You did, Professor, Harry acknowledged. I don't like it but there it is. But you have been keeping other things from me. Like why you, or anyone, never checked on me at the Dursleys. Or what truly happened the night that my parents died. Dumbledore sighed and absently removed his glasses. He polished them with a piece of cloth while he considered his answer. I did check on you several times in your first 18 months with the Dursleys, Dumbledore confessed. They were, as Professor McGonagall put it, the worst sort of muggles but you were adjusting. I was concerned when I saw you were living in the cupboard under the stairs but it seemed to be by your choice. I talked to a healer friend and he said people that suffer traumatic events where they feel powerless, such as being or witnessing a murder, often seek sanctuary in small places that they can control. Plus I remembered Lily telling a story where you emptied out her pots and pans to spend the day hiding in the cabinet. I'd forgotten about that, Sirius murmured with a sad, nostalgic expression on his face. Remus simply nodded as he also remembered the incident. After that, I became Chief Warlock and was too busy to visit myself. I created some wards to monitor your condition and alert me if you were injured. Plus I asked Mrs. Fig to move into the neighborhood to keep an eye on things. The wards only went off once. You were 6. When I arrived at the Muggle infirmary you were having your arm placed into a cast from falling out of a tree. I never fell out of a tree, Harry said in a quiet voice that had an angry power behind it. Vernon lost an account and claimed his dinner was cold. He grabbed my arm and snapped the bones when he twisted it. He told the story at the hospital so he didn't get in trouble with child services. After that, Vernon and Petunia focused on verbal comments to make me feel like a freak. Dudley wasn't so restrained. He and his gang beat me regularly when we were in primary school. They called it Harry hunting. They were the hounds and I was the fox. And you know what happens to the fox in the end. Quote, Arabella, Mrs. Fig, never saw anything like that, Albus responded in a pained voice. She knew it wasn't pleasant but saw nothing abusive. Even then her concerns went away when you were 9. She said you looked well even if you were always dirty and dressed in ill-fitting clothes. It appeared to be an thing with Muggle teens so it wasn't a concern. Albus felt an odd pain in his chest as he thought about what Harry had endured. He'd known Harry wouldn't have a soft life with his mother's sister's family but never anything like this. Harry smiled in a cynical fashion. Oh, yes, my 9th birthday. You could say after that the drill season I came to, a new understanding just before then. Albus waited for Harry to explain, but instead he just asked another question. And the night my parents died. Albus considered the sudden change of topics and how best to explain the unique circumstances of that night. Emotionally he was still caught up on Harry's revelations. He took a second to run through an occlumency exercise to settle his thoughts. Are you familiar with what Muggles call the law of unintended consequences, Harry? At Harry's headshake to the negative, Dumbledore continued, it is the understanding that sometimes our actions have a result beyond that which was expected or planned for. We don't usually understand how everything in that natural world is connected and interact. I understand that Muggles introduced rabbits in Australia for hunting purposes. Now a rabbit is a rather benign creature of no significant threat. Yet they have no natural predator in Australia and have caused substantial ecological damage there. Magic is a strange and wondrous thing. It can seemingly break the laws of the natural world and is impacted by the emotions and unconscious desires of those of us blessed with the ability to manipulate it. The greater, more complex the magic is, the greater the opportunity for outside influences to impact our magical workings. Some of those influences are counterintuitive and seemingly illogical. In magic, 1 plus 1 doesn't always equal 2. This is why astronomy is a part of our core curriculum. The positioning of the planetary bodies has a small but possibly significant influence on the power and effect of magic. But from a logical standpoint, what could the relative positioning of distant celestial bodies have on a potion being brewed here at Hogwarts? Yet it does have a demonstrable, repeatable impact. The final event of the tournament was scheduled on the summer solstice to provide the longest period of daylight for the task. Tom chose to act that day due to the increased life energy powers that are available on this day. Healers have long known this. In a perverse way, it also makes it a powerful day for necromantic rituals. The room was silent as they listened to Dumbledore speak. It had been many years since Dumbledore was simply the Transfiguration professor, but he was a gifted educator and his lectures had always been well attended. His lecture now proved he had not lost his ability to capture a classroom. Now, the night of Tom's attack on your parents' home was filled with unintended consequences. While today we call it Halloween, it was also once known as All Hallows' Evening or Samhain. Samhain was a Celtic holiday where the boundaries between this world and the fire at their lowest. Tom, of course, intended to kill you. James and Lily were not his primary targets that night. Your parents intended to protect both themselves and you. Your parents knew you were the target. Theoretically, if they had simply stepped aside, Tom would have let them live. This created a unique set of circumstances. Other parents had been killed protecting their families, but none knowing that only their child was the target of the attack, that they would live if they merely stepped aside. Lily was a talented and powerful witch. Knowing that you were a target, she created a blood-based ritual to protect you from harm under certain conditions. James purposely bought her the time to enact the ritual at the cost of his own life. Her death then at Tom's hands triggered the ritual's completion. I believe it was this ritual protection that enabled you to survive the killing curse that was then reflected in a weaker form back to Tom. This created the first of our unintended consequences. Tom never intended to do anything but remove the obstacle that the Elder Potters created. For him, killing was the most expedient choice. Instead, his magical power in the killing curse completed a ritual that protected young Harry. But there was another unintended consequence. I have long wondered how Tom was able to survive the killing curse even in his wraith form. It was not until after your second year that I was able to confirm his method. Without providing any unnecessary information, Tom uncovered a way of inserting parts of his soul into inanimate objects to enable to prevent his permanent death. As part of this ritual, the wizard would be required to commit a cold-blooded murder to exchange their soul for his continued existence. The diary, Harry breathed in disbelief. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. That was the information that I needed. Now since the diary was destroyed and Tom's wraith remained, that tells me he had more than one. This is the darkest of magics and the information on it has long been repressed by the world's magical governments, so it is not readily available even to me. For the last 2 years, I have been attempting to quietly identify and track down what other objects Tom may have used to encase parts of his soul. Dumbledore paused a moment and allowed his audience to absorb the information he had just presented. After several moments, he continued. Now we come to Tom's second unintended consequence of that night. I believe Tom intended to use your murder to power one of these rituals. The power of the ritual was tied to the murder of an innocent. What could be more innocent than a toddler? Harry felt a bit sick at that news. After you were struck with the killing curse, we detected signs of dark magic within that we could not explain. How could we? No one had ever survived the curse before. And the killing curse kills without leaving a mark, so where had this one come from? We had many more questions than answers. Several unspeakable researchers have looked into this over the years and found no answer. If the unspeakables ever revealed their work, it would consist of several volumes of research and test results. But the magic was inert and it was decided it was better to leave it be than to risk making it active and killing you through own ignorance. I was rather surprised when my monitors here reported the disappearance of this residual dark magic not long before your 9th birthday. Yet, When you arrived here with the scar was greatly diminished and not the raw, red wound I'd seen when it happened. I suspect, Dumbledore emphasized his use of the word, suspect. I suspect that the dark magic within the scar was the portion of Tom's soul that he'd planned to insert into another object. Living creatures are not good holders of this type of energy for a variety of reasons, including the possibility of their own death. Thus, I believe it was unintended. Dumbledore paused as he observed Harry's ashen face. He'd expected the boy to be shaken at this news. Who wouldn't be? But he also saw a horrified understanding in the boy's powerful green eyes. The headmaster knew from past experience that legilimency couldn't penetrate those eyes, but he had to admit he was sorely tempted to try again. What was the boy thinking now? There was another consequence of that night, Harry commented in a distracted voice. He seemed to be staring at a spot on the wall above Albus's head. These guys already know it. He indicated the other guests that had been sitting silently through the discussion. And what was that? Albus asked. Harry seemingly ignored the question and started relating the events of the previous night. He told of the conversation with Barty Crouch Jr. and Wormtail, the arrival of the childlike Dark Lord, the ritual performed by Voldemort with the Knot family, and finally the arrival of the Death Eaters. Tom wanted to duel me, Harry was saying, still in that absent voice. He tried to Imperio me, but I threw it off. When he started casting spells at me, it was obvious he was only playing with me. So I had no other choice if I wanted to live. And what did you do, Harry? Albus asked in a soft voice. He was feeling a fear of that answer. It happened when I was almost 9, Professor, Harry answered in an apparent non sequitur. Probably when your monitors and Mrs. Fig all said my life at the Dursleys got better. And they did it in a fashion. Harry lowered his eyes and met the headmaster's gaze directly. Those eyes suddenly blazed with a power that only years of experience and his own power prevented Albus from flinching away from. That was the night I was attacked by a werewolf. Albus felt his heart drop to the floor with that simple statement. But you haven't shown the normal signs of lycanthropy. Albus protested in vain. And you haven't been transforming on the full moon. Harry chuckled in a dry laugh. When have I ever done something so normal like follow the rules? The werewolf got my ankle, and in my panic my magic took me away to the roof of my school a mile away. I could feel the icy darkness of the curse moving up my leg and into my chest. Then it went up my neck into my head. But then it hit my scar. And something fought back. I was in agony for what felt like hours as the two fought back and forth. I woke up the next morning in the forest surrounded by some dead, half-eaten rabbits, and 5 days had passed. Harry chuckled. Vernon was not happy when I walked in. Not sure what made him angrier, the fact I was alive, or the dirt I trailed into the house. Probably the being alive thing, Ernie commented, speaking for the first time since entering the room. And what happened? Albus asked, ignoring Mr. Macmillion's comment. Padma spoke up now after a glance from Harry. Hermione and I have a theory. Since both of Harry's parents were animagi, the lycanthropy somehow bonded to that magical ability. We were just never able to explain what it was that fought back from the scar before. And that was. Albus let out a sudden yelp as Harry silently stood up and was suddenly replaced with a huge, black werewolf. He felt that sudden, unthinking panic of an animal that suddenly detects an alpha predator in the same area. But the giant werewolf simply stood there watching him. The headmaster's brain engaged and he could see the differences in the creature before him from a normal werewolf. It was much more beast than man for all it stood on 2 legs. And the eyes remained the same green that Harry shared with Lily. There was an intelligence there that said Harry remained in complete control of this new form. Albus also noted that Harry's clothes remained, although they were now stretched on his massive form. Oh my, he looked over to Remus. This is who you saw last year. I'm sorry my dear boy, I thought you were pranking us. Remus grinned as serious, and the large quasi-werewolf let out oddly similar barking laughter. I knew Remus was a werewolf from my first class with him, Harry said as he resumed human form. I could feel his inner wolf. It was just fun to play with him. Then when I found out he was mates with my dad, it just felt right to do it. I could almost hear Dad saying, "Do it again. Do it again." The students and Sirius laughed as Remus showed why he was the mature marauder and simply gave Harry a death glare that promised future retributions. I am sorry, Harry, but I have to ask, are you influenced by the moon at all? Do you think you could be infectious? Albus asked. According to our observations, Harry is not influenced by the lunar cycle, Hermione reported. He can transform at any time, day or night, with no impact on his size or strength. In addition, aside for a preference for rare meats, his diet does not seem to have been impacted either. We have not tested for infectiousness, but the standard werewolf detection charm gives a non-standard result. As you know, the charm detects the presence of the lycanthropic curse rather than the condition itself. So Padma and I believe the curse has been mutated in some way. I think Padma and Hermione can add a couple of volumes for the unspeakables, Professor, Sirius quipped. I have seen submittals for masteries that have less research and data than these two young ladies have collected and analyzed, Remus added with an approving nod. Albus smiled at the former professor's assertion. I would be most interested in reading it. Albus settled back into his chair, still a bit shocked by the revelations. Now, we should discuss what should be shared with the Ministry when they arrive. One thing, Professor, Harry interrupted. This information is not to be shared with anyone without my Sirius's agreement. Albus frowned at that. He knew Harry would be particularly resistant to allowing Severus this information. Albus knew of the continued animosity between the Potter heir and the potion master, but Severus was also one of the most gifted potions and dark arts researchers he'd ever met. His input would be invaluable in any such effort in determining just what had happened to Harry when the werewolf attacked. He had to get Harry to understand this was more important than personal relationships. Harry, please understand the contribution Professor Snape could make in this situation. He is. No, Professor, Harry interrupted. Severus Snape is a bully no matter what other abilities he has. If he learns of my status, he'll let it slip like he did with Remus. Or it will be snide remarks in class where I can't respond without getting detentions for being disrespectful to a teacher. Harry leaned forward in his chair to glare at the headmaster. I swear if I hear one word from that man on this topic, I'll turn into the beast, rip off his arm and shove it up his ass sideways. The Marauders and the other students snickered at this except for Miss Granger. Her gasped admonishment of, Harry, language, was barely heard by the shocked elder wizard. Harry, be reasonable, Albus implored. Whether I tell him or not, Professor Snape is sure to hear some version of what happened from his contacts amongst the Death Eaters. He has a point, Harry, Daphne Greengrass admitted. I wouldn't be surprised if Malfoy didn't already have a letter from his mummy on it. But that's no reason to give the greasy git the inside information, Ron countered his girlfriend. He'd probably trade it off to get in better with him anyhow. What Ron said, Ernie contributed, but with proper grammar. The Death Eaters know something happened and attacked them, but now what, Padma added. Logically, solid, factual information leaked to them could allow them to find a way to hurt Harry. As it stands, they are left with the standard werewolf weaknesses to work with at this point. Albus realized he would not win on this point. It pained him when people couldn't set aside their personal differences for the greater good. He wasn't blind to Severus's personality shortfalls, but the man was a researcher of the First Order and a highly capable wizard. Maybe it was for the best to let this topic lie and come back to it at another point when tempers were not so high. Very well, the headmaster conceded. I shall not share Mr. Potter's condition without your permission. Now, shall we discuss what to share with the Ministry? In the end, the story they gave the Ministry was based on the Lovegood family motto. If you can't lead them with logic, baffle them with bullshit. Harry provided a memory of his abduction to an audience that included Minister Fudge, Madam Bones, some senior Aurors, a couple of unspeakables in their cloaks, the Hogwarts senior staff, and an odd toad-like lady in hideous pink robes. The memory ran from when Finch approached him until the start of the fight in the graveyard. He ended the memory just when the Death Eater interfered with the duel between Harry and Voldemort. This led the viewers to believe that he'd then been knocked out. The memory resumed with a human Harry approaching the village and being found by Gippy the house elf. After the memory was over, Madam Bones said, with the help of Gippy the house elf, I sent a mixed squad of Aurors and unspeakables to the location in question. There were signs of a fight that matched what was seen in this memory. However, there were also signs that some attempt had been made to sanitize the crime scene. We found curse burns on the grounds, a significant amount of blood, and a few dropped wands. No bodies were found. Hearing that, Harry was glad he'd left rather than to try to finish off the wounded Death Eaters. He'd been in no condition to fight a prepared opponent at that point. An unspeakable stepped forward. The unspeakables found the area used in the memory ritual to have shown the signs expected in such a powerful necromantic ritual. Additionally, Gringotts has already submitted the notice of the extinction of the noble house of Nott. And what was it that murdered those men? The pink-toed lady demanded. It had to be some kind of dark creature to do that to wizards. Harry suppressed his desire to ask how a creature that killed dark wizards was a dark creature. Those wizards were Death Eaters. Susan's aunt retorted. Their dragon dung stories of being under the Imperious curse are so much fairy dust after seeing the respond to his summons after all this time. Either that or they have the weakest will in the history of magic. Harry wanted to cheer her on. I believe we are done with Mr. Potter for now. Dumbledore asked in a tone that indicated it wasn't really a question. What? Oh, yes. Thank you Mr. Potter for your part in helping this investigation, Madam Bones said, giving Harry a dismissive wave. Fudge was too busy trying to spin this in his head to even notice. Harry gave the witch a short nod of thanks and left the room. Waiting outside were the Marauders and his friends. They're running scared, Harry announced. I don't think I managed to kill Tom, so it's only a matter of time before he comes back. We need to be ready. War drums. The last few days of the school year passed in a haze for most of the students at Hogwarts. The Durmstrang and Beauxbaton students left to much fanfare. Tournament champion Fleur Delacour made a gracious departure speech that no one seeing her arrival would have expected her to make. She, along with Victor Crumb and the other champions, made a point of publicly thanking Harry as their host. Once the foreign schools had left, the Hogwarts students made their own preparations to depart the next morning via the express. But in all of the house dorms the speculation continued on what happened the night of the tournament. Slytherin House was no exception to this discussion. Not only had the Dark Lord that many of their parents served returned from the apparent dead, but one of their housemates had been sacrificed along with his entire family. Theo Nott was a respected member of Slytherin. Not necessarily well liked, the fourth year was respected as a worthy Slytherin. Nott displayed his share of ambition and cunning. He was also a pureblood from a noble house. Nott performed well in his classes and maintained, and improved his position within the house by various gambits. He had even risen to challenge Draco Malfoy for dominance of the fourth-year Slytherins when the former was distracted by his participation in the tournament. By any measure he was destined for a successful career in the ministry or the Nott family business. Now he was simply gone. The sacrifice of the Nott family had shaken the Slytherin students. Many of the students, particularly the older ones along with Malfoy, loudly proclaimed that they would have done the same in service of the Dark Lord given the chance. But even they were shocked deep inside at the extinction of the Nott family line. The shock amongst the neutral Slytherin students was even more profound. Many of them agreed with their dark counterparts on the goal but believed there were better ways than violence to subdue the Muggleborns. After all, Malfoy Sr. already controlled the Minister and was a short step away from becoming Chief Wizard. Killing the Muggleborns was bad enough, but to end a noble pureblood line sent chills through their spines. Several of the dark Slytherins were also discussing the vaguely worded notes from home they'd received that hinted at some of what was whispered about Potter causing trouble the night the Dark Lord had returned was true. Draco Malfoy in particular was secretly nervous because he'd not heard a word from either of his parents. Narcissa wrote him almost every day, so this silence was worrying to the fourth-year wizard. Daphne Greengrass was left out of much of the discussions within her house. The girl's relationship with Ron Weasley, a blood traitor but at least he was a pureblood, and her closeness to Potter ensured that isolation. Daphne received an odd, reluctant respect from her housemates because of 3 points. The first point was Daphne was a skilled and powerful witch in her own right. Then there was her friendship with Potter. Potter was a half-blood from a plebeian family, but even the dumbest students in the House of the Cunning recognized Potter as being the most powerful student in the school, even if they would never admit it outside their dorm. The fact there was an air of promised violence that hovered around the wizard made them even more reluctant to cross him. They all remembered Snape's warnings at the start of second year. The final point was Daphne's circle of friends had ties in all 4 of the houses. Slytherins respected that kind of influence and contacts as it could translate into political, economic, and social power. Daphne personally found it funny how her housemates watched her and fell silent whenever she entered the Slytherin common room. Seventh-year wizards would eavesdrop on her makeup discussions with Tracy Davis, hoping to learn something of value on Harry. Maybe they secretly wanted to become stylists on leaving Hogwarts, was her laughing response to the clumsy spies. But today no one was listening into conversations about makeup tips. They would be boarding the express shortly to take them away from the school and back to their homes for the summer. A summer that had suddenly taken a rather more serious bent. Daphne was passing through the common room with Tracy, heading to the entrance hall to meet with her friends when a voice stopped her. "Greengrass," a boy's voice called out. Daphne stopped and turned to the voice. It was Malcolm March, an outgoing seventh year from a neutral but dark-leaning family. March was a fairly powerful wizard and already accepted into the Auror training program. "March," Daphne answered. "What do you know about these rumors Potter has spread?" "Rumors?" Daphne responded. "I haven't heard any rumors. You all know Harry provided his memories to the Ministry. The Knot family is now extinct to resurrect a madman. The goblins have confirmed their deaths at the same time Harry's memories set in the order they occurred." Daphne smiled slightly. "Unless you think Harry was able to pull off the capture and elimination of the Knot family while simultaneously crafting flawless and extended false memories for the Ministry. In which case then he is even more powerful than Merlin and you really shouldn't be doing anything to annoy him." With a final smirk, Daphne turned and walked out of the Slytherin dorms, a torrent of whispered conversations erupting behind her. Harry walked up to the front door of the Marauder's Den. Remus had met Harry at King's Cross and they had taken the tube from there. Remus carried Harry's shrunken trunk in his pocket. Hedwig was more than happy to fly on ahead. Rodent hunting in the city had always been good to her. The ride back from Hogwarts had been oddly quiet. Malfoy never made an appearance and many of the students were a bit wary of the chaos that always seemed to surround Harry. Right now, Harry was a bit wary of it himself. But the trip was still rather relaxing after the stress of the last week. Exams, the finale of the Triwizard Tournament and Voldemort's resurrection with its aftermath were taking a toll on Harry's mood and temper. A week of quiet was just what he needed and a relaxful trip home on the express with his friends was just what the healer ordered. Now he was finally home and he could almost hear Dobby's hot chocolate and a nap calling him. "Damn you, Sirius Black. Get back here so I can curse your willy off." Harry and Remus dodged the curse that rocketed out of their home when they opened their front door. The pair exchanged a glance before carefully looking into the open door. Inside they found the house was virtually destroyed. Much of the furniture was overturned and had spell burns on the material. The sole exception was the dining room table where Cassiopeia Black was cheerfully gurgling as the chaos ensued around here. Baby Cassie was tucked securely into a bouncy chair with a toothless smile on her little face. The infant was excitedly throwing her tiny arms up over her head as she watched her mummy chase her daddy around the house. An older child would have been clapping and cheering. Harry made his way over to greet his goddaughter when said goddaughter's parents returned to the room. "Find your calm place," Sirius yelped as he ran into the room and dove behind the overturned and singed couch just as another fireball flew past his head. "Find your calm. I'll show you my calm place, Black." An enraged Vila shrieked as she ran into the room after him. "Hey," Remus yelled out. "There is a baby present. You are not acting like responsible parents here. What the hell happened since I left an hour ago?" Kalina brought herself to a stop but didn't stop glaring in Padfoot's direction or get rid of the fireball bouncing in her hand. "Harry, I hate to tell you but you are about to lose your godfather," she growled out. "Any last words?" "Yes," Sirius shouted out before Harry could respond. "You were there too. You kept shouting, more. And, harder." The fireball smashed into the couch setting the fabric on fire. Remus suppressed a groan and cast a quick spell to put out the flames. What did he do now? Kalina threw Remus an angry glance before turning her glare back to where Padfoot was hiding. "The mutt got me pregnant. Again," she spit out. "I just got my figure back. Pretty virile for a bloke sent to Azkaban for more than 10 years. Sirius yelled out with a smug gloating in his voice. Another fireball was thrown in response. "More like viral, Padfoot," Harry commented from the corner where he was bouncing the happy baby in his arms. Cassie smiled and cooed. She liked this new person paying attention to her. "Oi," Padfoot protested. "We'll just take the princess here for some food while Mummy and Daddy work out their little spat and make up. Does that sound good to you, princess?" Cassie gurgled happily at the friendly tone of the new person, which was taken as agreement. That sounds like an excellent idea, the responsible marauder commented. Remus nudged Harry towards the kitchen and started following. Over his shoulder he called back, "Oh, and do clean up the place after the makeup session is done, would you?" The news that Sirius and Kalina were to be parents again made for a nice distraction for Harry. For a time it felt great to just lean back and be a normal teenager. Dobby made dinner while Harry and Remus drank tea and discussed Harry's end-of-year exams. Cassie sat in a bouncy chair cheerfully trying to place her foot into her mouth along with the treat Dobby had given, Little Miss. Harry had taken some pictures for future blackmail. Sirius and Kalina had stopped fighting and some irritatingly familiar noises were now coming from upstairs. "And she wonders how she got pregnant again," Harry murmured before casting a silencing charm at the ceiling. Cassie gurgled in seeming amusement, but that might have been gas. Harry's brief sense of normal family life was interrupted by the arrival of a large owl bearing the livery harness with the Ministry of Magic's seal prominent on the bird's chest. The owl glared at Harry until the boy finally stood up and removed the heavy letter attached to the bird's leg. As Harry sat back into his chair, the owl left without waiting for any type of answer. Harry opened the letter and read it in silence. Remus was getting nervous as Harry's body language did not give any sense of if the letter was good news or bad. "Harry, what is it?" the werewolf marauder asked. "It's a summons," Harry answered absently. Remus waited a moment more for Harry to elaborate. Then, just as he was about to speak, Harry looked up. "The Wizengamot is calling a session to discuss what happened that night. Apparently Madame Bones and the Unspeakables are presenting their findings and the Wizengamot is requiring that I be there as a primary witness to answer any of their questions directly." "That doesn't sound too bad," Remus replied in a cautious tone. Harry tossed the letter onto the table with a dismissive snort. "Have you ever heard of the Wizengamot ever doing something similar? Having the witness there to answer questions. 5 galleons. This gets used to play politics to divert attention to what actually happened. Look at the way that Umbridge woman kept trying to ignore Voldemort's return and the Death Eaters to focus on tracking down the dark creature that attacked those upstanding purebloods. No, Remus, this has the feel of a snitch hunt and I'm the bloody snitch." "You sounded so much like Charles, your grandfather," just then, Cyrus commented from the door. Harry and Remus turned in surprise as they hadn't heard him approach even with their superior hearing. "You must have put up a silencing charm," Sirius commented in an innocent tone. "I have no idea why. Hello my little princess." The last was said in that silly tone all new parents make talking to their newborns. For her part, Cassie gurgled happily at her daddy's return. "What were you saying about my grandfather?" Harry asked. "Charles was an Auror for 30 years. He retired as head Auror and set himself in a legal practice a few years before James was born. Smothers, Potter and Associates did a good business in criminal and contract law, particularly between the magical and muggle worlds." Sirius glanced over at Harry. "Alvin Knott was an associate and your grandfather's assistant. When Charles retired, Alvin was part of the group that bought him out." Harry nodded as he remembered the elder Knott's words in the graveyard. "Anyway, Charles was always good at interrupting the currents of the Wizengamot." Remus picked up the letter. "You knew about this?" "Only when that bloody bird interrupted the warm fuzzies when we were done." "Yes, that bird was rather rude," Kalina agreed as she swept into the kitchen. She was wearing only a very short Victoria's Secret robe and her hair was a disheveled mess. Padfoot grinned proudly. It was only through experience and sheer willpower that he ignored the scantily clad Vila and focused on the matter at hand. "I think I am going to need some new robes," Harry commented absently. "What's that, pup?" Sirius asked with a hint of disbelief. Harry responded with the irritated eye roll all teenagers know and perfect. "Riddle's people in the Wizengamot are going to go after the primary witness, me. They can't do too much about the physical evidence except argue with the conclusions. Since my story forms the basis of those conclusions, that means they have to make me look bad. Since humans judge a lot on appearance and first impressions, not matter what they say, it means I have to look my best at this hearing." "Sounds like something my grandfather, actress, would have said," Sirius grumped. "But I suppose you're right. Still sounds like something a Slytherin would say." Harry smiled innocently over at his godfather. "How did you know that is where the hat wanted to put me?" He would have too if not for the fear of the beast killing off half the house in the first week. Sirius looked shocked at the idea of Harry being in Slytherin, but Remus not so much. Instead he asked, "The hat thought you were a danger to the Slytherin students." Harry smiled back beatifically. Hat figured the nibblers from the dark families would try something because of the whole boy who lived shite. He reckoned eventually I'd have to release the beast simply out of self-preservation. So I asked for Gryffindor instead. Mostly because of having McGonagall and Flitwick take me to Diagon Alley. I liked them both, but I knew the Ravenclaw drive to study would drive me barmy in no time. Flitwick is actually my favorite professor though. He is rather charming, Sirius absently agreed as he tried to process what Harry had just revealed. You know, I am not sure if that was a deliberate pun or if it is so ingrained now his mouth just moves without any input from his brain, Remus commented, seeing his oldest friend's blank expression. Oh, trust me. His mouth is very talented, particularly his tongue, Kalina purred. Harry and Remus simultaneously tried to turn green and blush at the blatant innuendo. Harry was staggering out of the room making retching noises when Sirius blinked and looked around. What did I miss? He asked. Harry was enjoying looking at the new brooms and other equipment at Quality Quidditch Supplies. He'd just bought a personal snitch of his own. Unlike a game snitch, this one could be released so it would not go beyond a set distance from the owner. Sirius mentioned James having one and it drove Snape crazy. Harry reckoned on keeping up the family tradition. He also looked at the new Nimbus 2100 line that was targeting the high-end market held by Firebolt. It was a sweet broom, but he was hesitant because of the rumors of the new Thunderbolt broom coming in the spring. In the end he decided to stick with his Firebolt. As he was paying for his snitch, Harry glanced out the window to where Remus was waiting. It was then he noticed a woman and 3 men approaching his honorary uncle. Something in their manner brought up the beast's hackles. Harry absently picked up his purchase and made for the door. Remus was enjoying the unusually warm and clear London July day. Harry deserved the day out after the rubbish coming out of the ministry and with tomorrow's Wizengamot meeting. Remus wanted to check out the latest defense books that had arrived at Flourish and Blotts anyway, so it was not a problem for him. Remus was never a Quidditch fanatic, so he was happy to have Harry inside browsing while he enjoyed the warm sun. Remus was watching the passing shoppers for signs of known Death Eaters or their sympathizers when he spotted her. "Carissa," he said in greeting. "Lupin," she replied. "It's been a while." 6 years, the woman agreed. "Since the last time you deigned to visit our pack. But you managed to become a Hogwarts professor, at least until your true nature came out." Remus considered the woman. Carissa became a werewolf at 15 and was shortly thereafter thrown out of her parents' house. The teenage witch had been a Hufflepuff at Hogwarts and had just finished her owls when her life changed. She was taken into a pack shortly thereafter and developed hatred towards the normals, for the rejection of her friends and family after her infection. She'd been shocked to learn the older Gryffindor that had just finished Hogwarts had been a werewolf his entire time at Hogwarts. Remus suggested she talk to Dumbledore about completing her schooling, but she declined. The packs were leaning toward the Dark Lord and she refused to turn her back on the only ones to take her in and help. Besides, unlike Remus, her family made her infection public and even Dumbledore couldn't get a known werewolf included in the student body. The last Remus had seen the woman, she'd become the second to the alpha female of the Welsh pack. One of the 5 packs of Albion, the Glyndŵr pack claimed the forests of Wales as their hunting grounds. It was the largest pack and only Fenrir Greyback's pack in northern England had more sway across all the packs of Britain and Ireland. "And to what do I owe this honor of you and your friend's visit?" Remus asked as he indicated the 3 male werewolves with a nod. "A fortuitous event," Carissa answered. "The community needed some potion supplies and I had little choice but to come here." Remus could hear the disgust in her voice at the thought of mingling with normal witches and wizards. "But when I saw you I wanted to pass on word. There is to be a gathering. Greyback seeks to unite the packs under his leadership once again. But you know the pack laws, everyone will have a voice and anyone that does not attend will be exempt from the pack law until the next gathering. You must attend, and bring your new cub with you." Remus froze. "Excuse me." He could feel Moony trying to come out 2 weeks before the full moon but still wanting to protect his pack. Carissa seemed to realize just how much she'd provoked her fellow werewolf by the sudden wariness in her eyes. I've heard what the official story is, but some of Greyback's pack are friendly to some of the Death Eaters that were in that graveyard. They swear Potter was the creature that attacked them. You know, even a hint that that is true would excite the packs. If it is true and he is not there, you know what that could mean. Remus winced as his mind started running through the possible ramifications. Is there a problem here, Remus? Harry asked from behind the older wizard. All's fine for now, Remus replied. Mr. Potter, may I say this is an honor to meet you? Carissa said with a small head bow of respect. Her werewolf escorts shifted uncomfortably on their feet as they looked at the teenager. Ma'am, Harry responded with his own smaller nod. The female werewolf looked back at Remus. I hope to see you there, Lupin. A small, flirtatious smile crossed her lips. Maybe we will have the opportunity to discuss old times. Without another word she turned and continued down the alley, her escorts taking positions to her rear and flanks without a word. Remus? Harry asked. Not now, Harry. We'll talk when we get home. Let's finish up and get back. Sirius. Get down her now. Remus roared as he entered the Marauder's house. Actually, I am sitting right here, Sirius answered from a nearby couch where he had a series of folders spread out next to him. We have trouble. The packs know about Harry, the werewolf marauder said shortly. And what does that mean, Remus? Harry demanded now. You said you'd explain when we got here, so explain. Remus turned from where Sirius was looking both shocked and angry to the only son of the Marauders. He let out a sigh and gestured at a nearby chair. Sit down, Harry. This may take some time. Do you know how many werewolves there are in the UK? Remus asked. Harry looked a bit perplexed. Well, the reading Snape had us do suggested 50 to 60 at any given time. Remus nodded at that. Yes, that is the amount of registered wolves, but the actual number is more than 3 to 4 times that amount. I'd say right now that's about 150, with 1/3 of them Muggle by birth. The Ministry doesn't care about them, so they don't register, and about half the magical wolf population never register. The wolves are divided up into 5 packs called the Packs of Albion. Roughly speaking, the packs, territories are one in northern England centered on Leeds, one in southwest England, then one each in Wales, Scotland, and Ireland, roughly 20 to 30 wolves per pack, with several rogues, like me, that aren't formally associated with any one pack. Each pack has its own alpha male and female that controls their pack. There is not an alpha over all the packs. Wolves don't do too well when the numbers get large. If a pack gets up over 40, it will probably be splitting into 2 packs. At one point there were 11 packs. Now, while there is no super alpha controlling all the packs, we do have an ancient pack law. The pack law dictates how the packs interact, bringing in new wolves, and each wolf's responsibilities to their packs and to the Packs of Albion. Most of them don't see their lycanthropy as an illness as I do, but a gift. Maybe 1/3 of them are born to werewolf parents, so this is the only life they have ever known. And what does this mean to me? Harry asked. Some of the Death Eaters have talked about their encounter with the beast. Greyback, the werewolf that turned me, is the alpha of the Greyback pack up near Leeds. He called a gathering of all the packs to try to sway the other packs to support Voldemort. It is mandatory that all werewolves attend the gatherings. If you do not, you are seen as breaking away from pack law and are a danger to all of the packs. They call these feral wolves, and they are hunted down and killed by all the packs. Even the rogues like me have to attend. Since they think they know what Harry is, he will either have to show up and lay claim to his position in the packs or prove he is in fact not a werewolf. Not showing up is taken as declaring feral status. Somewhat surprisingly, Harry was not overtly displaying any anger at Remus's explanation. However, his eyes were leaking power that made the 2 adults somewhat uncomfortable. So, we have a Wizengamot hearing and the werewolf gathering almost occurring at the same time, Harry commented in a low tone. It doesn't take a spell creator to see the way this one's going. In one or the other they will force the beast into the open. Sirius and Remus made noises of agreement to Harry's assessment. Smells like a Malfoy tactic, Sirius said. Harry simply nodded his agreement. Sirius never commented on it aloud, but sometimes Harry's maturity left him cold. Harry could come up with some wonderful pranks, be fun, and an all-around nice kid, but he also had a very mature and cold-bloodedly practical side. He didn't know if it was because of the beast or growing up with the Dursleys, but it disturbed him. Harry often acted more like a 30-year-old than an almost 15-year-old. Sirius decided to set that aside for now and concentrate on the problem in front of them. I think we need to talk to Dumbledore, Harry said, unaware of his godfather's musings. Dumbledore. Why? Remus asked. Harry grimaced before saying, I don't see a way the beast isn't going to come out. If the werewolves have heard through their Death Eater connection, you bloody well know their people on the Wizengamot know. If I get caught telling a lie, my value as a witness is destroyed. We need to decide the best way to let this out. I don't know yet how I feel about the man. I'm too conflicted, but he is also the only politician that knows about me, and he is chief of the Wizengamot amongst his other titles. We need his input. Remus Flo called the headmaster, but the old wizard was not in his Hogwarts office. Instead, he was in official office as the chief of the Wizengamot. Dumbledore agreed to make time to see the trio and scheduled them for a meeting at 16:00. It was late enough in the ministry day that most workers were concentrating on finishing tasks required before they could return home for the evening, so the three wizards' arrival would attract less notice. Wearing nondescript cloaks, the three wizards emerged from the flow in the ministry atrium 5 minutes before their planned meeting time. Already several ministry employees in the ubiquitous gray robes of the ministry worker were seen making their way to one of the many fireplaces set on making their way home. In their own gray cloaks, no one took any obvious notice of the new arrivals. Remus led the way to where a bank of lifts was located. A full car of workers unloaded and passed the three without a glance. They quickly boarded and pressed the button for Level 1. Level 1 contained the offices of many of the senior ministry people, including the Minister for Magic and his staff. It also contained the office of the Chief of the Wizengamot and staff that handled the legislative and legal activities of the body. No one else joined them on the way up, and shortly they were entering the waiting area outside Dumbledore's office. A middle-aged witch was sitting there at a desk. She never looked up from her file when they entered. The chief warlock is expecting you. He said you may wait in his office. Her disapproval was obvious in her voice. The marauders exchanged a glance and moved to the door. Sirius later commented the woman scared him more than Madame Pants. No one that had seen Dumbledore's Hogwarts office would have expected the chief warlock's office. Where the headmaster's office was cluttered, eccentric, and personable, this office was grand and formal in its decoration and the furniture. Two large windows dominated the wall behind the formal desk, showing a scene of Muggle London as though from high atop a skyscraper. Harry thought of pictures he'd seen in primary school of the Oval Office in the U.S. White House. This was definitely in the same family. The older two wizards sat down on one of two couches facing each other with a simple ornate wooden coffee table between them. A padded wooden chair sat at the end of the table between the two couches. Harry had no doubt that was Dumbledore's chair. Harry started drifting around the room looking at various artifacts and paintings of famous events in wizarding history. Harry was looking at one painting that showed a Roman legion fighting Celtic tribesmen while spells flew from both sides, although the Romans seemed to have many more wizards in their ranks. "Ah, the Battle of Londium," Professor Dumbledore commented as he stepped up next to Harry. "The natives attacked the Roman camp that stood near our modern London. It was a disaster for them as most of their druid magic users were slain or captured by the Romans. A minor battle from a Muggle point of view, but critical in wizarding history for the triumph of wand magic over the old magic of the druids and their ilk." "We never covered that in History of Magic," Harry commented. Dumbledore sighed in an uncomfortable manner. "They say history is written by the winners. While I believe that is true, we still often edit that history to feel better about our ancestors' actions. Many of our prominent magical families trace their roots back to people on both sides of this particular battle, and no one is truly proud of the Roman treatment of their captive druids, so of course we completely ignore it ever happened." Harry could only nod as he considered the older wizard's words. He'd seen that behavior himself with his family's story. The story of the boy who lived focused on an infant Harry miraculously surviving an survivable curse. It completely ignored the sacrifices of his blood traitor father and Muggle-born mother. They kept the story they wanted and ignored the uncomfortable truths. It was also why so many still saw him as the boy who lived and ignored Harry. "I can see that," Harry said. Dumbledore simply nodded and gestured to where Sirius and Remus were waiting on the couches. Over the next 10 minutes, Remus told the elder wizard of the conversation in Diagon Alley and the werewolves gathering. Harry also provided his concerns about the upcoming Wizengamot session. Dumbledore never lost his genial, eye twinkling demeanor, but Harry caught signs of concern, dismay, and, oddly enough, approval. Only once they finished did Dumbledore speak. First, let me say I am humbled that you have brought this to me. I know I failed in ensuring your well-being. After placing you with your aunt and uncle, I see this as the second greatest failure of my life. But now to the matter at hand, I believe that Mr. Potter is correct in what our opponents plan for the Wizengamot session tomorrow. That is in fact why I am in this office today, Dumbledore said. May I cast a spell on you, Harry? At Harry's agreement, Dumbledore drew his wand and cast Lichanis. A soft blue glow surrounded Harry. Then he cancelled the spell and cast again Pecus Commazur. Now a soft green glow formed around Harry. Fascinating, Dumbledore mumbled as he cancelled the spell. I've started reading Ms. Granger and Ms. Patil's studies, but to see it for myself is most fascinating. Harry was tempted to ask if the headmaster had pointed ears after that comment. As fascinating as this is from a magical perspective, I fear I have no way of truly blocking this from coming out somehow in the Wizengamot. Their strategy is to divert the focus from Tom's return to the identity of the beast. However, not everything is bleak. As you know, the Knot family is no longer in existence. This has left their seat empty until a new family can be named and approved by the Wizengamot. This removes one vote from the dark bloc, at least for now. In a remarkable coincidence, 3 other dark-leaning families lost their family heads that same night. Pure coincidence, I am sure, Sirius added sarcastically. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Now all 3 of those families have heirs, but they cannot take their seats until the next regular session. In fact, I already received their petitions to be included in the agenda. Were the Malfoys one of the families? Harry asked with a smile. Dumbledore gave him a disappointed look. No, Lucius Malfoy appears to have survived that night. I would assume he was wounded, as he has not made an appearance in the Ministry today. So what do you suggest? Remus asked. I find that the best thing to do is to tell the truth, or at least as much of it as required to prevent their strategy from working. If we provide the whole memory of that night and simply say Harry has achieved a type of animagus transition, then much of their strategy will be thwarted before it can truly begin, Dumbledore answered. Remus frowned. That may work with the Wizengamot but not the Pax. The first time I saw Harry I knew he was an alpha. I don't know if it has gotten stronger or I am just more sensitive to it, but I can feel it now even when he's in human form. From Carissa's reaction in the alley she felt it too. Sirius shrugged. What does that matter? Remus stood up and started to pace. Harry recognized the werewolf slipping into his professor mode. After a moment Remus started to explain. Werewolves are pack animals like wolves. Being an alpha is something ingrained into the wolf's personality. A young male wolf with alpha potential will start to challenge their pack leader. Since the juvenile wolf will almost always lose to the adult, the bachelor wolf leaves and becomes a lone wolf or rogue. If he can pull a female along, they may eventually start their own pack. Most wait and grow stronger with age until they can confront an older alpha taking their pack. Werewolves are similar. When we are bitten, or a few are born into it, we are the cubs of the pack. Some seek to become alphas as they grow into the pack. It is not just ambition but a power and charisma that make the alpha male special. Each pack has 2 to 40 wolves at any given time. If a potential alpha male arises in a pack, he has 2 choices. Either challenge the current alpha male or leave and seek out their own pack. If a pack grows too large, one of these rogue werewolves may steal some away to form their own pack. I am something of an oddity in the packs. I am considered a rogue but not a potential alpha. I rejected the werewolf and sought only to keep my humanity. I didn't realize it then, but I simply formed a new pack with the Marauders. James was the alpha male of our group and Moony accepted him as such. Lily was the alpha female. No shite, Sirius snorted. When James and Lily were murdered, Moony was devastated. Even more so at the belief that one of our own pack was responsible. Moony rejected the idea of seeking a new pack until that night outside Hogwarts when I first saw Harry as the Beast. Now Moony knows the Marauder pack is reformed with Mr. Jack as the alpha male. Just my body language would tell every wolf at the gathering that I was now a beta in a pack. If Harry is there, they will know who my alpha is even without the transformation. But I have to attend or every werewolf in Britain will be after my throat. And possibly Harry's too if the gathering declares him a feral wolf. That is indeed fascinating, Dumbledore commented. I never realized any of this community existed with werewolves. In that case, may I propose this? The conversation continued for another 3 hours. Eventually a plan was hammered out and agreed on. It quickly became apparent to the leader of the light that the 3 marauders had come to him as allies rather than followers. He actually found the give and take refreshing. As the marauders were about to leave, Dumbledore looked over at Harry and said, "I am most impressed with your behavior and maturity in all of this, Harry. I may not deserve any of the credit, but I am proud of you. May I give you a small piece of wisdom I gained too late to help myself?" Harry nodded, looking a bit mystified. "Harry, I lost the only person I ever loved and the chance to ever have a family of my own. So to fill that void, I became what the wizarding world needed of me. My work became my life. I would like to think in my pride that the students of Hogwarts are my legacy. Alas, I know that in a generation, I shall be simply a dotty old wizard in a portrait with a name on a brass plate. When all this is over, find someone that completes you and restore the Potter family with many children. Don't lose yourself into your work or what others tell you is your duty to the wizarding world. Our children are the only true immortality we humans can ever really attain." Bloody politics. The 6th of July 1995. I feel like a bloody Malfoy. Sirius looked over at his godson with an amused expression. Harry was so much like James in looks and mannerisms that it was scary. He could almost hear Prongs saying those same words. It was amazing how much Harry was an amalgamation of people he'd never met. In looks and manner he was James. His morals and drive was pure Lily though. Lily got her outlook from her mother, Rose, but Harry also had the iron will that reminded Sirius so much of Lily's father, Michael. Sirius suppressed an involuntary shiver at the memory of Mr. Evans. The marauders had played a prank on the express returning to London after 5th year. Several girls including Lily had been caught and suddenly added 50 pounds and a bad case of acne to their appearance. It was an illusion, but most of the girls had been devastated. Lily had been beyond furious. When the train arrived at the London station, the marauders suddenly found they were boxed in a corner by an equally furious Michael Evans. But where Lily's fury burned hot, the Evans father burned cold. Even knowing the man was a muggle, the boys were terrified. In a low, dangerous voice, the man told them exactly what he thought of their behavior. Then just when they thought it was over, Charles Potter joined in. The 2 men took turns ripping into the boys. By the time they let the boys go, Sirius felt like a complete slime, Remus looked like a kicked dog, and Peter had pissed himself. James didn't lift his eyes for 3 days. James made an embarrassed shuffle over to where the affected girls were standing watching the reaming the boys received. Lily was standing in front of all of them. James stopped just short of the girls and made an abject apology. He also told the girls the magic would have faded on its own in 2 hours, but eating chocolate would cancel the effects immediately. James pulled a chocolate bar from a pocket of his robe and offered each girl a piece with an individual apology. It was the last malicious prank the marauders ever played. Years later at James and Lily's wedding, Sirius learnt that Michael and Charles became friends after that and would meet every few weeks at the pub until the elder Potters were murdered by Death Eaters. The old Auror-turned-solicitor wizard and the shop foreman came from very different worlds but had common ground in their children and their outlooks on life. When Michael learnt of James and Lily dating, he reckoned that no son of Charles could be a complete prat, and the boy had shown some sand with his apology. Sirius never lost that fear and respect of the Evans male. To Sirius, Michael Evans was proof positive that his family's beliefs in the weakness of muggles was so much bullshit. And the grandmothers were not left out of the mix in Harry. Lily inherited her eyes, sense of justice and fair play from her mother, Rose. The Evans mother was the model for a proper English housewife of her generation that was both sweet and gentle while firm against any that she saw as acting against proper behavior. In many ways, Petunia had turned into a grossly distorted image of that loving woman. Doria Potter née Black on the other hand was Sirius' great-aunt, making James his first cousin once removed. Doria Black had been the epitome of what daughters of the Black family were taught to aspire to: calculating, ambitious, beautiful, and hell on the enemies of the family. The quintessential Slytherin student, Doria was loved by and terrified her fellow students in equal measure. So it had been a complete shock when Doria suddenly turned her back on the Black family's plan to marry her off to a political ally and instead wed Charles Potter, the Gryffindor son of a potions master with a shop in Diagon Alley. Yes, the Potters were an old and respected family but not in nearly the same social class as the Blacks. Charles had left Hogwarts the year before and had just finished his year of training as an Auror. After the marriage, people were shocked at the happy, carefree witch that had suddenly appeared as Doria Potter. Whispers started about love potions and the like. That was when Doria Black reappeared and ruthlessly crushed anyone that spoke or acted against her new family. This included her own father. The Black family quickly backed off, accepted the marriage and never made any effort to disown their wayward daughter. Sirius asked once what she had on the family to make them back off. Aunt Doria merely smiled and offered him a warm biscuit fresh from the oven. Harry may think his ruthlessness came from the beast, but Sirius suspected it was just as likely to have come from one of the most loving people he'd ever known. Sirius had once heard some muggles in a pub arguing over what was more important, nature or nurture. Harry never met any of his grandparents and barely had any time with his parents, but it was so easy to see them living on in Harry, but their strengths and their weaknesses into a package that was uniquely Harry. It didn't really matter to Sirius if Harry's traits came from some family disposition, his life experiences or some combination of both. But it was somehow comforting to see the spirits of Harry's parents and grandparents living on in the newest Marauder. He had only been home from Hogwarts for 4 days and he'd already been to the Ministry 3 times. Once was to answer some questions for DMLE investigators on the events in the graveyard. The second time he'd accompanied Sirius to pick up some papers related to restoring the Black seat on the Wizengamot. Now here he was again, only this time it was a hearing on the results of the investigation. More out of ideal boredom than any true interest, Harry asked, "So why doesn't the Potter family have a Wizengamot seat if it's so old?" Cyrus snorted in amusement. "Because they were too honorable and too stubborn." "What? Did you cover the formation of the modern British magical government in History of Magic?" Now it was Harry's turn to snort, but this time in derision. "Were there goblin rebellions in it? Because otherwise, no. Binns was always a bit limited," Sirius allowed. To make it short, the ministry was formed after William of Normandy invaded and defeated King Harold II. Magical England stayed out of the fight, but William brought several of his own magical followers, such as the Malfoys, here and made alliance with several of the prominent native families, including the Blacks. William granted lands, title, and trading concessions to many of his key magical supporters. William's magical council became the Wizengamot. Now the Potters were an old and respected family based near the border of England and Wales. Very independent-minded, not that that has changed much. They objected to many of the new king's policies towards the separation of the magical world and the suppression of remnants of the old Druidic religion. So they were pushed out. About 300 years later there was an effort to incorporate some of the leading native families that had been frozen out, like the Potters and the Longbottoms. The Longbottoms accepted, but Arthur Potter, the head of the Potter family at the time, called them a pack of self-serving idiots more interested in lining their families' pockets than doing any good for the people of the British Isles, but in much less polite terms. James showed me the quote once. He was very proud of that. Well, he seriously offended the older Wizengamot families and the ones that had just accepted the elevation. But they became really popular with the common magical folk and creatures. It was another 300 years before a Potter would work for the ministry, and none have ever worked outside the DMLE. Harry chuckled at the story. He had to admit his ancestor was on target with his characterization of the Wizengamot. Even the families of his friends like Padma, Susan, and Neville seemed to spend much of their time defending their privileges and interests. A hereditary legislature was even worse than the House of Commons or the U.S. Congress. Harry wanted to ask how the Patels had come to hold a seat, but further discussion was interrupted when an uniformed Auror stepped out through a pair of heavy wooden doors. "Mr. Black, Mr. Potter, the Wizengamot is ready for you now," he said in a polite tone. Sirius acknowledged the man and the two wizards stood and followed the Auror back the way he'd come. "Relax, Harry," Sirius said softly. "We'll be fine." Harry smiled wanly at his godfather. He appreciated the support and could only hope he was right. Harry's first impression of the Wizengamot hearing chamber felt like a large medieval coliseum with the Wizengamot members sitting in four-tiered levels in ornate chairs much like Dumbledore's in the Great Hall. Above them were some additional tiers for visitors, but they had simple wooden benches. The seats curved for 270 degrees and created the feeling of being completely surrounded. The remaining 90 degrees of the room consisted of the primary seating for visitors. But today those seats were almost empty. Candles floated at regular intervals to augment the light provided by a trio of gas light chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. The flickering light cast odd shadows on the seated Wizengamot members, while the center area where Harry and Sirius now stood was as bright as noon. A pair of simple chairs occupied the middle of that patch of light. Overall, the room was designed to unnerve anyone called forth to testify. It was not a place for a friendly conversation. Harry wondered where the doors were to let in the lions. In the front row of the Wizengamot sat Dumbledore and Fudge. Madame Bones was moving to her seat next to Dumbledore as Harry and Sirius entered the room. Harry didn't really recognize many of the others sitting on the Wizengamot tiers, but did note Madame Longbottom and Mr. Pottle. Lucius Malfoy was noteworthy in his absence. "Thank you for coming today, Mr. Potter," Minister Fudge said from his position in the first row directly in front of the two Marauders' seats. "Mr. Black is here in his role as your guardian. The DMLE department head, Madame Bones, has completed her presentation of the investigation into the events of the night of 21st day of June 1995. However, some of the Wizengamot members would like to ask some additional questions to clarify a few inconsistencies that seem to have occurred. Madame Umbridge, our senior undersecretary, shall be taking the lead in these questions after consulting with the concerned members. Madame Umbridge, the floor is yours." The ugly, toad-like witch emerged from the shadows to Harry's left. Her formal black robes were trimmed in pink and she wore a scarf that looked as though one had poured a bottle of Pepto-Bismol all over it. "Thank you, Minister Fudge," the woman replied in a fawning voice, and Harry would have sworn she fluttered her eyelashes at the pudgy man. Unbidden, an image of their possible young came to mind and Harry suddenly felt queasy. "Now, Mr. Potter," Umbridge started, her voice turning harder and shrewish. Her tone and mannerisms reminded him of his aunt. Now Harry had an image of Umbridge and his Aunt Petunia in his head. "Oh, my God, it gets worse. The toad and the giraffe." "Yes, Madame Umbridge," Harry answered politely. "The Wizengamot has heard about the alleged events on the night in question. However, we have some questions on just what happened that allowed you to make your successful escape. Now, we have received some information on the dark creature that attacked your alleged captors. It was described as a monstrous werewolf-like creature that used teeth and claws to wreak horrible damage on those men. We would like some clarification on just what it was that attacked those men." There was a pause while Madame Umbridge looked at Harry with an expectant expression. Her frustration built over several seconds of silence until, "Well, Mr. Potter, what do you have to say about the creature?" Harry blinked innocently. "I'm sorry. Was there a question?" Now Umbridge looked a bit like Uncle Vernon. "Oh my God. The threesome from hell. Please describe the creature that attacked your accused kidnappers." "It sounds like you already have a description, Madame Umbridge," Harry commented. "But since the only people in the graveyard were me, Voldemort, and the Death Eaters, I have to wonder who you've been talking to." That set up an uncomfortable murmuring in the Wizengamot. Umbridge and Fudge looked annoyed at Harry's observation. Umbridge turned to address the Wizengamot members. "Members of the Wizengamot, this morning Oliver Gamet surrendered himself to the Ministry. He asserts that he and some unnamed accomplices captured Mr. Potter because he is in fact a werewolf and they were concerned for the safety of the children of Hogwarts. Under the Werewolf Protection Act of 1990, parents and guardians of children have the right to act to prevent imminent danger to said children. The act also exempts unregistered werewolves from protection under the law and are subject to immediate termination. So in fact, no crime against Mr. Potter may have been committed here if their allegations are correct." This caused some more murmuring by the Wizengamot members. Harry was a bit surprised how many of the murmurs were supportive of the pink toad. "And why was my office not immediately informed of this surrender?" Madame Bones demanded. "That is my fault, I am afraid," Fudge admitted with an exaggerated look of innocence. "I felt it was best to have an independent review of Mr. Gamet's allegations. Madame Umbridge and I questioned him extensively under my executive privilege just prior to this meeting. While the DMLE may be correct in the nature of the dark arts that appear to have occurred that night, the matter of Mr. Potter's status is completely different. Umbridge turned back to Harry with a triumphant air. So, Mr. Potter, are you a werewolf? No, Harry simply answered. Umbridge looked a bit shocked at Harry's simple response. Mr. Potter, we have Mr. Gamut's memories that we can display for the Wizengamot. These memories clearly show you changing shape and attacking them in werewolf form. Now again, are you a werewolf? Harry and Sirius exchanged a brief glance and Sirius gave a little shrug, looking bored. Harry smiled and then turned back to Umbridge while reaching for a small packet of papers inside his robe. I don't know these laws like you would, madam, but if you would bear with me. Without waiting for a response, Harry opened the packet and started to read. Under Section 2, Paragraph 1 of the Werewolf Protection Act of 1990, a witch or wizard is classified as a werewolf when they have a positive reaction to the werewolf identification charm. A positive reaction is indicated by a red aura around the subject. Harry paused and looked up and asked, "Did I get that all right?" "That is the way you wrote it, right? As the author of the law you should recognize your own work after all." Umbridge nodded in the affirmative, seemingly against her will. "Then we don't have an issue, since I don't have a red aura under that charm." Umbridge gave Harry a disbelieving look. "I think we shall have to prove that ourselves." Before anyone could object, the witch had drawn her wand and cast Lichanis. Harry didn't dodge the spell. He just let it hit. A moment later he was surrounded by a soft blue glow. "Yep, still not a werewolf," Sirius confirmed. His whole tone and body language fairly screamed boredom and, "Can we leave yet?" Harry's blue aura caused an unsettled rumble throughout the room. Dozens of whispered conversations were breaking out. Only Dumbledore managed to simply sit still with a small smile and a twinkle. "How? What, Mr. Potter, explain this at once." Umbridge sputtered out. "A blue aura is not a normal reaction to a real human being hit by that spell." "Well, I think it was because of a bit of accidental magic in my efforts to become an animagus," Harry answered with surprising candor. "As some of you may know, both of my parents achieved the skill before leaving Hogwarts. I decided to honor them by following in their footsteps. I think my form was meant to be a wolf. In the graveyard I knew I needed some way to escape and survive. Next thing I knew I was furry. I don't think I was prepared for a full transformation that night," Harry added thoughtfully. "But now I seem to be stuck with it." "And what do you mean by that?" Madam Bones asked while Umbridge simply glared at Harry. He shrugged. "I seem to be stuck halfway through the transition. Half man, half wolf. I understand that there is sometimes some bleed through between a wizard's human and animal form. In this case it seems to be more than a bit. I am sure Madam Umbridge understands this issue very well." The senior undersecretary of magic recovered enough from the unexpected direction of the questioning had gone in to snap back at Harry. "And how would you suppose I would understand this?" she demanded. "I'm sorry," Harry said in a slightly shocked tone. "I'd assumed you were an animagus yourself, a powerful witch and such. It is well known that over time an animagus assumes some of the physical and mental characteristics of their other form. I just assumed based on your appearance you were a toad animagus." Many of the Wizengamot and the assembled onlookers broke out into amused or shocked laughter at the comparison many had made in private. However, no one else ever had the courage, or insanity to say it publicly. "Mr. Potter!" Umbridge shrieked. Her face turned a molted red color in her fury. "What? I apologized for my incorrect assumption," Harry protested. Sirius nodded solemnly next to his godson. Years of telling straight-faced bullshit stories to McGonagall and his mother stood him in good stead now after what his young marauder partner had pulled off. Mentally he was laughing his ass off. "We seem to have gotten ourselves off the topic for which we have been gathered here," Dumbledore commented in a gently chiding tone. It was his first words since Harry entered the chamber. Surprisingly, it was Madam Bones that spoke up next. "Unfortunately, Chief Wizard, we do need to first answer the allegations made against Mr. Potter. Under the current precedence of criminal charges, the crime of being an unregistered werewolf places higher than kidnapping of a minor, and as Madam Umbridge stated under the law no kidnapping was committed if in fact Mr. Potter is a werewolf." Harry noted Susan's aunt seemed apologetic for disagreeing with Dumbledore but was forced to due to her role. "We just saw the fact the werewolf reveling charm did not result in the result as required by the law, madam," Dumbledore submitted gently. Should that not be deemed sufficient? Make him change. Umbridge jumped in with a near shriek. If he is an animagus, he should be able to do it right now on demand. The murmuring amongst the Wizengamot seemed to agree with the toad-like witch. For his part, Harry merely shrugged and stood up. If that is all it takes, that's fine. Can I just say I find it disgusting that we were called here to discuss a group of people kidnapping me, sacrificing an entire family, a so-called noble family at that, and using a dark rite to resurrect a dark lord, but the possibility that I might be a werewolf is the most important question for you. Until you get your priorities straight, you deserve to have to deal with Tommy Boy. Angry shouts broke out not only by the Wizengamot members but also with the witches and wizards sitting in the observers' area. Harry had spent his last few years learning to suppress the intensity of his gaze and the aura that went with it, first through the use of polarized glasses and then through mental training suggested by Padma. Now for the first time he released that control in a public setting. The din of the room suddenly dropped as they felt in the most primitive, instinctive portion of their brains the presence of an apex predator. You want to see me change? Then here you go. Screams of panic erupted when the beast appeared. The new runes added to Harry's clothes by Padma and Hermione worked perfectly to banish the robes, just like with a normal animagus. Harry stood with his head back and let out a tremendous howl. It was the sound of a predator ready for the hunt. Then he merely sat back down on his haunches and watched. The observers bolted for the doors, screaming their panic. The Aurors assigned as guards tried to fight their fear to draw their wands and respond to subdue the creature that had suddenly appeared, but then they realized it was merely sitting there watching them. It seemed to be amused. When the Wizengamot members were coaxed out from under their desks, they found a smirking and perfectly dressed Harry Potter sitting comfortably with his godfather. Only Dumbledore had remained seated calmly with the beast's appearance, a fact that didn't go unnoticed by many of the members. As for Umbridge, the witch was huddled in a corner as far from Harry as she could possibly get and curled up in the fetal position. She was almost catatonic but gibbering and pushing her fist into her mouth. A pair of oars quickly and discreetly floated the shocked witch out of the room. It took 5 minutes for the Wizengamot and the remaining observers to return to their seats. Harry spoke before Dumbledore could call them back to order. So, you saw me change, stay completely in control and then change back. No full moon or potions involved, Harry said in a cold voice. He was still allowing his aura full play and many of the listeners felt a shiver at the contempt in his voice. You are correct, Mr. Potter, Madam Bones in a still shaken voice. Then I suggest you people focus on the important points here. Voldemort is back and he's got his followers with him already. He doesn't care about your blood status, just his own power. I can guarantee you Theodore Nott didn't know he was sacrificing his life when he walked into that ritual. And Voldemort might be the last scion of the Slytherin line, but he's also a half-blood named Thomas Riddle. His dad was a Muggle and Tom was raised in a Muggle orphanage. So tell me how much cares about traditions he wasn't raised in. I hate to admit it, but Tom and I have a lot in common. Both orphans of old magical lines raised in the non-magical world. Both of us have had blood status thrown in our faces since the day we returned to the magical world. In his anger, Tom decided to destroy your little world and take power for himself. Well, you reap what you sow. Just don't go looking for the boy who lived to save you when you can't even clean up your own bloody mess. Harry stood up. Let's go, Sirius. This was a waste of time. And we have other places to be. Sirius snorted his amusement as he rose from his seat. The two marauders ignored the calls that followed them out of the hearing chamber. Oddly enough, none of the Aurors seemed too interested in impeding their departure. Albus Dumbledore couldn't suppress a small smile as he watched Harry and Sirius depart the chamber. Harry had handled the Wizengamot as well as could be expected. Even he had not foreseen the surrender of one of the Death Eaters to serve as a witness to charges of Harry being a werewolf. But the lad had handled things better than many seasoned members of the magical political body. Harry's final words about the Wizengamot members was unfortunate but somewhat amusing also. The boy was definitely a Potter. Those genes ran strong and deep in that family. Charles Potter had been a few years behind Albus at Hogwarts, but he'd known him well. The older Potter would have been cheering his grandson. It felt oddly soothing to see his old friend still alive in his grandson. Then Albus pushed those thoughts aside. Young Harry had created chaos with his testimony and his parting shots. Now it was Albus's job to take advantage of that chaos. In chaos, there was opportunity. At almost exactly 21:00, a pair of men parked their hired Range Rover in a small clearing just off a country lane somewhere in the north of the village of Greenhow Hill. The sun sat low on the horizon where it blazed in an orange-red glory with some low clouds framing it. In 20 minutes it would set and this remote area would soon be left in total darkness. The clearing they'd parked in hosted more than 20 other vehicles including several cars, motorcycles and a few lorries. The Range Rover the older man had hired for the drive from London was definitely on the higher end of the spectrum. "Well, let's be off," the older man said. "The gathering will be just over that rise. We need to make sure we are seen as being there before the sun sets completely." The two men started to walk. "Now remember, tonight starts with something of a reunion banquet. It's the only time that all of the packs meet in one place, so it's a chance for most of the werewolves to catch up. At midnight the meeting starts between the alphas but everyone stays to watch. I want to have you meet at least a few of the friendlier alphas before the meeting starts. Last night was the first quarter of the moon's cycle. The full moon is on the 12th. That night the pack's hunt is won. Between then and now, we have to get the alphas to either accept you as a pack member with full pack rights or say you are an animagus outside the pack. Phoenix and his allies will try to cast you as an abomination or flawed wolf. We really won't know the alphas' decision until we arrive for the hunt. Plus, this month is a super moon. That means the moon is both at its closest point to the earth and a full moon at the same time. It's a double whammy for werewolves and will make them even more vicious than normal. As a pack member you'll be safe and an animagus would probably be safe. Anything else and we have a fight on our hands." Harry merely nodded and made the appropriate noises to indicate his understanding of Remus's explanation. This was the fourth time the older marauder made the same speech. Harry reckoned it was simply nerves and resisted the impulse to roll his eyes and make a snarky comment. Ahead of them Harry could hear a number of people talking and laughing. An enhanced sense of smell was not required to smell the wood smoke coming from the large bonfire that was burning. Unlike the Wizengamot earlier that day, here Harry had no real plan. The Wizengamot had rules, procedures, and tradition could be predicted and manipulated. Dumbledore wove a magic there almost equal to what he could do with a wand. True, Harry had lost some in the forced revelations on his animagus status, but they had managed to mitigate that damage and keep the focus on Tom's return. With the werewolves that had no firm plan or allies to support a plan if it did exist. By now Harry was sure the packs had heard about the Wizengamot meeting and Harry's revelation. Remus had no idea how the packs would react to that information. They had to play it by ear and hope for the best. Remus and Harry entered the large clearing just at sunset with the sun setting to their backs. Harry appreciated that as it gave him time to look over the gathering while preventing anyone looking at him from seeing any details. The clearing was dominated by a huge bonfire filling the center. It was at least 3 meters high and the fire blazed brightly. Harry wondered if it was a magical fire or petrol-fueled it burned so bright and hot. The perimeter of the clearing was lit by torches on long poles. Clustered near some of the torches were heavily laden tables filled with food, mostly meats of various types. Harry could easily detect the scents of beef, venison, and pork. Smaller campfires with logs for benches were located not too far from these tables. But the most remarkable thing was the people to be found within that clearing. Harry reckoned there were close to 200 people standing, dancing, and talking around the fires and tables. Harry was slightly surprised to see that roughly half of them were women. Most of the crowd wore the rougher clothing of outdoorsmen, but Harry spotted a few in more traditional kilts and others dressed in muggle biker jeans and leathers. Not a sign of fine clothing or court shoes in sight. The pair walked down and into the crowd of people. Most stood in small clusters talking and laughing. It felt like a reunion of sorts to Harry. As Remus and Harry passed several of the groups, Harry noted that while several people gave Remus simple nods of greeting, their gazes at him were speculative and almost openly hostile. Harry was still taking in the sights and trying to get his bearings when he noticed a solitary man approaching. He was not the largest of the men about, but he had an air about him. Something about the dark-haired man seemed familiar too. The man came to a stop a safe distance from Harry and Remus. Near enough to talk but not close enough for a surprise physical attack. So you're the one that gave my nephew such a hard time, the man said with a light Irish accent. The werewolf looked like a construction worker wearing a flannel shirt and well-worn jeans. His hands were rough from work and strong. While the man seemed friendly, something about him made the beast wary and cautious. Then Harry had a moment of epiphany. This man was an alpha. From his position next to and just behind Harry, Remus said, "Harry, may I introduce you to Ian, Alpha of Mike Tyre na Hiran." "Ian, I introduce you to Harry Potter." Harry remembered from Remus's briefings that this was literally the Wolves of Ireland. The man nodded at Remus's introduction. "Well met, young Harry. I've heard much about you." "It is my pleasure, sir," Harry commented with a returned nod of his own. Shaking hands was too dangerous between werewolves, so a respectful nod was the polite replacement. "May I ask who your nephew is?" The Irish werewolf smiled broadly. "You may indeed. Roger Davies is the son of my older brother." "Good lad. I saw the pictures you took after the Yule Ball." In spite of the seriousness of the situation, Harry snickered. Poor Roger had been so overwhelmed by Fleur's aura at the Yule Ball that by the end he looked like a Saint Bernard with all the drool running down his cheeks. Certain pictures of the 7th year complete with a dog collar, traditional flask, and floppy dog ears were taken. Harry particularly loved the ones where it appeared Roger was on all fours following Fleur around on a leash. Fleur hadn't actually loosened up at that point, so it was the magical equivalent of photoshopped. "That was a good night," Harry admitted. "Roger was a good bloke about it." "Do you see Roger often, with you being in Ireland I mean?" The alpha wolf smiled. "I know what you meant. No, not as often as I'd like. Me getting bit was quickly public knowledge, so my da saw that he had no choice but to publicly kick me out of the family. But the family, small f, never turned their back on me. Da set me up with a business in Dublin, so I had no complaints. We still meet up when they're on holiday out of Britain. Oh, and here is Roger's cousin now. Colleen, come here now lass and meet your cousin's friend." From out of the crowd emerged a young woman. Harry guessed she was about 14 with a long, lean build and was only a couple inches shorter than he was. She had a dark red head of hair and her eyes seemed to reflect the fury of the bonfire. Her entire body, language spoke of a hair-trigger temper. Altogether it reminded him of the looks of young Maureen O'Hara with the personality of many of her film characters. Harry wasn't sure if he should be impressed or run for the hills. "Father," the girl acknowledged Ian. "You called me." There was a savage undertone to her sweet Irish lilt that promised violence on anyone that disturbed her for less than serious reasons. The man ignored his daughter's tone, saying, "I wanted you to meet Harry Potter and Remus Lupin. Harry is a friend of your cousin's. You called me over here for a pair of Omegas." The teen growled. Omegas were the lowest of the pack hierarchy. Abused, attacked, and provided the least in the pack. Few survived for long unless they managed to raise their status somehow. Even rogues were seen as at least having the courage to break from the pack. It reminded Harry far too much of his early years at the Dursleys. The beast's instinct screamed for a response. One of Harry's hands suddenly shot out and wrapped around the girl's throat. With little effort he lifted her and threw her several feet away into the dust. "Try that again, little girl," he growled back, letting some of the beast out. Harry could feel the crowd watching them intently while seemingly minding their own business. Colleen moved quickly back to her feet and looked ready to rip out Harry's throat. But a barked order from Ian brought her to his side. Then he turned to Harry. "My apologies for my daughter. She is a bit of a ch sometimes." Ian grinned at his own double entendre. "I apologize for allowing my anger to get the best of me," Harry replied in a calm voice. Inside he was anything but calm. If Ian had taken his action as an insult to his pack, it could have been disastrous. Remus had mentioned Ian as one of the two alphas most likely to support Harry even before the link to Roger was revealed. "Nonsense," Ian waved Harry's apology off with a laugh. "I spoil the girl way too much, and it is good for her to see that what I allow her would not be tolerated by another alpha." Harry's breath caught when he realized the man had referred to Harry as an alpha. Something told Harry that the other werewolves surrounding him and listening in had caught it too. Harry glanced past Ian where Colleen stood glaring daggers at him. "Have to watch my throat around that one," Harry thought whimsically as the realization that the packs weren't going to instantly try to kill him and Remus. "The packs might not want to kill me right now, but she still does." It was oddly reassuring. I warned you about that when she was just a cub, Ian, a new voice commented. A new man appeared near both Harry and Ian but equidistant from both, forming a triangle. The newcomer was a taller, older man with dusty skin and snow-white hair. He wore short sleeves with thick muscular arms covered in a dense layer of equally white hair. The man was trailed by two women. One was a woman of about the same age but a jovial smile that reminded Harry of Professor Sprout. The other was Carissa, the werewolf from Diagon Alley. He's almost as hairy as the beast, Harry observed of the man. Dyft, Ian said in welcome. Be known to Harry Potter. Harry, meet Dyft of the Glindoor pack. Well met, Harry, Dyft said with a polite nod that Harry returned. The Potters have always been cordial neighbors to my pack. That surprised Harry. I am sorry. We are neighbors? Harry asked. Dyft shot Remus a glance before answering Harry. The Potters own a fair bit of land astride the English-Welsh border. More of it on the Welsh side fortunately. Under Muggle names my pack owns much of the land nearby. We've been buying it up for close to 100 years. Your grandda and his da helped my predecessors and failed to mention it to the Bloody Ministry and their ilk. Harry was a bit confused by that comment. But my family lived in Godric's Hollow. Aye, they did. But that didn't keep them from owning the land still, Dyft replied. Your great-grandda was friends with the Alpha of the pack. He allowed the pack to run on Potter land at will. It's why we let young Remus there to visit us without forcing him to join a pack. Remus looked as stunned as Harry at the news. Harry was proud of his Potter ancestors and offered them a silent prayer of thanksgiving for their generosity. He suspected their friendship with the pack was going to pay him off with interest today if his assessment of the Glindoor Alpha was even near close. I didn't know that, Harry said in honest surprise. Did you know my grandfather? The older werewolf nodded with a wide grin. Good man for a wizard. Horrible cheat at poker. Man could bluff the devil, never play cards with a solicitor, boy. Harry grinned in response to the obvious humor and respect in the man's voice. Dyft now gestured to the older woman with him. Harry Potter, allow me to introduce my wife and the Alpha by Ch of Glindoor, Marisol. And you meet her number 2, Carissa. Madame Marisol, it is my pleasure to meet you, Harry started courteously. He was interrupted by her delighted laughter. No, Harry. It's just Marisol here with the packs. There's not that many of us that we really need to use last names and we have our own form of courtesy. Being addressed like we were normal is actually something of an insult. In spite of Marisol's friendly words and demeanor, Harry could see a spine of steel in the woman. He suspected that if crossed, Marisol would make McGonagall look a milksop. Harry also caught the flash of anger when she said, normal. Looks like Colleen and Carissa aren't the only angry she-wolves, Harry thought. Remus seemed resigned to how the magical world treated him and the two alphas seemed not to care. But based on those Harry had met, it seemed female werewolves were furious. Sorry Marisol, Harry said with a smile. Remus has been bringing me up on pack etiquette. I must have missed that. Marisol laughed. Oh, Tosh. No male ever cared a whit about manners without a female there giving him a reason to. The females surrounding the small group now laughed in agreement. Dyft gave his wife a glance before turning back to Harry. Here's a lesson for you, young Harry. Let your female take the lead in the unimportant stuff. Then they leave the things that truly matter in our hands. This was a gruff laugh of agreement from the male werewolves while Ian grinned at his daughter. Dyft and Marisol were now glaring at each other with their teeth in a snarl. Not sure if they're going to rip each other's throats out or their clothes off, Harry heard someone say. That sounded like something that Sirius would have said. Then Harry realized everyone was staring at him. Oh shit, did I say that? Harry was rapidly thinking of some way to apologize while cursing his dog father when Dyft and Ian burst out laughing. Quickly the surrounding crowd, both male and female, joined in. Sometimes we're not sure either. Dyft admitted, still laughing. Now the crowd broke back into groups socializing and eating. The two alphas wandered off together leaving Harry talking to various werewolves that Remus introduced. Harry did his best to talk to as many as possible but he never did get a chance to talk to the other alphas. He did get to talk to werewolves from every pack save the Greyback pack. Harry also noticed that Marisol said somewhere nearby and seemed to be observing him while talking with an ever-changing circle of women. This continued until a horn sounded. It was an old-fashioned horn made from what was literally a ram's horn. The crowd immediately moved towards the bonfire. "Well done, Harry," Remus murmured with a small smile as they moved with the crowd. "I wouldn't have suggested acting like Sirius to break the ice, but it seems to have worked. I think you impressed them." "I know," Harry answered back with a whisper. "Just don't tell Padfoot or he'll never let us live this down." Remus responded with a chuckle and clapped Harry gently on the shoulder. "Come," a voice boomed out. "Come now to deal with the false wolf. Then we can see to the proper business of supporting the only wizard that can give us our true power." Through the crowd Harry could see a huge, grizzled-looking man in rough, dirty clothing. Even from a distance Harry could see the sickly yellow eyes and he could sense the madness inside of them. Fenrir Greyback had arrived at the gathering. The full crowd moved to places near the roaring bonfire. Even though they were towards the back of the crowd, the werewolves parted without a word to allow Harry and Remus to pass to the front. They watched as the two marauders passed and then closed ranks behind them. On reaching the front, Harry saw 5 men and 4 women standing there in a slightly curved arc with their backs to the fire. From the left, Harry recognized Dyft and Marisol. Next to them was Ian with an attractive strawberry woman Harry hadn't met. He assumed she was the alpha female of his pack and probably Colleen's mother. However, unlike the teen she-wolf, this woman had a very placid, almost regal, expression. Next were 2 pairs of couples that it was safe to say were the pack leaders of 2 of the remaining packs. One couple wore biker leathers that bore a patch indicated they were members of the Brotherhood. Remus had mentioned the core of the biker club consisted entirely of muggles and muggle-born werewolves and maintained close ties with both the mundane and magical criminal worlds in the London area. The only way to typically enter their pack was to be a normal member of the club and impress them with your loyalty, ruthlessness, and commitment to the club. When an opening in the pack occurred, the pack would invite their top candidates out for a moonlit ride. The survivor joined the pack. Occasionally, a werewolf with valuable skills to the pack would be admitted, but that was rare. The Brotherhood was often competitors in the criminal world to the Greybacks but also allies against the moderate beliefs of Ian and Dyft. The male was known as Mac, with little else known about him before joining the club. The woman, who was actually scarier looking in her leathers, tattoos, and piercings, was called Queenie, but Remus said she was really Shelley of Brown and had been an Auror before being turned during the war. As a former Auror, she was one of the few ever admitted directly into the pack without having to prove themselves in the club first. The final couple reminded Harry something of the Malfoys. Both alphas wore high-end clothing that stood out in this crowd. And they looked like a matched set of models escaped from one of those Land's End catalogs Petunia used to receive in the post. Both were fairly tall, about 6 feet tall, with hair, perfect skin, and brilliantly white teeth. One would almost think they were the stereotypical Vila if not for the predatory ruthless aura Harry could feel from here. Oliver and Claire Weston were in fact siblings born and raised as werewolves. Their pack, called Alba by outsiders but simply the Westons by the pack themselves, operated a retreat and conference centre near the Cairngorms in the Scottish Highlands that catered to corporations and political events. While not involved in the criminal world like the Greybacks or the Brotherhood, the Westons consisted mostly of born werewolves and tended to look down on the ungifted humans, be they muggle or wizard, as prey. In short, they were the werewolf version of pureblood Death Eaters. Fake bookings left the area clear of their paying customers so prevent their becoming their prey during full moons. Rumor was they would occasionally invite some prize winners to stay at the retreat at those times for the pack to hunt. Finally there was the sole man standing alone, Fenrir Greyback. A big man with matted gray hair and whiskers, his wild yellowed eyes, pointed teeth, and unkempt appearance gave him the air of a fanatic. He wore an old set of robes that seemed too tight for his size. Idly, Harry wondered if the werewolf simply stole the robes from the body of a victim. Fenrir stood alone because he refused to allow anyone to stand near him in power in his pack. According to Remus, the Greybacks consisted almost entirely of male werewolves of magical origin. A few females were kept in subjected roles mostly to cater to the whims of Fenrir. The Greyback pack members were the only werewolves at the gathering exclusively wearing wizarding robes. Widely seen as the strongest werewolf, it was fortunate that the packs would not follow a single alpha or magical Briton would have faced the full onslaught of the Wolves of Albion in the last war and not just the Greybacks and the occasional Alba or Brotherhood pack member. So, these were the alphas that led the werewolves of England, Wales, Scotland and Ireland, two seemingly decent blokes, a criminal, a speciesist, and a psychopath. Brilliant. Harry stepped out from the crowd to directly face the pack alphas. Remus stood at his back, but Harry was fully aware the pair would probably not make it out if it came to a fight. The entire area had wards, including anti-traveling, intended to protect the gathering from magical attacks or interference. But the wards were just as effective at preventing their escape via portkey or apparition as well. "I am Harry Potter. You requested my attendance here tonight." This simple statement caused some murmured discussion by the werewolves. By not waiting to be addressed in the word requested, Harry had put all on notice here that he did not accept the pack as having authority over him. "Silence," Fenrir thundered. "You are here to answer charges of being an aberration. An affront to the gift all others here share. Such a thing cannot be allowed to exist." Murmurs of agreement could be heard behind Harry. For his part, Harry merely shrugged. "So, does every animagus get such an invitation?" Harry asked, "or are we really here on some other agenda, as someone's lapdog?" "Well," Greyback howled, "I will steal your hide and wear it as a trophy when you are dead." "Fenrir, get a hold of yourself." Oliver Weston snapped. "We are in the Gathering Council. No violence may be offered until the council's conclusion. You know the rules." Fenrir visibly pulled himself back and glared at Harry with his yellowed, pointed teeth bared in a silent snarl. Surprisingly, it was the alpha female known as Queenie that spoke next. "Mr. Potter, it was decided earlier that I would be the primary speaker for this inquisition into your status. Would that be acceptable to you?" "Well, madam, I did not expect an inquisition, but I have no problem talking with you." Harry was somewhat proud he got that out straight-faced. Queenie smiled back, an intimidating sight, and almost purred, "Well, I'm not Spanish, but almost no one ever expects me." Harry smirked but didn't doubt the woman's words at all. "The council has heard the testimony that you presented earlier to the Wizengamot and seen the memories of your transformation." Here the biker wolf actually smiled. "May I say your handling of Ch was particularly delightful. She was always a little piece of shite even back in school." Harry couldn't help the grin in response. "Enough with the pleasantries," Greyback growled. Queenie nodded in response. "Having seen your form, do you, Harry Potter, claim to simply be an animagus?" she asked. "I've never claimed to be simply anything," Harry responded. "However, why should I answer your questions? Voldemort is back and one of his servants sits amongst you. Granted, he's not marked too low ranked for that, but he still came like a puppy when his master called him. So why would I tell you anything that would help my prey?" That scored some points with the listening packs. Greyback looked furious and ready to pounce. "Potter only speaks lies. Give him Veritaserum and make him tell us the truth." There were murmurs of agreement, and not just in Greyback's pack. "I think that both their points are fair," Ian commented in a thoughtful voice. "Fenrir is right, he says we need the truth. But so is Mr. Potter. When stalking a deer only a puppy howls in excitement." Apparently that was some type of werewolf common wisdom from the few comments and chuckles Harry heard. Oliver Weston seemed to agree. "If Mr. Potter will give an oath to be honest on this matter, I would suggest sealing today's council under an oath to Loki." Even Harry looked a bit surprised at that, especially coming from the pureblood pack leader. Loki, the shape-changing Norse god of mischief, fire, and ice and father of the wolf Fenrir, was seen as the patron god of many lycanthropes. According to pack legend, the mythological Fenrir was the first werewolf, having inherited the gift from his father Loki. Fenrir then passed the gift on to those he deemed worthy. The oath was magically binding on the magical werewolves, but only ethically binding on the mundanes. However, the magical wolves were bound to slay any that broke the oath or encouraged it. "I agree," Deift said. "As do I," Ian added. After a moment, Max said, "I agree as well. The packs need the truth." "I am willing," Harry said. "It is not what you are willing, boy," Max snarled back. "If we decide it, you will go along with it, or I'll hand Fenrir the gutting knife myself." For a moment the urge to release the beast was almost overwhelming, but Harry reined it in. The council seemed to watch Harry as he pulled in the beast. Then when it was obvious that he'd succeeded, Oliver spoke, with 4 of the packs saying, I declare this meeting sealed under the oath to Loki. Mr. Potter, you will now use your oath to answer Queenie's questions honestly. Fenrir looked furious but couldn't do anything with 4 pack alphas voting against him. Very carefully, Harry drew his wand. On my life and magic, I, Harry James Potter, accept the oath to Loki and swearing to answer the questions given to me by Queenie, Alpha Bi, CH of the Brotherhood Pack, related to my shape changing for the next hour. A pulse of light from the end of his wand showed the oath was sealed. Very well, Queenie accepted the oath. Harry knew the former Auror-turned-werewolf criminal would have caught the limits he'd placed. Are you an animagus? She started. Sort of, Harry allowed. To make this easier I will tell you a short story. Then you can ask your questions. Will all of the story you tell us be true? Queenie asked. Harry knew that was for the oath. Yes, to the best of my knowledge. After Queenie nodded, Harry started his story. One night I was out late when something attacked me. I was just shy of 9 years old. But one moment I am sitting quietly on a swing and the next I was injured and in a panic. I never really saw just what attacked me. Based on what I know now, I reckon it was a werewolf. It got me by the ankle. In my panic, I accidentally apparated to my school. I could feel something cold moving through my body until it reached my head. That's when I felt something fight back. I was in agony. When it was done, I could change my form. Magical tests show I am not fully an animagus nor, as was shown today, do I test fully as a werewolf. I can change shape at will like an animagus but my clothes would stay behind without charms on them. Harry was proud of that statement. He'd worked the idea with Sirius and Remus. It never mentioned his scar, the black tar, or his circumstances growing up, but every word was true. The werewolves looked a bit surprised at Harry's story. And you were able to change immediately? Asked Claire of the Alba Pack speaking for the first time. Harry shrugged. The first couple days were a blur. My first solid memory was waking up next to some dead rabbits. Then I walked home. I knew my other form was there and could call at will. Harry noticed the 2 pureblood exchanged glances at his answer. And what of your testimony today to the Wizengamot? Queenie asked. Harry shrugged. Everything I said was true from a legal point of view. The law Umbridge wrote specifically stated what color a werewolf would return from the detection charm. I don't turn that color, therefore by their legal definition, I am not a werewolf. I didn't bring it up there but, as I mentioned earlier, I have a similar result with the animagus detection charm. Ian laughed. So, it was all true from a certain point of view. Harry caught the Star Wars reference. He smiled back at the Alpha. Well, I was following Dumbledore's advice but it was another old man in robes with a long white beard, so who knows? Aren't you concerned about the Wizengamot hearing about this new information after what you told them just today? Queenie asked. But we are here under an oath to Loki, Harry answered with a small smile. If this does get out then we will know someone here is an oath breaker. The surrounding wolves caught the implication of that statement. By their own most sacred law everything Potter told them here today had to be kept just within the packs. Predators such as wolves appreciated cunning and somehow it had ended up that nothing Potter said here today could be used to hurt him with the Ministry. Ask him about the poison, Greyback growled to Queenie while continuing to glare at Harry. Queenie merely nodded and asked the question. Harry started to answer but then seemed to pause. After a moment, he said, that has nothing to do with my shape-shifting ability. The oath does compel me to say it is an ability I have when transformed but it was not something I gained initially. Neither Harry nor the werewolves seemed fully pleased by that answer. What was this poison? Dyft asked Greyback. Not important now, Greyback snarled back. I disagree, Ian said. You felt it was important enough to have the question asked by Queenie so it was an honest one he had to answer. The Irish pack leader paused and seemed to consider. Yes, I think we need that answer, Fenrir. Seeing the other alphas agree, Greyback had no choice. When Potter fought the Dark Lord's forces many of them were poisoned where Potter got him with his claws. Caused paralysis and death if enough was there. Healer said it was some kind of snake venom. Ian turned to Harry with an eyebrow raised. Venom. Harry shrugged. There were more than 20 Death Eaters in that graveyard including Voldemort and Greyback over there. I fought with everything I had. Harry paused before a small grin crossed his lips. And by most any measure, I won. You. 1-0, boy. Greyback raged. The Dark Lord has returned and will take Britain under his rule. A 14-year-old boy faced Voldemort and his closest followers unaided and not only survives but manages to kill or wound at least half of them and escape to provide evidence, making his secret resurrection not so secret. Harry responded sardonically. A fraction of an inch and I would have ripped Tommy Boy's throat out. Greyback looked furious and his eyes were glowing dangerously. While he couldn't fully transform until the full moon, it was easy to see the wolf lurking just below the skin. Restrain yourself, Fenrir. Oliver barked again. This is your second warning. The glare Greyback leveled at the other alpha screamed he was ready to rip the Scottish pack leader's throat out, but then he nodded and took a small step back, not of submission but restraint all the same. May we see it? The woman with Ian asked suddenly. Her voice had a musical lilt to it and Harry had a stay thought that she was probably a marvelous singer. May we see for ourselves your wolf form? Catching the looks of interest on the face of all of the alphas, male and female, Harry responded with a nod. Then he let free the beast. Where a nearly 15-year-old boy once stood, now stood the beast. He'd grown since the last time Remus had seen the beast. The beast now stood well over 2 meters tall with thick, black fur. The beast's powerful arms were proportionally longer than on a human and ended with long, wicked-looking claws. The rest of the body looked equally powerful. In fact, he looked more like a Hollywood version of a werewolf than what the magical world saw. Most werewolves looked like humans with wolf-like characteristics forced onto them. The beast looked like a wolf with human-like characteristics forced onto him. It was, in one word Remus admitted, impressive. The surrounding werewolves reacted with excitement at the beast's appearance. Where the witches and wizards of the Wizengamot reacted in fear, most of the pack's members looked almost joyful. Remus noticed that Greyback however looked furious, but he also detected a slight hint of fear in those yellow eyes. Remus didn't really blame him. Unlike the rest of the werewolves, Greyback had faced the beast in a fight. Harry glanced back at Remus and the older werewolf stepped forward. Harry is unable to speak in his wolf form, Remus said. Is there anything you would like him to do before changing back? Magnificent, Oliver Weston said absently whilst gazing up at the beast. Remus didn't think the alpha even heard him. Can we see you move, Harry? Marisol asked. The beast nodded and set off at an easy, ground-eating lope. Suddenly he turned and shot off towards the tree line. He dove under a picnic bench only to shot out the other side without disturbing the food on top of it in an impressive display of agility. Then the beast was up and with a great bound cleared a fair-sized tent that was set up for the cooks and food storage. Despite having seen the beast in action before, Remus found it impressive. The beast was now out of sight and the crowd started to murmur about where he could be. Remus knew the marauder was going to try something to impress the werewolves. And he was right. A sudden growl was all the warning they had before the beast appeared coming directly over the roaring bonfire. He landed on all fours directly between the fires and the shocked alphas. The beast now rose up onto his hind legs and released a chilling howl that the night air carried for miles around. The werewolves responded with a roar of approval at the display. An instant later, Harry Potter stood in the beast's place. Was that sufficient? He asked the stunned crowd. The gathering broke up as the alphas moved off to deliberate. Remus led Harry over towards a nearby refreshment table. It was difficult moving through the crowd as many of the werewolves came up to talk with Harry. Remus was a bit surprised how many also approached him. He was even more surprised when one of them was Carissa. Harry was talking to a young male werewolf that looked only slightly older than Harry himself. Based on his Queen T-shirt, jeans, and trainers, the boy was probably a Muggle or Muggle-born, most likely a mundane werewolf. The two boys were talking but a fair-sized crowd surrounded them listening to the animated conversation. Remus was watching out for Harry so he never noticed her approaching him. The boy has a presence, Carissa acknowledged. I felt it in the alley too, but he handled them well tonight. He is unique, Remus replied with a smile. He absorbs things like a sponge. If he sees someone he likes as a role model he adopts it to his own toolset. Not as a follower but simply to improve himself. I still see James in him but now I also see Sirius, Albus, and even myself in there too. James was a great wizard but with Harry I see something even more. Carissa shrugged. He is an alpha. I felt as much in our brief encounter in the alley. I told that to Dyft and Marisol when I returned to the pack. And you are a true beta now. Remus broke off, watching Harry to glance at his old friend. He noticed she was smiling approvingly at him. It was a change from the scowl he usually got from her. "It is good to see you in your proper place," she said. When Remus started to talk, she waved away his protests. "Remus, when I approached you in the alley you defended him, but as soon as he stepped in, you, the elder werewolf, immediately backed down and let him speak. And tonight you've played the perfect pack second." She paused a moment and a slight blush came to her cheeks. I have to apologize to you, Remus." "Whatever for?" Carissa's discomfort seemed to increase. "When I was first turned, I was angry. I wanted to be an alpha to make the magicals pay for how I was treated. I thought you should have that same anger and want to be an alpha too. Since you didn't join a pack, I thought you were a rogue. But that wasn't it, was it?" Now she looked directly at Remus with an expression the older wolf couldn't read. "Was that awe? Surprise? You were simply waiting on the right alpha. And you have him now." Remus was shocked at Carissa's comment. It was fairly close to his own comment to Padfoot. "I've realized that I am not really alpha material either," Carissa continued, oblivious to Remus's reaction. "Working as second to Marisol has been an education. She walks into a room and commands it. I might still get some respect, but it is nothing like she gets. Sarah and Queenie are the same way. Even that brat of Sarah's, Colleen, can do it. I am a beta and I should never have held it against you for being one too." Remus was stunned, speechless. He'd always liked Carissa, but they'd fought over her insistence that he join a pack and become an alpha. He was still trying to get something intelligent out when a new voice interrupted. "On behalf of Mr. Mooney, who seems to be a something of a loss right now, I, Mr. Jack, accept your gracious apology. I believe the only correct response for such a kind gesture would be for Mr. Mooney to take you out for dinner one night soon. My treat, I insist. But for now, I must steal Mr. Mooney away from you, dear lady. The alphas have returned and it would be most rude to keep them waiting. I am sure Mr. Mooney shall owl you within the week. Ta-ta for now." With that, Harry dragged his stunned honorary uncle and fellow marauder away from the crimson glowing werewolf by ch. As he was dragged away, Remus looked over at his teenage alpha. Then he groaned. By the wide grin splitting Harry's face, Sirius was going to hear all about it and the two of them would never let it go. This was going to beep. The alphas had returned to their place by the bonfire. The scowl on Fenrir's face was a positive sign to Harry. Harry was still grinning after overhearing the last part of Remus's conversation with his new girlfriend. Harry couldn't resist his grin widening as his eyes met Greyback's. What Harry didn't notice was the way many of the watching werewolves shrank back at the sheer amount of teeth Harry was displaying. They weren't used to feeling like prey. "Mr. Potter, would you please step forward?" Queenie asked. It wasn't really a question. Harry stepped forward until he was 3 strides from the female alpha. Once Harry stopped, Ian started speaking. "Mr. Potter, while the nature of your transformation is unorthodox, the fact remains you were given the gift via a member of the packs when you were 8. The fact your transformation is different than most may be no different than the same unknown means by which you famously survived a killing curse at 18 months old. It is the final decision of this council that you are a child of Loki and accepted into the packs as a full member. Choice of pack membership is left to the pack member's choice." Harry nodded politely to the alphas. "I thank you for this decision. I swear that I shall uphold the packs and the pack law as a child of Loki." Then Harry nodded again before stepping back 1 pace towards the crowd. That caused a small intake from the crowd as Harry skipped the traditional petition to a particular male alpha for admission into a particular pack. Not doing so all but declared his rogue status. However, none of the alphas looked a bit surprised. Now Fenrir stepped forward. "This puppy has taken enough of this gathering's time. Now we must discuss matters of importance to the pack as a whole." "Speak, Alpha Fenrir," Ian said in a formal tone. "The greatest Dark Lord in history has returned to our shores. The Dark Lord plans to drive the weak, corrupt Wizengamot and Ministry from power and replace it with a government for the strong. With the pack's combined might, we can assist in this great effort. In return, the Dark Lord has sworn to offer us the choicest recruits for the packs. Further, he promises to set aside a great reserve for each pack to rule and hunt as their own. The bloody ministry laws that keep us down will be struck down. Any werewolf would be equal to any pureblood wizard. All the Dark Lord asks is that we support him in this campaign. We would strike at remote villages, take the strongest for the packs and destroy the rest. The Ministry will waste their strength trying to protect everyone while we gain strength with each raid. Then once Dumbledore and the Ministry is humbled, we would help control the population until the prey is settled to their new yoke. Now this gathering must decide to support the Dark Lord in his endeavor. Failure to do so will risk the pack's destruction. The Dark Lord does not forget his friends and his enemies do not live long enough to be forgotten. Decide now. Greyback continued with his rant. Ian and Dyft seemed to favor a neutral position, keep the packs out of magical society matters. Max seemed somewhat supportive of Greyback, but Harry reckoned he saw more in the potential profit when the Leos, magical and mundane, were too busy fighting Death Eaters and dealing with the aftermath of their attacks to bother with honest criminals. And he was probably right, Harry mused. Oliver had not spoken a word in either case. Finally, the Gryffindor in Harry won out. In other words, he just stepped forward and dove in. He interrupted another of Greyback's rants. Do you honestly think that Voldemort and his pureblood-ass Key-ers have any intention aside from using the packs as cannon fodder? Tommy Boy will send the packs out on the missions not worth risking his purebloods. And then if he is successful in winning the war, you think he will honor his promises? Harry's sudden inclusion caught the Alphas by surprise and they were all watching him. You all know Umbridge wrote the worst of the bloody damn laws that destroy many of your chances at having a normal life. But do you know who sponsored the law in the Wizengamot? I've read the law 20 times in the last 2 days preparing for that hearing. I looked it up. It was sponsored by Alvin Knott, the man that sacrificed himself and his whole family to return Tom to his body. And it was seconded by none other than Lucius Malfoy, Tom's number 2 man on the political front. Tom just wants to use you as his hunting dogs to drive his prey before him and then put you down when you no longer have any value to him. Don't fall for the poisoned meat his cur throws in front of you. Silence, boy. You have no say here. Greyback roared and advanced towards Harry. I speak where I will, dog, Harry returned in a low growl. Greyback swung a clawed hand at Harry. The advanced state of his lycanthropy and magic made the nails and hair grow even 2 weeks before the full moon. The hand slashed down at the much smaller Harry Potter. The slash was blocked by the thick black furred arm of the beast, an arm that followed through with a backhand that knocked the human-ish Greyback almost into the fire. Greyback was almost instantly and charged forward with a roar. Hold your ground. Harry was surprised at the roared order, but Greyback didn't hear or care. He continued his charge, but he was suddenly knocked hard to the ground by blindsided tackle. Harry was surprised to see the furred humanoid figure pinning Fenrir to the ground. I said hold, damn you. The same voice roared again. Harry realized it was Mac yelling the order. It was then that Harry, still in his beast form, realized the partially transformed werewolf in front of him was Oliver Weston. Weston's appearance shocked Harry. The man almost looked like Lon Chaney Jr. in one of the old Wolfman movies. A man but with thick black hair like fur covering his body, long claws, and fangs in his mouth. Weston stood with his boot on Fenrir's throat, pinning him to the ground. With Greyback on the ground, Mac stepped forward. Fenrir, you have violated the code of the gathering. This debate is suspended until the next time the Alpha Council meets. Then the biker Alpha turned to Harry. Harry Potter, you asserted yourself into the talks of this council as though you had that right. Your arrogance as a new cub is too much. If you want to act an alpha and challenge an alpha, then so be it. At the next full moon, the packs will gather again. There you shall face Fenrir of the Greyback pack in combat to establish who is the true alpha. I should just save us all the trouble and gut you both right here and now. You both disgust me. These talks are done. Mac looked into the crowd and spotted 2 Greybacks. You two, take this one and go. I do not expect any more breaches tonight. Am I clear? At their agreement, Mac said, all right Oliver, let him up. Weston removed his boot from Fenrir's throat. And the Death Eater scrambled to his feet. Before he could lunge forward towards Harry, Weston stepped forward again. Enough, Fenrir, Mac growled. You will get this puppy in 2 weeks under the full moon. Save your wrath until then. With that, Greyback allowed himself to be led away. The crowd started to dissipate. Now, Harry returned to human form and turned to look for Moony to find out what just happened. The older werewolf made a motion for them to leave. Harry was happy to comply when he was stopped by a slim figure stepping in front of him. It was Colleen Davies. My, trying to go from an Omega to an Alpha in a single day. That is impressive. Stupid, but impressive. You might be entertaining to keep around. Then patted him on the cheek and gave Harry a little smile before wandering away. Harry didn't have time to figure out what that all meant when another woman's voice spoke up. Mr. Potter, a moment of your time. Harry turned to see Claire Weston, the Alpha Bi, CH of the Scottish pack approaching. My brother and I would like to talk with you briefly. Can you give us a few minutes? Harry nodded. May I speak to Remus first? Claire smiled in understanding and nodded. Of course. We have a tent over near the tree line. We shall wait for you there. Once she was gone, Remus and Harry moved away a bit to get some privacy. Remus, what the hell just happened? Harry demanded. Didn't you listen to me? Remus demanded in a scared and frustrated tone. During the gatherings the alphas meet to talk. Their decisions stand on all werewolves no matter the pack. If a werewolf has a suggestion or comment, they have to ask one of their alphas for permission first. As a rogue, we have no pack and no voice in the meeting. You were supposed to declare a pack when they accepted you as a wolf. I'm sure they expected you to and then ask permission to speak against Greyback. But when you just stepped in, you marked yourself as declaring as an alpha. If you beat Greyback in 2 weeks, they will see you as an alpha. If you don't, he'll kill you. And no matter what oaths were taken, eventually the Ministry will learn you are now an alpha of the packs. Oh bloody hell. Harry and Remus entered the magical tent set up by the Westons. Much like the tent used at the Quidditch World Cup, except this one was set up like an executive conference room. It was as posh as the gathering was rustic. Thick carpets covered the floor while a large fireplace dominated one wall. Opposite the fireplace was what looked like a transplant from a small, high-end pub. A large wooden conference table dominated the middle of the room and matched the wood of the bar perfectly. Harry didn't know much about furniture, but he'd bet the dark, burnished table was worth a significant number of galleons. Very comfortable, and expensive-looking chairs surrounded the table. Seeing Harry's curiosity, Oliver answered the unspoken question. Our conference center often hosts magical as well as normal clients. This tent is typically used for our more secretive clients that need meetings hidden from view. I felt it would be a good place for us to talk today. Now, please be seated or feel free to help yourself to refreshment. We don't have any staff with us today, so I am afraid you'll have to help yourself. Harry moved to a chair that allowed him to see anyone entering the tent. A second later Remus sat in the seat next to him. It was a short wait until Claire Weston joined her brother. The sibling alphas easily sat in the seats opposite Harry and Remus. Surprisingly, it was Claire that started to speak. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us, Harry, she said. Before we get started, can you tell me roughly what your second has told you about the Alba Pack? Harry considered a moment and couldn't see any harm in it. You are based in Scotland and consist almost exclusively of born werewolves. Alba is the oldest continuous pack with leadership passing within the Weston family for several generations. You see yourselves as above the made werewolves, magical or mundane, but have significant dealings with the mundane world. A fair assessment, Claire allowed. Harry, do you know where werewolves came from? Harry blinked at the apparent non sequitur. No, I guess I assumed it came about from a curse. That was actually the second step, Claire answered. Centuries ago a special group of people appeared in Scandinavia amongst the Norse clans. Their name in ancient Norse literally translated into shape changers. I know that isn't too original a name, but the Norse were rather straightforward in their thinking and speech. But then lycanthrope came from Greek and means wolf man, so who are we to judge? Harry snickered at amused expression on Claire's face. Now among these shape changers were not just wolves, but bears and big cats too, Claire continued. It was seen as a gift from the gods to chosen warriors, father to son, mother to daughter. The wolves were from Loki and served as raiders or as fast troops, the bears were of Tyr and the heavy assault fighters, and the cats of Heimdall were the lone scouts or spies. Muggles still remember them today as berserkers but take the turning into animals as mere allegory. The shape changers could change at will and remained in control of their animal form. Man and animal spirit worked as one in harmony. The legends grew from the viciousness and ruthlessness of the shape changers in battle. Then came the arrival of the White God's followers and their missionaries they sent amongst us. There were many battles, but the courage and ruthlessness of the Norse held off their greater numbers. The shape changers played a major role in these battles. Unfortunately, their importance was also noted by the White God's followers, who saw the changing of shape as being the work of their Satan. We don't know who or exactly how it was done, but some magic was worked to contain the shape changers' powers. I believe they merely wanted to prevent their transformation by severing the link between man and beast. However, what they did was change the blessing to a curse. At first it was simply that the shape changers could no longer summon their animal forms. But the true impact of the curse did not occur until the next full moon. No one took any special note that they lost their ability on the night of a full moon. Some people hadn't changed in days or weeks, so they weren't sure just when the curse took effect. The next full moon, all the shape changers changed. They changed into mindless creatures that were parodies of their old forms. They killed their own families, friends, and kinsmen in a tough night of slaughter. The shape changers woke the next morning to find mostly the dead. The injured survivors of that night became infected too. Most of the shape changers were hunted down by the very warriors that once venerated them. Others left the Norse holds and went amongst the very people responsible for the change. The bears and cats were always the loners of the shape changers. We've heard rumors of bears in the Americas and Asia, but we know of only a few cats in Africa and South America. The wolves fared better because of our pack instincts. Claire paused now in her story to look at Harry and Remus. Both men looked stunned at the history they'd never heard before. That is very interesting, Claire, Harry managed. Remus looked intrigued. I am sure I will have several questions once this has had time to sink in, but right now the ramifications are too unsettled in my mind. Harry couldn't help smirking at his favorite professor. Now Oliver started to talk. Our pack has dedicated itself to finding a way to reverse the curse and return us to true shape changers. We fund a small research group, magical and non, that work towards that goal. We have made some progress, as you saw with me tonight. Born, werewolves have a much greater control over their wolf aspect. Not quite the same level as with the wolfsbane potion, but also not mindless killers either. However, it does seem to be cumulative by generations. It doesn't allow us to change at any time like you, Harry, just gives us control and reduces the pain and stress of the transformations. Claire and I are fourth generation, born, werewolves on both sides. I could walk through Hogwarts during a full moon and pose no danger to the students. Ian's daughter, young Colleen, is a mix. Ian is a maid wolf, while her mother is our cousin and fourth generation, born, like we are. Sarah was on an experimental potion when she was pregnant with Colleen, and we hope she and 2 others will be our next step forward. Greyback also participated in one of our experiments as a maid wolf. He is near a 3rd generation of our experiment, but that is much better than any of our other subjects. I have to wonder if he too would have been a wolf animagus if he hadn't been bitten so young. Claire and Oliver spent the next hour giving Harry and Remus the details of their efforts. Pregnant werewolves had to be handled carefully to prevent the baby from killing their mother during transformations. The mothers were given a specially formulated draft of living death 2 days before the full moon. Mother and child slept through the next 3 days with no transformations. Mundane IVs provided water and nutrients to the sleeping pair. Also, their research had led to the wolfsbane potion. They had hidden their input and given credit to a friendly potions master. Now they were working on a potion to allow the transfiguration to occur without the full moon. Overall, Harry was impressed with what he'd heard, provided it was all on the level. It was a bit elaborate for a con job, but it was still possible. This is all wonderful, Harry finally said. But what are you looking for? Oliver immediately said, we want an alliance. Your beast form is almost a perfect match for what the old texts describe the wolf-shaped changers as being, Claire added. Work with us. Let us study what happened to you so we can free the rest of us from the curse and allow it to be the blessing it once was. Oliver picked up the offer. In return, I will promise you the Alba Pack's full support against the Greybacks and Voldemort. From Ian and Defed's responses, I have no doubt Mike Tyre Na Hiran and Glindur are ready to support you. The Brotherhood, well, Mac will probably go for neutrality. Maybe, Claire interjected. But Queenie liked young Harry here. You impressed her, I think. I expect she also knew your father when she was an Auror, and his relationship and support of Remus here puts the Potter name in a positive light. Oliver nodded, seemingly accepting his sister's interpretation. Then he resumed speaking. In return, Harry, we will support you to the fullest extent. Including the recognition of what was obvious to all of us tonight, the fact you are an alpha with the new 6th pack of Albion. I believe you call yourselves the Marauders. The 7th of July 1995. The pounding on the door just wouldn't go away. Harry, are you awake yet? A familiar voice asked through the door. There was a pause and then the voice spoke again, much cleared. The door was open now. Honestly, Harry, it is past noon. It is time for you to be out of bed. Harry absently thought about hexing his best female friend. He loved Hermione, but right now he was loving his bed a whole lot more. Idle thoughts transfiguring his friend into a bushy-haired Niffler danced in his head. Harry James Potter, get out of the bed this instant. Hermione insisted. We want to hear what happened last night at the werewolf gathering. If you're not downstairs in 5 minutes, I shall send Kalina up for you. Then Hermione stormed out. With a groan, Harry flung back the covers and forced his feet to the floor. Threatening him with Kalina was just dirty pool, not fair at all. How is it that he could be an alpha with all the respect and fear that entailed, and yet he still couldn't get a lie in after having the long day he'd had yesterday? It just wasn't fair. Harry stumbled down into the kitchen 10 minutes later. Yes, he'd missed Hermione's deadline, but he needed the hot shower more than she needed information. At least, in his mind anyway. Harry was halfway through his cup of tea, thank Merlin for Dobby, when his mind started to register who else was in the room. There was Sirius and Remus, of course. And Kalina was feeding little Cassie. That is when he noticed Ron, Ernie, Hermione, and Padma sitting at the table around him. And sitting at the foot of the table was Dumbledore himself. "Hello," Harry muttered out around his teacup. Padma smiled at Harry while the guys all laughed. Hermione simply looked impatient. Harry was on his second cup when her impatience got the better of her. Enough, Harry, we want to hear about the gathering. What were the alphas like? Did you get to talk to any of them? How many werewolves were there? Auguste Galopé's new treatise expertly proved there can't be more than 75 in all of Britain right now based on his observations. Did you see the same thing? Come on, Harry. Tell us. Hermione, how is it you're not in Ravenclaw? The sole member of that house present asked. Hermione glared back at Padma. Well, if Harry would just tell us what happened, I wouldn't have to ask all these questions. She huffed. Where's Daphne? Harry asked. The caffeine was starting to hit him now and wake him up. Ron frowned. Her mum took her and her little sister on a shopping holiday in Paris. She won't be home for 3 more days. Ron shrugged. I don't get it. Don't we have perfectly good stores here in London? It's about being with her daughters, Ronald, Hermione replied in a disapproving manner. But that just caused Padma to grin mischievously. But the designers in Paris are just to die for. She gushed. Then seeing the looks on her friends' faces, she lost the airheaded expression and added, well, that's what Parvati tells me anyway. Hermione opened her mouth to retort, but to Harry's grateful ears, Ernie got in first. I am sure we'd rather hear Harry's news than Paris fashion. Amen to that, Ron and Sirius muttered in a funny synchronicity. Why couldn't Remus simply tell you while I was asleep? Harry grumped. The mentioned werewolf gave a cheeky smile that reminded he was a marauder. But I am not an alpha, the former professor answered. It just wouldn't be proper. The gleam in the older werewolf's eyes said he was enjoying himself. Harry just couldn't that go unanswered. Oh really? Harry muttered just before taking another sip of tea. Well, the most unbelievable thing of the night was I managed to get Moony here a date. Carissa. Sirius guessed with a wide grin. She was kind of cute when we were at Hogwarts. It was not a date. Remus growled. She simply wanted to apologize to me and this little wanker stepped in and made it a dinner. Not a date. I don't know, Harry commented in an innocent tone. She seemed rather sweet on you and liked the idea it was a date. And since you did just say I was the alpha, that brought some laughter as Remus glared at the unrepentant teen. As amusing as this may be, could we perhaps discuss the matter at hand? Dumbledore said. Out of a long habit of respect, this brought the mirth to an end. Some of it I can't talk about, Harry started. There was an oath and I can't go into some of the specifics. But what I can tell you is there are more than 75 werewolves, and yes, I got to speak to the alphas, some for an extended time. Hermione made to ask a question and Harry raised a hand to stop her. Let me finish, Hermione. I can't give details, but the alphas decided to accept me as a member of the Pax after I told them the story we'd agreed on. Then they started debating the question of aligning with Riddle. Fenrir was winning, so I jumped in. The group looked relieved at the first bit of news, but the second part left them confused and more than a bit concerned. It was Ernie that broke the silence. And what does that mean? He asked. It sounds like a Gryffindor issue. Harry scowled as Remus snorted. That pretty much sums up the fix Harry's put himself in, the elder werewolf said. Harry didn't like the direction the debate was going and jumped right in, arguing with Greyback. It came to blows before the other alphas stopped it. Oh Harry, Hermione sighed in a disappointed tone. Only alphas can speak at the gatherings. Remus explained that all to you. Yes, well, I got caught up in the argument, Harry admitted sheepishly. And how did the alphas respond to Harry's interruption, Remus? Dumbledore asked. Remus looked unsure. Publicly, they were all angry. Privately, it's hard to say. I think some of them welcomed it, or even expected it. They broke up the fight and tabled the decision. Remus was interrupted as several started making comments about how wonderful the news was. Harry looked as though he wanted to melt into the floor. Remus tried several tries to get their attention back. Finally he just yelled out, Harry has to fight Greyback at the next full moon. Chaos quickly ensued. Even baby Cassiopeia joined in the noises. Dumbledore, Padma, Hermione, Sirius, and Kalina joined in, telling Harry exactly what they thought of his thoughtless action. I should have stayed in bed, Harry muttered as he eyed Ron and Ernie, who seemed to be enjoying this entirely too much. Harry's morning was not much fun. It took over an hour for everyone to finish telling him, in detail, exactly how foolish, thoughtless, impulsive, and reckless behavior. Harry endured it, but he felt a bit resentful for the whole thing. They weren't there. The entire British werewolf population would have joined Riddle, and then the trouble would have really broken out. He tried to explain that when he won, Fenrir would lose status and at worst the werewolves would be neutral. Dumbledore pointed out Greyback was a much older and experienced werewolf and Harry's chances of victory were suboptimal. Well, if I can't take Fenrir, then what chance do I have against Voldemort? Harry shot back, his patience finally at an end. I did what I had to do. Did you want to face the combined Pax of Albion, Hermione? Do you, Headmaster? The last war you just faced the Greyback pack. I've read the reports. How would you like to face 4 more? Dumbledore paled as he considered the ramifications. Yes, what I did was reckless and impulsive, but what else could I have done? It is easy to sit here and tell me what I should have done. That I should have do nothing. Just sat there and kept my mouth shut. None of you were there but Remus, and he wasn't able to do anything. There is an old saying, it goes something like, all evil needs to succeed is for good men to do nothing. I saw a whole lot of people doing nothing growing up with the Dursleys. Teachers, neighbors, no one did anything to help me there. I swore that if I had the ability I wouldn't let evil just happen and pretend I didn't see it. My time at Hogwarts just made that all the more clear. Now, I am going to go take a shower. Feel free to continue your rants about how thoughtless, immature, and reckless I am. I am done here. Remus, feel free to tell them whatever the hell happened last night not covered by oaths. Sirius Black watched his godson storm out of the dining room. He could almost see the beast superimposed over the teen. He was still angry over the risk Harry had taken. It was an insane, thoughtless gamble he'd taken, and it could still cost him his life. But he also understood Harry's actions. However, the thing that made him truly pause was the brief glimpse he'd just seen of Harry's true character. Not the traits that reminded Sirius of James, Lily, or even his grandparents, but the true Harry. There was a fiery determination in there. The imagery of a black family trip to the magical remains of Pompeii when he was 12 came to Sirius. Magical images and ancient ghosts presented the last days of that Roman city. The mountain looked quiet, placid and beautiful until its eruption. Then its lava ran an unstoppable course that burned through walls and wards with equal facility. Nothing stood in its way. What the lava didn't get was choked to death under feet of ash. Sirius suddenly saw his godson as that mountain, hiding under a quiet, friendly, and jovial facade, but underneath a core of purpose that would not be stopped. Anything that stood in his way would be destroyed. Sirius exchanged a glance with the woman who in a short time had come to mean everything to him. Kalina was a fire of a different sort, passionate and consuming. He'd teased James for falling for Lily so hard and fast, but now he knew exactly how his best mate had felt. If Azkaban was the cost for having Kalina in his life, he'd do it again in a heartbeat. Her glance told him she would support him in anything he did. Harry's right, Sirius said. He made the call. I fought some of Greyback's pack once and don't want to do that again, let alone with 5 times the numbers. Remus, tell us what else happened. Harry can rejoin us when he is ready. Dumbledore seemed to want to protest but held it in as the rest acquiesced to Sirius's orders. Remus completed Harry's aborted story, going into much greater detail. He included almost verbatim recounting of everything that happened up until the Alphas meeting started and was sealed under the pack oaths. Remus did not discuss the proposal presented by the Alphas of the Alba pack. That would be discussed in a smaller group. Padma and Hermione were particularly interested in Colleen, the female teen werewolf that Harry had encountered. Remus described her and their encounter but was interrupted by a voice from the door. Think of Pansy meeting a mudblood at a party. Then have her find out the mudblood is really the sole heir to a wealthy ancient and noble house. When we saw Colleen after the gathering, I'd moved from the shite on her boot to some new piece of jewelry to be possessed. Not a great first impression. Remus had to tentatively agree with Harry's rather harsh assessment as the teen returned to the room. She now knows Harry is a potential alpha. With most of the other alphas being in their prime and in strong partnership with their mates, Greyback is the only unpaired alpha male, unless they accept Harry as a new pack leader. I don't think she is quite as bad as Ms. Parkinson, but I understand the comparison. Padma gave Harry a dangerous smile. So do I have competition? Harry shuddered. Harry's response of, no, you definitely do not, garnered some much-needed humor in the room. After the chuckles subsided, Dumbledore stood and said, Mr. Potter, you were correct in that we were not there and what the potential impact would be if all of the packs joined Tom. And there is indeed a great benefit if you are accepted as an alpha. Understand that our words earlier were only out of our concern for you. Harry waved him off. I understand, Professor, the teen responded. I am willing to discuss things with all of you, but I did what I had to in those circumstances. I also suspect that some of the alphas engineered the whole situation to get exactly the results they did. They could use me to foil Fenrir without risking their own positions. But that is wrong, Hermione protested. Harry shrugged. They will do what they have to protect their packs. I am not part of their pack, so they are willing to use me. I understand them completely. I'd do the same thing to keep one of you safe. The 10th of July 1995. Hey Harry, you back here? Ernie called from just down the hall. A second later he stepped into the room to see his best mate sprawled out on a leather couch looking like one of his grandfather's ponies that had been ridden hard and put away wet. Harry just gave a vague wave from his place on the couch. Bloody hell, what happened to you? Ernie asked. Harry looked as though he considered answering but just made a frown. Language, Ernie. Hermione absently admonished her boyfriend as she entered the room. Is Harry back here? Harry. What happened to you? Training, with the Marquis de Padfoot, Harry muttered as he pulled himself upright on the couch. There was a small pop as Dobby appeared in the room. A steaming draught in his little hand. Your restorative, Harry Potter, sir, the elf directed in a concerned voice. Drink it all down and then Dobby burp you like with little miss. Harry took the mug while glaring weakly at the grinning elf. No one likes a smart-arsed elf, Harry grunted before downing the drink. Then maybe Harry Potter, sir, shouldn't have taught me so well. With a cheeky wave the elf popped away. And you wanted to free all of the elves? Ernie asked Hermione in a, see what would happen, tone. He couldn't corrupt all of them, Hermione huffed back. That was when she noticed the images on the large mirror mounted on the wall. It was just like the mirrors at the last Tri-Wizard event, but that is not what the mirror was showing now. What is that? She demanded. Harry sat up feeling much better after the potion. That is the result of Sirius and Remus's madness. That's the BBC. Hermione protested. They managed to get a telly working in a magical household. People have been trying to get modern technology to work in magical areas for decades with no success. Even the wizarding wireless uses antiquated vacuum tubes and wind-up batteries. How did they do it? They didn't, Harry answered. No Muggle technology included. The mirrors are the same as the ones at the tournament. Sirius bought out a small cable service provider and Remus created an interface that translates Muggle RF signal to the Marauder mirrors. He also signed a contract with the Quidditch League to cover all of the league matches and the playoffs for the next 20 years. Hermione looked stunned. That's brilliant, she muttered. Instead of forcing technology to work in a magical environment, make a magical device that mimics it. Harry shrugged. Not really, he disagreed. After all, a lot of technology was created to do the same thing from legends and fairy tales needed, magic, to work. Think of it as full circle. Ernie was mesmerized watching the strange antics playing out on the mirror. But old reruns of Benny Hill confused many people, not just pureblood wizards. Did they secure this? Securing a magical spell, potion, or other creation was similar to the mundane world's patent on technology and was managed by the ICW. The security prevented anyone else from making or selling the same creation for a 30-year period. They could create a competitor product but not using the same magical processes without a licensing deal. Before the tournament, Harry answered. 4 companies tried to get into the ICW securities office even before the task was finished, but the Marauders Inc. security was already in place. Marauders Inc.? Ernie half-asked. Harry nodded and grinned. Padfoot wanted, Black Ink, since Black Galleons are funding us, but someone already has that name. Harry grabbed a small box on the couch next to him and pressed a button. Now the image showed a live picture of Diagon Alley from the roof of a shop. Gringotts was easily visible just down the alley. This is from the shop they plan to open on August 1st. 5 mirror sizes will be offered in 3 packages. Wizarding content only, Wizarding and Mundane Basic, or Wizarding with Mundane Premium. There is even an optional illusion package that makes non-magicals seeing the mirrors think they are normal tellies. Wicked, Ernie said with a smile. Do you really think many purebloods will purchase the mundane content? Hermione asked in a skeptical tone. The Wizarding-only option is the most expensive package, Harry answered with an evil smile. The mundane channels are partially paid for by commercials and such. If they want to be snobs, they can pay for it. Well, even if they get the mundane channels, that doesn't mean they will watch them. Maybe the parents, Harry acknowledged her point. But there is no lockout ability. Eventually their kids will sneak in and discover what's out there. Pretty soon you have purebloods showing up at Hogwarts worried about the Manchester or Liverpool match they're going to miss at school or watching MTV Europe. Ernie laughed. Unity through football. Dean Thomas would be so happy. Harry joined his laughter. Padfoot loves the idea that Black family money is being used for this, Harry told them. He made himself, Remus, and I equal partners. He provided the money, Remus does most of the creation, and I get to be our furry mascot, Sirius announced triumphantly as he bounded into the room. Harry threw his immature godfather a mock scowl. I was going to say be the voice of reason, I can always spank your furry ass too, he threatened. Sirius just laughed. Actually we are using a stag, a grim, and a wolf as our marketing symbol, Sirius admitted. Tall, dark and fluffy over there would scare people away. Before Harry could protest, Sirius tossed something into Harry's lap. Congratulations. Kalina loved it. Now she's on about opening a home products division along with entertainment and pranking. You're giving me even more work. Don't blame me, Harry protested. Moony gave me the assignment. Sirius merely gave a mocking wave as he left the room the same way he'd entered. What is it? Hermione asked curiously. Harry grinned at her as he handed the small object to her. It appeared to be a thin metal cylinder with a 3-inch diameter and a metal mesh covering both ends. It's your fault too, he said as she examined the tube. You know how you're always complaining that the hair drying charms work too fast so it makes your hair all frizzy. Remus told me to come up with a product using the same type of techniques they used on the mirrors. So, I made a hair dryer for you. Hermione looked shocked and touched a small rune on the side of the device. A soft warm breeze suddenly came out of one end, but it was almost completely silent since no electric motor was used. She pressed the small rune above it and the airflow increased. Another rune saw the airflow get warmer. It's really just a warming charm coupled with a controlled zephyr charm using a mildly transfigured soda can as a shell. Since the warming charm isn't activated until just before the air leaves the tube, the metal doesn't heat up much even after running for a while. I tried plastic but it wouldn't hold the rune magic, Harry admitted. It was my proof of concept piece. That's brilliant, Hermione gushed. It's so simple. Why hasn't anyone done this before? Too simple, Ernie answered with a grin. Muggle-born try to charm their technology to work on magic which fails and purebloods simply won't admit Muggles might actually have something worth copying. Look at the dishwasher your mum showed me last week. Magicals either have a house elf or they charm their brushes to wash the dishes for them. Same with the ice cases. Muggles have those refrigerators and we have ice cases that are simply wooden boxes lined with tin that has a cooling charm in place. But we've had those for centuries. Since we thought of it first, our solution must be better. Most enchanters just recreate things we've already had but maybe with some improvements, like Harry's firebolt. Looking at Muggle solutions and then recreating them from scratch just never occurred to anyone. Ernie grinned now at Harry. Maybe only the insane would have thought of it. Harry laughed as Hermione huffed and glared at her boyfriend. Harry could see she was actually impressed with Ernie's comments. The Hufflepuff had a firm grasp of reality and knew enough of mundane culture to look at the one he'd grown up in. While not as book-smart as Hermione, Ernie wanted to attend university after leaving Hogwarts and take a degree in anthropology. Harry had to look up just what that was but thought his friend would be rather brilliant at it. Harry hummed in consideration. That might be a good point, Ernie. Think what we would create with Luna's input. The look of fear on Ernie and Hermione's faces was rivaled by the glee on Sirius's. Hermione had finished her study of the hairdryer and announced the rune work to be adequate, and suggested he present it to Professor Babbling as extra credit towards the coming owls. Once she was done, Ernie asked the question that had been on his mind since they had arrived. So Harry, what is Sirius doing to you? Harry made a groaning noise and said, training. Getting me ready to face Greyback. What kind of training? Hermione asked. Wand magic is out since you have to meet under the full moon. Harry shrugged. I guess you'd call it martial arts. Padfoot calls it black fu. I've never really seen really karate or whatever except the bollocks you see on the telly, so I don't know what to compare it with. Most of it is for dodging spells, anticipating where they are going, that sort of thing. The rest is what to do if you lose your wand and the enemy is in close. Quick and dirty ways to take someone out. Go for the soft tissue, joints. Using the elbows and knees, some throws. My cousin Dudley is on his school's boxing team. The mildest of black fu would get me tossed out of every match. I don't know how it's going to help with Greyback, but I reckon Sirius needed to do something. He's been a nervous wreck, Harry confided. He said he would have probably taught me anyway. His grandfather taught him, his brother Regulus, and his cousin Bellatrix. Ernie went pale at the mention of the witch's name. Bellatrix was almost as feared as Voldemort. My dad told me once that you knew Voldemort would kill you and you might escape Bellatrix but were likely to be missing limbs or vital organs when you did. Never heard of Regulus. According to Sirius, his brother was killed by Riddle 6 months before he killed my parents. He'd only left Hogwarts the previous June but was close to the inner circle. No one knows what, if anything, he did to make Riddle kill him. So, do you think it will help you? Ernie asked, returning to the original topic. Maybe, came the answer. Greyback isn't like fighting a human. Wolves do have the same instincts to go for the soft tissue. As for the rest, I guess we'll just have to see. The 12th of July 1995. The sun was hanging low in the sky as the Range Rover pulled into the same lot it had 2 weeks before. The two occupants once again climbed out and without a word started walking again in the same direction for the gathering. This time, however, they saw several others arriving and congregating in small groups before heading in the same direction. Their conversations tended to stop and wait until the pair had passed. Harry was used to the same reaction from his time at Hogwarts. He barely even noticed now. Instead, he noticed the mixed looks of fear, anticipation, and hope. He distracted himself by thinking about the timing of this night. Contrary to popular belief, the rising of the full moon was not what triggered a werewolf's transformation. Today was a super full moon. This meant the moon was at its closest approach to the Earth and at the same time was also a full moon. By the logic of a moon trigger, all of the werewolves should have been transformed at the point the moon rose, correct? Wrong. The moon rose that day in Britain at 5:15 in the morning and would set at 12:48 that night. The peak of the full moon had already passed at 11:49 that morning. So, it couldn't be the moon itself that triggered their transformation. The werewolves themselves weren't sure, and wizards generally didn't take the time to study the why of the situation. It was just known that about 60 to 90 minutes after sunset on the night of a full moon, the change would happen. Tonight that put the transformation at roughly 22:30 to 23:00. Harry's musings were interrupted by the approach of 6 men. Each looked aggressive and surly. None were dressed particularly well and were in need of a bath. Werewolves were not bothered by natural scents, but these 6 took it to a whole new level. "Potter," one of them snarled, "you actually had the stupidity to show up. Maybe Greyback will leave us something to play with," another suggested with an odd giggle. "Even if by some chance you win, boy, think you will survive the rest of us coming for vengeance?" The first one asked. "You only that traitor," he indicated Remus, "to watch your flank." Harry smiled. "I'd take Remus over any of you anytime, but I think 6-on-1 is rather unfair. So, I brought a friend." Unseen, Remus pressed the hatch release on the rover. The back had obviously been magically expanded, as what emerged was much too large to fit in the back of a normal Muggle vehicle. "Say hello to my little friend," Harry offered in an odd accent. The giant 3-headed dog known as Fluffy had the build of a mastiff hit with an Engorgio spell. Each head was meaner than the next and sized to snap a human in half with a single bite. Thick leather-studded collars protected each throat, removing a canine's favorite target from harm. Fluffy was a ton of lean canine that had been living near feral in the Forbidden Forest, surviving on acromantulas, deer, and other creatures of the forest. The only contact the dog had with civilization came from Hagrid and Harry's visits. All 3 of Fluffy's heads let out a growling snarl of their own at the 6 werewolves. All of them took a couple steps back and the 4 looked ready to run. "You can't bring that beast here," the first werewolf yelled. Harry suspected he was Michael's, Greyback's second. "Feel free to tell her that," Harry cheerfully offered. "Really, Potter?" Harry turned slightly to where Dyft, alpha male of Glyndŵr now stood. "She followed me home from school. Can I keep her?" Fluffy's left head stopped growling, turned towards Harry and gave him a big, wet lick. Only the grumpiness of the coming change allowed the older alpha to suppress a laugh. "She is a canine," Dyft admitted. "Wolves and even some dogs have been allowed to join in on the hunts in the past. I don't know anyone had the nerve to bring a hellhound before, though." Dyft turned back towards the watching werewolves. "We have a trial to attend. Get moving, now." The last was a command that snapped out. The werewolves, even the Greybacks, responded instantly to the alpha's command. Harry and Remus followed them and Dyft fell into step with them. Fluffy reverted from attack mode to a curious puppy, following along but dashing off to sniff whatever caught her attention. "I've never seen a hellhound before, but I've read on them quite a bit," Dyft admitted as he watched Fluffy dash over to smell a particular boulder and mark it as her own. "I understand they are rather rare," Remus commented. "They were purpose-bred as guardians by early Greek wizards," the alpha supplied. Cerberus was the most famous of the breed. He guarded the home of a particularly dark and powerful necromancer. Several attacks on the wizard's home were destroyed by Cerberus alone. He was almost as feared as his master. The wizard became the basis of Hades, Greek god of the dead and the underworld. Cerberus became the guardian of the underworld. The ancient magics created a bond between the hellhound and its master, much like the bond between a pack and the alpha. With you being an alpha also, the bond may be even stronger. Harry considered the Welsh alpha's information. "I can see that," he said. "My first year at Hogwarts, Voldemort was possessing my defense professor. Fluffy ripped him to pieces. When I'd go run and hunt in the forest, Fluffy would always show up eventually. I just thought she'd adopted me." That brought a laugh from the 2 older wolves. "Will Fluffy interfere in the fight?" Dyft asked. "Outside interference could cost you the decision." "She knows not to," Harry answered. "Fluffy has 3 really large brains, so she understands. Only if someone else gets involved will she act." Dyft nodded in understanding. "This should be a fascinating night," was his last comment. It was the same clearing as before, but now it was devoid of the bonfire and party atmosphere of a few weeks previous. The tents and tables were done to be replaced with a large circle of waiting werewolves. In the center of the circle waited the neutral alphas. Harry could see Ian, Oliver, and Max standing there simply waiting, not speaking at all. Fenrir stood halfway between the alphas and the ring of watching werewolves. His own pack stood in the ring directly behind the Death Eater werewolf. Deift started talking in low tones as they approached the circle. I am sure Remus has already informed you of the protocol here, but he hasn't been amongst us in some time. He and your pack must take their positions on the outside of the circle. You move to the position opposite Fenrir while I join the other alphas. Once the change happens, the alphas back off and the fight for dominance starts. You must either submit to the greater wolf or kill him. And if he submits to me? Harry asked. Deift frowned. I doubt that will happen. He's already submitted himself to another, came the answer. It somewhat confirmed to Harry that at least some of the other alphas were looking to have Fenrir removed as a pack leader. They reached the circle where there was an opening for Harry's pack. It was somewhat amusing how the werewolves were eyeing Fluffy in some concern. For her part, Fluffy seemed to settle down with a surprising level of seriousness. Remus stopped Harry at the edge of the circle. We don't have any time now, Remus said. Be careful and don't underestimate Greyback. Finish it as soon as you can. I will, Harry promised. The two men embraced briefly before Harry turned and resumed his walk. Deift was now a bit ahead and reached the other alphas as Harry reached his designated spot. The full moon was low in the sky, but it lit the field in a brilliant light that bled colors away, but everything was clearly visible. Harry waited watching the alphas and Greyback for several moments before Mac, alpha male of the Brotherhood, stepped forward. Members of the Packs of Albion, the change will soon be upon us. Tonight shall determine who is the superior, Fenrir, alpha of the Greyback pack, or the upstart rogue called Harry. The words were insulting to Harry and indicated siding with Fenrir. But Mac kept talking. Once the upstart is dealt with, then we, the combined Packs of Albion, shall hunt. Let all of Albion tremble with fear of our hunt. A shudder seemed to pass through the biker pack leader. That shudder was mirrored by all of the other werewolves save Harry. The change is now. Mac roared even as his body started to morph. Even for Harry there was something frightening to watching nearly 200 werewolves changing at once. Harry made his own change and then watched as Greyback completed his own. The transformed Fenrir Greyback was the closest thing Harry had seen in a werewolf to his own form. The older werewolf was slightly taller but with sparser gray hair rather than the thick black fur pelt of the beast. His head was also close to Harry's form but with long blackened teeth that seemed to jut out in odd directions. It was intimidating to look at but not too practical for eating. But Harry guessed Greyback was only really in this form once a month. Harry's brief period of observation was ended as Greyback completed his change and with a roar charged the younger werewolf. The attack came in low and vicious. The older werewolf went from a standing start to a full-out sprint in an eye blink. He dashed forward on all fours, leading with his jaws aimed at Harry's lower leg, going for the tendons. It was a classic wolf tactic. When Harry moved out of the way, Greyback swung a taloned claw in a slashing move. Harry dodged the blow, grabbing the wrist and pulling with all his might. Greyback's momentum threw him off balance and allowed Harry to score his own slash on the alpha's ribs. That momentum then threw Greyback to the ground, but he was up in an instant and turned to prevent Harry's approach from the rear. Many of the werewolves howled at the sight of first blood being drawn. The wound was not enough to hinder Greyback, but it was embarrassing for the alpha. Harry smashed into Greyback's chest, lifting the older werewolf off the ground. One hand grasped the feral werewolf by the throat and slammed him down to the ground hard. Harry moved to slash Fenrir's throat, but the dark wolf lunged his head forward to bit down hard on the beast's foot. Harry howled in pain and for a moment instinct took completely over. The beast's jaws snapped down on the exposed throat of Fenrir Greyback. With a vicious wrench, the powerful jaws and wickedly sharp teeth shredded the windpipe and blood vessels. Another wrench ripped the very flesh from the Greyback alpha's throat. The beast stepped slightly away and glared down at the fallen form of his enemy. Then he turned his blood-soaked jaws to the sky and let out a howl of victory, and a particular anguish. The beast had killed, and in the most personal way possible. For a not quite 15-year-old boy this was a defining moment. The surrounding werewolves released their own howls. Howls of victory as an opponent alpha was slain and a new one rose. Howls of loss as a pack lost their alpha. The alphas converged on the beast and the fallen Greyback. Harry backed off slightly at their approach as he prepared to fight again if necessary. The alphas took turns sniffing the body. After sniffing the body, each turned and kicked their legs back, sending dirt spraying back at the body. The final alpha, Harry suspected it was Ian, paused and urinated onto the dead alpha before kicking the dirt back. Harry suspected this last was a final insult at a fallen enemy. The Greyback pack observed this with some fury, but the numbers against them and the looming arrival of Fluffy in the center of the circle made up their minds. With final barking snarls, the disgraced pack ran from the circle and into the night. Mooney approached the beast and made a submissive gesture indicating his renewed acceptance of the beast as his alpha. Then surprisingly Fluffy moved next to him and repeated the gesture. The watching alphas seemed to accept this further break with tradition of the Marauder pack. The beast now moved forward to face the alphas. On some unseen but sensed signal, the alphas turned as one and led the combined packs of Albion out into the night to hunt. The 20th of July 1995. Harry woke with the taste of blood still in his mouth. More than a week since his encounter with Fenrir Greyback, and still it haunted his dreams. He'd talked to Remus, but even the older werewolf failed to completely understand. While the beast was a subconscious part of Harry's mental makeup, it wasn't the only part. The human subconscious remained just as strong as the beast. When he was young, the hunted for food, for survival. Once he'd started at Hogwarts, he still hunted, but only for the thrill of the hunt. He rarely killed the prey he stalked. In the graveyard, he'd killed in defense of his own life. It was bloody and tough, but the two subconscious sides were in harmony. Now the beast saw the clean purity of killing his enemy in a planned duel, while the human Harry was feeling freaked out over what could be considered premeditated homicide, and using his own teeth to do so. One would think that Harry would accept that Fenrir had to die, and he did, but something was still bothering Harry. It might not have been logical, but there it was. Harry rolled over and tried to find a more comfortable position. Logically, Harry knew Greyback forced this himself and it didn't count as murder in a magical court. But that didn't seem to help stop the dreams. The other alphas had expressed their own shock the next morning after changing back to human form. Ian and Sarah Davies of Mike Tyre Na Hiran invited Harry and Remus to join them with their daughter for a late breakfast in a small inn some miles from the gathering place. Ian said he was surprised how quickly Fenrir lost the fight. "I suspect, lad, that Fenrir wanted to end you quick. Fighting against any other challenger, and he'd have taken his time, worn you down and bleed you out as a strategy. For him to rush in like that, showed his contempt for you as a wolf, as a fighter. He took a chance and you made him pay for it. If he'd succeeded to end you that quick, it would have given him all the packs united behind him. Most of us only know to fight with tooth and claw when the change is on us," Sarah added. Fenrir was strong and powerful and fought well in the past. Against most other wolves he would have survived that rush. If not succeeded against most humans, his strength would have given him the victory. But you, my young wolf, you have the strengths of both at once. That gave you the victory last night. But just beware, your next opponent may learn from this and not underestimate you so badly." That thought was enough to cause Harry to flip over to his other side and look out the window at the rising sun over London. With a sigh he decided to get up. Maybe a long day and going to bed exhausted tonight would get him some dream-free sleep tomorrow night. Harry wandered down the stairs in the quiet, early dawn morning. His sensitive ears told him no one else was up, but he could hear Fluffy sleeping in the parlor. His recently purchased 5th year runes book in hand, Harry decided to join his newest pack member and get ahead at the same time. Padma would be impressed. However, to his surprise, Fluffy wasn't alone. Sirius was sound asleep on the couch with Fluffy curled up on the floor next to him. But that wasn't the real surprise. Curled up asleep on Fluffy's side was little Cassie. One of Fluffy's heads was wrapped around her to prevent the baby's fall. One of the other heads looked up at Harry's arrival. "Hard as marshmallows you are," Harry mockingly whispered. "The ferocious hellhound." Fluffy's response was to yawn and go back to sleep. Harry snickered, his earlier feeling of self-pity at least momentarily forgotten in his amusement. He changed direction and went to the kitchen. A mug of hot chocolate suddenly seemed a brilliant idea. The 4th of August 1995. Diagon Alley was packed full of witches, wizards, and children. The annual rush to procure books, wands, and other supplies for Hogwarts had started. For merchants, the August weeks leading up to September 1st could be as lucrative as the Yule season. Signs for sales and garish displays were the rule. However, it was not the school shopping that was garnering the most attention. That was reserved for the brightly colored shop that had just opened across the square from Gringotts Bank. The store proudly proclaimed itself, Marauder's Magical Entertainment. The store occupied a rather large 3-floor structure, but what captured people's attention was the front of the building's top 2 floors was occupied by a giant mirror. A mirror that was showing them scenes of the alley itself, a broom flight through a Scottish loch, a Quidditch match, and scenes from the 3rd Tri-Wizard Tournament event. They were mesmerized, much like a tourist standing for the first time in New York City's Times Square, where Remus pulled the idea, but many of these people had never seen a telly or its equivalent before. So while on a much smaller scale, the effect was magnified many times more. The shop was packed with people excitedly examining the magical mirrors. The mirrors came in various sizes, but a Muggle would recognize the proportions as matching a mundane widescreen television. The largest mirrors were 8 feet wide, with the smallest down to a foot. Several smiling young witches and wizards dressed in matching robes of dark blue with silver trim were enthusiastically helping answer people's questions and making sales. Buyers this first weekend were being offered free, premium, service for the first year. This fact, added to preview during the tournament, made the magical mirrors the must-have item of the year. This whole idea was Remus's doing. When Harry had been stuck at the Dursleys, Remus had been living in the mundane world for the most part. He'd worked in a large bookstore right in the heart of London's shopping district. With careful planning, he managed to have off on the day before and after the full moon. Most Muggles didn't pay attention to the lunar cycle that closely, so no one ever commented, and the store was large enough that there was always plenty of staff to pick up the extra hours. But what the job had also given the werewolf was time to read freely on any topic that interested him. He'd become fascinated how certain cultural items could cross boundaries even between nations that were unfriendly at best. Even during the late Cold War, many teenagers and young adults in the Soviet Union were seeking black market sources of American cinema and blue jeans. Remus didn't want to destroy the culture of the magical world, but he did want to introduce more awareness of the mundane world than what was offered in Hogwarts' Muggle Studies class. Pop culture seemed an excellent avenue to do that. Sirius thought it was an excellent prank on the wand-up-the-ass purebloods, like his mother. The fact it was going to make them a shitload of galleons was simply the frosting on top. The old dog was a simple creature at heart. To Harry, this whole incident spoke to the short-sightedness of modern witches and wizards. For centuries, magic users let their imaginations run wild and then developed the magic to do it. Then once they reached a comfortable level, they simply stopped. Harry wondered if Muggles would do the same thing. He'd watched some of Star Trek The Next Generation. If Muggles ever actually developed transporters, replicators, and holodecks, would they stop also? When all of your basic needs are answered with the wave of a wand or press of a button, what motivation do you have to advance further? Harry's philosophical musings were stopped when he noticed Fudge approaching with a full entourage that included Auror bodyguards, a cluster of sycophants that included Percy Weasley, and of course the Toad herself, Umbridge. "Minister," Sirius gushed as he appeared out of the crowd. "What a delightful surprise to have you grace us on our opening day." Harry drifted down during the greeting to stand slightly behind Sirius. I am not here to support this," Fudge stammered as Umbridge turned red at the mere sight of Harry. "Oh, that's too bad," Sirius sighed. "We are offering Ministry employees half off the first year of a premium package with a mirror purchase." Fudge and Umbridge looked angrier at that, but two of the sycophants actually looked interested. "That of course includes all of the Quidditch regular season matches and the National Gobstones Championship," Sirius added. Now a few more of Fudge's cronies looked to be considering the offer. Fudge puffed himself up and then started in his pompous fashion, "Black, I am here to tell you that you must stop this business at once. As Minister for Magic, I am ordering it. You have no right to bring such Muggle filth into our world, nor have you paid the proper business startup taxes to the Ministry. So, this must all stop at once." Umbridge looked extremely satisfied at Fudge's firm stand. Harry wanted to laugh. Sirius' smile broadened at Fudge's statement. Purebloods 2 generations earlier would have been reminded of just why the Black family was so feared by that smile. "Au contraire, my minister. First off, I am fully licensed by Her Majesty's government to provide the mundane programming. Under the Ministry of Magic Charter, the sale of goods and services of Muggle origin are controlled by Muggle laws, as it is beneath the Ministry of Magic to monitor non-magical trade. This was upheld by the Wizengamot when they fined the Wizarding Wireless Network 1000G for broadcasting the 1956 Football World Cup without proper Muggle licenses. As to the taxes, YU signed a law into place 5 years ago exempting the most ancient and noble families from all ministry business taxes. As the head of the most ancient and noble family of Black and the financial backer of Marauders Inc., we fall under the purview of said law. Harry almost giggled at the display of pureblood noble haughtiness Padfoot was putting on. Fudge gaggled in indignation at Black's statement. That law was meant to support his own backers, not this nobody. Plus, the good minister is in error here, Sirius continued. There is absolutely no mundane technology in use here. Our mirrors are powered and exist solely on magic, no electricity is used whatsoever. Unlike, say, the Hogwarts Express or the Wizarding Wireless, that use Muggle technology combined with magical elements. Me mirrors are completely technology-free. But it is based on Muggle technology. Umbridge yelled. You are corrupting our society with their filth. Don't deny it. We've had 3 more applications for securities from your company alone in the last week. And 4 more from other sources but also with Muggle influence. You will destroy all that makes the magical world great if we don't stop you. The toad-like woman was purple in her fury. Harry wondered if she would have an aneurysm if she got any angrier. Really, 4 potential competitors? Harry asked as he joined out of seemingly nowhere. That is incredible. We didn't expect that before Yule at the earliest. Between our 11 applications and these 4 that is double what you had all of last year. These changes disturb our society. Umbridge raged back. But Harry went off in a whole different direction. Pardon me, madam, but your title is properly the Undersecretary of Magic, correct? Harry asked. Umbridge reined in her anger to puff herself up importantly. Beside her, Fudge nodded his agreement. I happen to hold that honor. Harry smiled in a way that would have made his friends nervous. Well, I've always wondered. If you are the Undersecretary and Mr. Fudge here is the Minister for Magic, then where did you stick the Secretary of Magic? Wouldn't that be the title of the person above you? Undersecretary sort of implies that there is a secretary above you. Or are you just a glorified administrative assistant? I've looked at the ministry organizational chart and no one seems to report to you. What is it you do working under the minister here? Harry stopped and looked at the pair of ministry officials with an innocently curious gaze. Fudge and Umbridge looked ready to burst with indignation at Harry's question. Ironically, it was the painfully earnest Percy Weasley that answered. Madam Umbridge serves as the minister's executive assistant for Wizengamot affairs. As such, she is responsible for coordination between the ministry and the Wizengamot, including the drafting of laws and setting session agendas. Mr. Malcolm Shaw is the permanent secretary of magical administration and as such is responsible for the running of the day-to-day affairs of the ministry, its facilities, and staffing. If Harry thought Percy was in love with Fudge, it was nothing compared to the light in Middle Weasley's son's eyes when he spoke of Mr. Shaw. So, he's a career bureaucrat that actually keeps the ministry running and providing services to people whilst Fudge and Umbridge here run about making a lot of noise and generally mucking things up. Harry summed up. The pair of marauders had to suppress their laughter when Percy and several of the Aurors and sycophants started to nod in agreement before catching themselves. The crowd that had gathered to observe the confrontation were not so restrained. Titters of laughter broke out at Harry's summary and the impotently furious expressions on Fudge and Umbridge's faces. Several in the crowd started jeering the ministry officials. The fact many of them carried bags with the Me logo added to Harry's feeling of satisfaction. Faced with the public humiliation, the ministry people fled the scene. Well, most fled the scene. Harry noticed a few slip into the crowd waiting for their chance to enter the shop. With Sirius's offer of a ministry discount, he was willing to bet a few more mirrors would be mounted on the ministry workers' walls that night. Remus was their technical genius, but Sirius with his bad boy image had the charisma with that gift for sales and marketing that would take the company far. Where Voldemort fought his war with violence, the Marauders would fight with ideas, and a bit of violence when required. The 12th of August 1995. The Aurors were thick lining the area of Diagon Alley. The alley itself was filled with shoppers preparing for the new school year. Old magical families walked casually past wide-eyed non-magical parents escorting their first-generation magical child. This year's inflow of new students at Hogwarts represented the high water mark of the post-Voldemort baby boom of the 1980s. Fully 90% of the Hogwarts student body would now be fourth year and younger. If the years had been level, that percentage would have been just less than 60%. Harry's year and the two preceding it, however, were particularly small due to the particularly tough turns the war had taken the last few years before the attack on the Potters. The retailers were enjoying the surge in sales, but the high concentration of people in the alley, particularly the first-generation magicals and the non-magical parents, was making many people nervous. 2 days before had been the first confirmed Death Eater attack since Voldemort's resurrection. 6 figures in Death Eater robes attacked the house of a middle-level manager in the Ministry's Muggle Relations Department. Alexander Cull had been the primary contact with the Muggle government's law enforcement bodies. A Muggle born and trained with Scotland Yard, many in mundane law enforcement thought the man was simply an inspector with the Yard. Instead, Cull watched mundane cases for bleed over from the magical world and alerted the DMLE to attacks on non-magicals or other magical crimes in the mundane world. Cull, his wife, and a son were killed in the attack. His daughter, a second-year Ravenclaw, survived simply because she'd walked down to the local library and lost track of time in the stacks. The attack on Cull sent shockwaves through the magical community. While a first-generational magical himself, Cull was highly respected in the Ministry. His wife, Alice, was a pureblood from the old Catchlock family. The Catchlocks were not significantly wealthy but were a large family with connections throughout the magical world. Their deaths along with the sunny-faced 6-year-old son shocked the magical world to their core. The attack was a classic terror tactic. It horrified and scared the community and at the same time reduced law enforcement's ability to counter future attacks. As a result, today's shopping was performed under the watchful eye of many of the Ministry's law enforcement resources. It did make some feel safer and allowed business to be conducted as normal. The visible sign that the Ministry was taking things seriously was comforting to most, although some asked if all the Aurors and Hit Wizards were in Diagon Alley, who was patrolling the rest of Britain. There was no attack that day, but the Ministry could not be everywhere every day, and there would be other days. Harry followed Remus into the conference room they had hired in the Marriott Hotel Glasgow. Following behind them were Padma and Hermione. All 4 wore mundane clothing of good quality and fit right in amongst the hotel's business-class clientele. When they entered the room, there were 4 people already present. 3 were expected, but the final was a bit of a surprise. Claire and Oliver Weston sat at the table with an older man in a slightly wrinkled and out-of-date suit with an air of frustrated bafflement with the world around him. He seemed distracted and not really present with the rest of the room. The 4th occupant was a teenage girl Harry was familiar with but not too pleased to see. "Oliver, Claire, it is good to see you," Harry said. Remus had drilled Harry on what passed for manners between alphas and the fact only Harry would initially speak. "You of course know my second, Remus, but with me are Padma and Hermione. They have performed extensive studies on my condition and will be providing most of the technical data for this meeting." Oliver simply nodded at Harry's opening, but Claire smiled with approval. "It is wonderful to see you too, Harry. Of course we know Remus. The lone wolf of Britain at last joining a pack is a cause for notice. Miss Pottle, Ms. Granger, you are welcome here. My niece Colleen asked to join us here today. And this is Professor Emmett Smith, formerly of Oxford University. The good professor holds doctorates in molecular biology and chemistry as well as masteries in charms and runic studies. He is now the lead researcher of our organization." Claire paused and smiled. "And like your researchers, neither is he a werewolf." Harry smiled at Claire's final observation. He glanced back at the girls and saw Hermione's face. She looked like she'd found a new role model in the good professor. Doctorates and masteries in both worlds. It was a no-brainer. Padma, however, was watching Colleen intently. It didn't take the beast's senses to know she wasn't happy about the young female werewolf's inclusion. Oliver continued saying, "I've asked Professor Smith to present a summary of our research and conclusions. Then perhaps the ladies would share their research with us." At Hermione's excited nod, Oliver smiled. "Excellent, Professor." What followed over the next 90 minutes was an in-depth review of werewolf history. Harry followed the historical discussion for the most part but was quickly out of his understanding as the scientific terminology started to fill the conversation. One thing Harry picked up was the trigger to lycanthropy occurred in a part of the higher brain area that was rarely used. Something about the occurrence of the full moon irritated that part of the brain. The brain then sent out the signals to the rest of the body that triggered the physical change. Even if the signals for the physical change were blocked, it would still cause the mental change to occur. Professor Smith suggested that some patients of the Muggle mental hospitals were in fact mild cases of lycanthropy with only the brain being impacted by the change. Over time, the lack of physical release from the curse caused the crazed behavior to remain even after the full moon had passed. In the physical body, the curse bonded into the DNA of the subject's body in a most peculiar way. When dormant, the wolf DNA was inert and seemed to exist in a pocket dimension much like a space-expanding charm. When the command from the brain was received, the cursed DNA replaced certain human DNA. The more complete the exchange, the greater the physical change and mental control of the subject. Wolfsbane forced the mental control and allowed the human mind to remain in control by putting the wolf brain to sleep. A fourth-generation werewolf, like the Westons, saw them gaining a certain amount of mental integration where they were able to guide rather than control the wolf brain like Harry could. That is not what really happens, Harry spoke up for the first time in an hour and a half. I don't control the beast. I am the beast. The wolf is here with me now even in this form. I did try to suppress it somewhat last year but I found I lost something and I didn't feel complete without it. Fascinating, Smith said with wide excited eyes. We've been concentrating our research on the integration of the human brain with the wolf side during the transformations. This suggests an entirely new line of study. Hermione and Padma had a similar excitement on their faces. It was like McGonagall had just given them an extra credit assignment. Harry made a similar comment to me last summer, Remus added. I've been listening to Moony's instincts a bit more during the rest of the month. My transformations have been less painful but I have attributed that to both the potion and the beast and Padfoot's presence on those nights. I've always listened to my wolf side, Colleen suddenly said. I named her Lady when I was a wee lass. She was like my invisible friend. Probably the only kind you could have, Padma muttered under her breath. Harry doubted anyone else but maybe Remus heard her but Harry realized his girlfriend was more upset by Colleen's inclusion than he'd expected. Still the female teen wolf had just provided some positive contribution and said nothing else. Harry decided that he needed to divert attention away. Professor. Harry started. You mentioned that the Christian wizards used a ritual under the full moon to activate their curse. Yes, Mr. Potter. The timing of when the curse is triggered and when the stories tell us voluntary transformations were blocked all seem to indicate this conclusion. Well, why would they do it? Curse the werewolves to only change at certain times and be mindless beasts when it happened. Why to sow confusion and pain amongst their enemies I would suppose, the scientist wizard replied in a slightly confused tone. Maybe, Harry allowed. But I keep thinking about something Professor Dumbledore mentioned to us once about the law of unintended consequences. Remus's eyes took on a faraway cast and he said, keep going, Harry. Harry shrugged. It just seems to me that if I was cursing shape changers I would simply want to block their changes completely. After all, most lycanthropes now are not of Norse descent. You even told us how many of the original shape changers that survived the purges in their homeland went down into Europe specifically to spread the curse to as many Christians as possible. So infecting others with their curse was probably not intended. What if the curse ritual was performed without taking into account the full moon? Wouldn't that make a difference in how the curse was to be countered? The room's occupants were looking at Harry in a combination of shock, awe, and pure disbelief. Then Padma laughed. And that why we keep Harry around, she laughed. Seeing the question in the Weston party's eyes she elaborated. Put a book of theory in front of Harry and he needs all his willpower to keep from nodding off. Give him a practical demonstration or a mystery to solve and he's his own special brand of genius. Harry flushed at the pride he heard in his girlfriend's voice. A kinetic learner, perhaps. Smith suggested. However it came to him, Mr. Potter's suggestion does have a significant amount possibility behind it. They would not be the first wizards to forget to incorporate outside influences on new rituals or potions. The bubonic plague, or Black Death, started in Asia and was an attempt to create a plague that killed off all the rats in a particular wizarding town. Researchers there were working on healing spells and potions and the rats were eating the bodies they were using in their research. Unfortunately, Venus was diametrically opposed to Earth on the other side of the Sun and caused a slight fluctuation to the ritual. That allowed the plague to jump from rats to humans via their bite or other vectors such as fleas. The point is there is historical basis for the scenario that Mr. Potter suggests. The man paused and then added, in fact, it may help answer some of the questions I myself had. What if the curse actually suppressed that portion of the brain we noted that the moon's positioning irritates? What if instead of the moon's influence activating the curse, it instead was irritating the curse and allowing some of the original shape changer's abilities to resurface? Oh, I must get back to my lab and share this with my team. Come, we must go now. The professor quickly gathered up his notes and materials and all but ran out of the room while exhorting his employees to please hurry them back to his lab. Funny guy, Harry commented. I kind of like him but no one introduce him to Flitwick. The girls and Remus laughed at Harry's comment. The Westons smiled and rose from their seats. Oliver said, it seems that our meeting has come to a rather abrupt end. I suspect once he finishes with this burst of enthusiasm that Professor Smith will ask for a follow-up session if that would be agreeable to you. Of course, Hermione answered before Harry could. I would be fascinated to hear what he comes up with after today. We didn't get to really touch on the data Padma and I developed on Harry. Oddly enough, Hermione's observation caused Colleen to laugh. And in 3 days when Doc Emmett comes up for air and realizes that fact he will be demanding a new meeting and whinging over the lost time. Colleen seemed to be complaining over the human researcher but her voice also had an air of fond exasperation. Claire laughed with her niece. We can try to set something up before they return to Hogwarts, Remus allowed. If not, maybe during the Hogsmeade weekend. If we meet during the school year we will have to flow somewhere else, Harry inserted. At Remus's look he added, Dumbledore told us last night when you were out that the Hogsmeade weekends were going to be cancelled due to security risks. McGonagall suggested some of the shops set up stalls near the Quidditch pitch but inside the wards once a month as a fair of sorts. A sensible precaution, Oliver allowed in an approving tone. It reduces the number of people traveling between the school and the village and keeps the students in a more controlled area. Wards can be bypassed but it would take a significantly higher effort to get any real numbers into Hogwarts. Studied that have you? Harry asked with a small grin. Oliver's return grin was decidedly wolf-like. The hunt is the best part of being a wolf. The common animals of the forest are not much of a challenge for us. The dark creatures are much more fun. Humans can be the best though, the most dangerous and unpredictable. Of course I study where that prey sleeps and lives. I know you understand this, Potter. You hunt humans. Hermione gasped. Hunt yes, Hermione but he doesn't mean he kills, Harry said before Hermione could go any further. There is a thrill in the hunt. But a true wolf only kills for food or to defend the pack, not for sport. That is a human trait. Goblin too, Claire added. They are a warrior race for all their avarice. They often hunt the more dangerous magical creatures to prove themselves to each other. Every few years they show up in one of our pack ranges on the night of a full moon. We lose a few pack members but not as many as they do. Hermione and Padma looked shocked and appalled at that news. We've gotten off topic here, Remus said pulling them back. Maybe we can choose a location after the school year has started and the security measures are a little more known. That seems reasonable, Oliver acknowledged. The Alpha stood and gave Harry a short head nod of acknowledgement. Harry stood and returned it politely. Claire walked around the table and surprised Harry with a quick hug. When you arrived at the gathering, I was prepared to side with Greyback against you. The wizarding world hasn't made any friends among the packs but I admit to being impressed by you and your friends. Thank you, Potter, for being willing to share with us and make our dream a little closer to reality. The 1st of September 1995. The crowds parted as Harry walked towards the Hogwarts Express. All conversation dropped to a whisper as the parents and students assembled there watched him. It was worse than his first 3 years back in the magical world combined. Harry maintained a stoic expression for the most part until he climbed onto the train. He did break that to smile and nod at the sight of a few friends. Harry tried to ignore the combined looks of hope, fear, adoration, and hatred he saw as he walked through the crowd. He knew that would happen and had tried to get permission to flow to the school but Dumbledore refused. Taking the express as an important tradition, Harry, Dumbledore explained. By skipping that tradition, you provide excuse for your political enemies to deride you. And make no mistake, my boy, you have political enemies that have nothing to do with Tom Riddle. Change makes many people uncomfortable, and as many people that support the changes there are that many that hate you for them. Taking the express will not make them hate you less, but removes a wand from their grasp. Well, that was funny, Harry, Ron said as he came in behind Harry. I don't know how you bloody stand it. Language, Ron, Hermione admonished as she entered with Ernie, Padma, and Daphne following right behind. Padma sank down onto the bench seat next to Harry and wrapped her arms around him. Harry responded by wrapping his own arms around her and leaning down into her shoulder. It's okay, Harry. This will pass too. Part of Harry was sure she was right, but it had been 3 days since the attack and the magical world was still in a hysterical state. It was one thing for the witches and wizards to be told about how strong Harry was, both magically and as the beast, but it was another for them to see it for themselves. Between what was seen on the magical mirrors and the stories in the Daily Prophet, half the wizarding world was convinced Harry was a psychopathic killer while the rest saw him as their greatest weapon. And the sad part was the exposure was mostly the Marauders' own fault. 3 days prior, Harry was enjoying his time in the workshop they had built above the showroom of Marauders' magical entertainment. The mirrors were stored in the basement but charmed in a separate workroom behind the showroom. This area was for new product development, or, as Kalina called it, the playroom. In any case, Harry was enjoying a rare bit of time alone. Sirius and Kalina had made today a healer day. They took little Cassie see her pedia healer and were then off to see Kalina's own healer for some diagnostic tests for her pregnancy. Remus had gone to a small electronics show fishing for some new ideas. This left Harry alone and free to play. Right now he was working on a magical version of a paintball gun. Small summoning runes pulled the completely non-magical paintball down a tube, accelerating it like a rail gun would use magnetics. Compared to the top-shelf gun he'd picked up in a shop in London, Harry estimated it had 50% more muzzle velocity than a mundane paintball gun. And there was no compressed air to run out or moving parts to break. Even if it wasn't a great seller, it was still a whole lot of fun to make. Now he'd just have to work on a storage and feeding system and then put it all together into one package. An explosion rocked the building and Harry heard screams coming from below him. Harry immediately sprinted out of the room and down the stairs, leaving his invention behind. The showroom was destroyed with shattered glass everywhere. The front window was gone along with most of the mirrors that had been on display. The 2 male clerks that had been working the store lay on the ground, a bloody mess, their bodies slashed to ribbons by the exploding glass. Harry could hear the sound of additional spell fire coming from outside even as he cast a quick spell to see if either had a chance of survival. Both were already gone. The crunch of glass under a footstep warned Harry that someone else had entered the shop. The Death Eater had hoisted himself up through the remains of the front window frame only to catch an overpowered bludgeoning curse to the head. There's someone still alive in there. Harry glanced up and saw one of the mirrors was still functioning and was showing the alley outside. It was a smaller mirror but enough to show several Death Eaters outside with a few civilian bodies lying around the outside of the showroom. A swish of his wand created a whirling cyclone that quickly picked up much of the glass shards littering the show. With a little push, Harry sent it out into the alley straight into the oncoming Death Eaters. The cyclone of glass enveloped 4 of the advancing Death Eaters along with their groaning comrade trying to recover from the bludgeoning curse to the chest he'd just taken. The spinning glass shards ripped the screaming wizards to shreds in seconds before the spell energy gave out, dropping their bodies and the glass to the alley pavement stones. The 5 remaining Death Eaters were shocked by the sudden loss of half their numbers but instantly started casting dark curses of all types into the remains of the shop. Their spell energies destroyed what their initial explosive curse had not. It wasn't much different than mundane killers spraying machine gun fire into a building trying to kill one person. The Death Eaters had just paused their spell casting, convinced there was no way their target had survived their barrage of spells. The sudden explosion of the upper window out into the alley put that assumption away. But what came out the window wasn't a desperate wizard trying to escape, but a very large, very pissed off werewolf. The beast came down 2 feet from one of the Death Eaters. A single swipe removed the wizard's throat, but the beast was already moving to the next terrorist. A cutting curse sliced the beast's side as the beast bit one in the shoulder while simultaneously slashing another's leg, severing the femoral artery. A backhand smashed the wizard with the bite wound down to the ground and into unconsciousness. The beast dove behind an overturned vendor's cart even as the remaining two Death Eaters started casting killing curses. The two wizards used the spell fire to begin to back away to safety even as their curses started smashing into the cart. However, they were not prepared when where the beast went in one side, Harry Potter with wand in hand came out the other. A quick rupturing curse caught one Death Eater in the chest, leaving only a small hole. An instant later he dropped to the ground as the spell ruptured his lungs. Death followed quickly. The final Death Eater turned and ran for the edge of the anti-travel wards they had erected before the attack. He never even saw the energy of the Flame Whip spell wrap around his neck, only felt a brief tug that decapitated him. Harry stood with his lungs bellowing as he tried to catch his breath. His magical and physical stamina was exhausted, but none of the Death Eaters were left standing in the alley. Two lay on the ground with only some slight movements betraying they were still alive. 8 more Death Eater robed bodies lay on the ground in front of the Marauder Magical Entertainment shop. At least 10 more bodies lay nearby, the bystanders of the attack on me. Then some motion captured Harry's eye. He glanced up and saw his own gigantic face looking up. The entire fight had been broadcast through the magical mirrors to the wizarding world. They would have seen the Death Eater attack and Harry respond with wand and claw. There was no putting this genie back into the bottle. A whole new chapter in this war had just been opened. Harry and his friends secured a compartment near the front of the train not too far from the prefect's car. Padma picked the compartment because everyone in their group except Harry and Daphne had been chosen as prefects. While Padma didn't really want to walk the length of the train going to and from the prefects' meeting, she was more interested in keeping Harry out of trouble. The Ravenclaw reckoned troublemakers were less likely to cause anything so close to a known concentration of prefects. I can't believe they made Draco Malfoy a prefect. Ron railed as the group returned to their compartment after their meeting. He was a school champion, Hermione pointed out reluctantly. And Harry was a host and he didn't get a badge. Ron shot back. Daphne looked up from her solitaire game at her returning boyfriend. Ron, honey, you do realize that you are arguing that they should give Harry the badge they gave you, don't you? You're both Gryffindor 5th years. Harry looked up from the Newt-level runes book he was reading, trying not to laugh. Ron turned red with embarrassment as his brain caught up with what he'd been saying. He was screwing up for an emotional explosion when Daphne gracefully rose from her spot on the floor and snogged the life out of him. Ron quickly forgot about his anger and got into keying his Slytherin girlfriend to the mixed disgust and laughter of their surrounding friends. Have to love her method of Ron control, Ernie stated, but I wish I didn't have to see it. Poor Ernie, Hermione giggled before placing a light key on his cheek. Daphne released Ron long enough to settle his dazed form onto a bench seat before placing herself in his lap. We won't be getting any coherent thoughts out of Ron for a while, Padma commented from her own place snuggled up against Harry. Would we notice? Harry quipped only to receive a little elbow in his ribs from an amused Padma. Now be nice, Daphne purred from her place on Ron's lap. You should thank me for helping Ron control his emotions. Yes, thank you for your sacrifice, Padma responded in a dry tone. We'd appreciate it more if you weren't deliberately winding him up half the time because you like doing it so much. Oh, we haven't gotten to it yet, but I'll be sure to let you know once we do, Daphne purred wickedly. The glint in her eye left no doubt to her meaning. Hermione was so shocked she was actually speechless. Ernie didn't blush like his girlfriend but instead took on an innocent, concerned expression. But you need to be careful, Daphne, Ernie commented with a butter wouldn't melt in his mouth expression. Why? She asked suspiciously. Well, he is a Weasley after all. You might get pregnant without even doing it. Hey, you could end up with your own version of the twins. Daphne flushed with the thought of having Ron's children and then started to pink almost as bad as Ron. Harry suddenly had a horrible vision of the Weasley twins with Daphne's wicked sense of humor. The school would quickly get a R18X rating. Shaking the horrible vision away, Harry asked, anything new in the prefects' meeting? Hermione grasped onto the change of topics saying, not much changed in general. Professor Moody was recalled to the Aurors so he is gone. No word on his replacement. No, it is not Snape. Oh, and the ministry is putting security measures in place. The prefects are going to be expected to support whatever they implement. I heard they increased the number of new recruits to the Aurors for their next class, Padma said. Sue Bones said they want to increase the new recruits by 50% and they are actively recruiting experienced Aurors from other countries. At least the DMLE is doing something, Harry grumped. The Wizengamot is still messing about on Voldemort's return. Some of those inbred mental midgets even tried to say the attack last week was a prank gone wrong and wanted me brought up on charges. Did they really? Hermione asked. They did indeed, Ernie assured his girlfriend. The topic then was diverted and Harry leaned back into his seat and closed his eyes for a moment. Not long after he was sound asleep. The Great Hall was filled to capacity as the new and returning students filled the tables as had not been seen before in recent memory. The staff had 2 stools set up for the sorting so that while the hat sorted one student, the next was being called and seated. The poor sorting hat actually looked tired when Wilkerson, Melinda, was sorted into Hufflepuff. Once the newest Hufflepuff was seated and the sorting hat cleared away, Professor Dumbledore stood up and made his normal opening announcements. Harry wasn't really paying attention until something caught his attention. Professor Moody has returned to the Auror Corp with the current crisis. While we shall miss his knowledge, please join with me to welcome Professor Morgan Crowling. Professor Crowling holds masteries in defense against the dark arts and runes. Her specialty is encountering dark rituals and curses. I am sure we will all do our best to make her feel welcome at Hogwarts. Look at Snape, Ron whispered. He always looks shirty when he doesn't get the defense job. Now he looks blank. Harry glanced at his least favorite professor and saw the greasy-haired wizard did indeed have a completely blank expression up, but he could also see tension around the man's eyes. Odd. Harry looked at the newly introduced defense instructor. Crowling was a stunningly pretty woman with long black hair held back with some kind of clip. The new professor's face had that look of indeterminate age some woman had. It was somewhat otherworldly and it made Harry wonder if she had Veela or some other creature blood in her. That face was completely impassive as she surveyed the students. Then her eyes briefly made contact with Harry's and he felt a chill run down his spine. The beast's instinct screamed this was not a witch to be taken lightly. Harry wanted to groan. Couldn't he have just a normal year? With the return of the man known as Lord Voldemort, certain precautions will be taken this year, Dumbledore was saying, pulling Harry back. 2 Auror squads will be present at Hogwarts at all times. Be warned, if they see an illegal activity, they shall respond according to their sworn duties. Normal rule breaking will be reported to Professor McGonagall, but I suggest not looking at pushing just where that boundary might be. He glanced at Harry and the Weasley twins for that last part. The twins pretended to look innocent, but Harry caught the warning. He was sure elements of the Ministry would love to get him up on charges again. Harry glanced over and caught sight of Draco. The Slytherin was scowling at the announcement. That perversely made Harry feel better. If it was one of the elder Malfoy's plans, who no one had seen since the graveyard, then his son, Sycophant, would have been gloating. It could still be an effort to get Harry in trouble, but Malfoy would be at least as unhappy with the situation as Harry. A month after the new school year started, Harry was sitting in the defense classroom waiting for his classmates to finish the surprise test sprung on them by Professor Crowling. The woman was coldly polite to all of the students, but no one now doubted the professor was incredibly knowledgeable. Harry easily put her on par with Remus and Moody. Harry couldn't say he looked forward to the classes like he'd done with Remus or Moody, but he knew she had a lot of information to share. At the very least she wasn't worthless like his first 2 defense professors. Where Remus focused on dark creatures and Moody focused on fighting other wizards, Professor Crowling focused on dark curses on people and places. She was touching a lot on ritual magics too. Some of those discussions had given Harry a bad time after flashbacks to Voldemort's ritual in the graveyard. Harry was just happy he'd been taking runes because she pulled on both runes and arithmancy in her assignments, and the people like Ron and Neville who'd taken neither were at a disadvantage. Crowling set her standard when she lectured their second class of the year on the errors of defining legally restricted magic as dark, and the true differences in light, dark, and neutral magic. It was a good lecture and brought out a lot of discussion. As an example, Crowling used the Sonoma ritual. The ritual placed the target into a coma and slowed the heartbeat down to nearly undetectable levels. It was used to treat victims of various poisons or curses to give time for a remedy to be developed. However, the Sonoma curse did the same thing while leaving the mind active and fully aware of any sensations the body felt. The only difference between the two was a minor modification to the ritual. Yet one was commonly labeled as dark magic when it was really legally restricted. True light or dark magic, like a Patronus charm or killing curse, included an emotional and/or physical cost to the caster. In some cases, that cost was transferred to a sacrifice willingly or not. During the discussion, many of his classmates kept watching Harry for his reactions since most of them were convinced he was neck-deep in light or dark magic depending on their own point of view. To add to the fun, the Daily Prophet broke the story of Harry's fight with Greyback and his new status as Alpha of the Marauder Pack. People didn't know if they should praise his killing of Greyback or burn this new type of werewolf at the stake. The fact that a garbled version of how Harry was infected was included in the story indicated someone in the packs had talked. Harry had received several letters from other alphas stating it had not come from within their pack. Harry suggested and Remus agreed that it most likely came from a former member of Greyback's pack or possibly a rogue. In either case, the wolf was out of the den. Looking around the room at his classmates, Harry considered the first month back at Hogwarts. The attack in Diagon Alley still had many of the students in shock that first week back. The magical news services that had already appeared via the mirrors had replayed the recordings of the fight in the alley many times. Every aspect of the fight was broken down for commentary, although some of the points of view were so wildly diverse as to make one wonder if they were watching the same fight. However, seeing the fight seemed to have made the return of Voldemort and his Death Eaters real to the rest of the students. As that shock settled though, the school settled into 4 camps. The first camp was the light-sided. This group generally supported Dumbledore and/or the Ministry and were against the Death Eaters. However, many of them were uncomfortable with Harry and felt the needless deaths reflected poorly on Harry's humanity. When Susan Bones made a comment that Harry should have captured the Death Eaters instead of the needless deaths, Harry responded that the only needless deaths were the 2 shop employees and the 11 innocent bystanders killed by the Death Eaters. This caused many of the Light-Siders to label Harry as Grey, and vocally worry that someday Harry would be just as much a threat as Voldemort. Much of this group consisted of children of Ministry employees and pureblood Light families. Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Archibald Wiggins, 7th-year Ravenclaw, and Robin Tanner, 6th-year Slytherin, were the particularly vocal members of this group. Susan's aunt was still running the DMLE but was the current favorite to replace Fudge when the Wizengamot got around to voting Fudge out. Wiggins' father had replaced Crouch as head of International Cooperation Department and was considered a rising star in the Ministry. Ernie had suggested that Susan's position against Harry was as much to protecting her aunt's position as it was towards concerns about Harry himself. The next group were the Death Eater supporters. This group was fronted by Slytherin's Peter Grayson, 7th year Pansy Parkinson, Ravenclaw Michael Corner, and Gryffindor Cormac McLagan. All of them lost fathers in the attack on Diagon Alley, although Corner's father wasn't actually dead but was in a secure DMLE facility. The elder Corner was the one who was bitten by Harry on the shoulder. His older brother also survived the attack but later died from a combination of blood loss and basilisk venom. McLagan was a surprise to many. Sure, he was a loud-mouthed braggart but no one suspected him of having pureblood extremist tendencies until his father's Death Eater cloaked body was found torn to shreds by Harry's glass shard cyclone. The third group were dubbed the neutrals by the other groups. They had no real spokesperson but generally just wanted to leave the war outside the school and get on with their studies. Some of this was cowardice but a fair amount was also the sentiment that students had no business fighting in the war. Much of the school, including the neutrals, were shocked when Harry commented in the Great Hall that he felt they were the sanest people in the school. It also made them less antagonistic as a group towards Harry than most of the Light-Siders. The final group was probably the smallest but no one took them lightly. This group consisted of Harry's friends and some other sympathizers. Including Harry's immediate circle, it was comprised of the most of the Gryffindor upper years. McLagan moved out of the Gryffindor dorm after the first night, and a few from the other houses including Daphne's cousin Tracy Davis. Harry pointedly told all of the Gryffindor of 3rd year and younger to stay out of it but come to him if they had trouble. Some agitated against that but most appreciated that Harry wanted them to be kept safe. A similar message was sent by Daphne, Padma, and Ernie to their respective houses' lower years. Like Harry's comment in the Great Hall, this caused the neutrals to trust Harry more, although they still stayed out of it, while the Lightsiders and the Death Eater supporters separately claimed Harry was trying to keep them sheep and actively recruited from the younger years. Harry's eyes drifted across the room to a certain pale wizard. Oddly enough, Draco Malfoy was not one of the vocal Death Eater supporters. The Prince of Slytherin seemed oddly restrained. He still sat and socialized with the Death Eater children, but he wasn't out in front making noise and causing trouble. With Nott gone, Malfoy's place should have been secure, but now he'd seemed to have abandoned it. Theories abounded, but no one really knew anything. While Harry was happy for the respite from that quarter, it also had him on guard for any surprise attacks. Into the boiling cauldron that was Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the Ministry added its hand as well. 2 5-man Auror teams were assigned to cover the school from external hostile organizations. One team actively patrolled the school grounds and halls, while the second waited in a converted first-floor classroom as a reaction force. It was quickly noted though by the students that whenever Harry left his common room, it seemed an Auror was nearby keeping watch. But they weren't watching the area around Harry for trouble, but were watching him to make sure he didn't start trouble. This fed into the frenzy of both the light and dark siders. Harry actually welcomed it for the most part, because it kept the loud mouths on both sides from trying to start with him when they knew an Auror was probably somewhere nearby. It was times like these that made Harry wonder why he didn't simply leave Hogwarts. It was an odd situation. He loved the school but didn't care for most of the students. But then the students themselves loved the boy who lived, while looking at Harry as though he were Voldemort's little brother. Even with all of the antagonism towards Harry, the boy who lived fan clubs were still in full swing. It made no sense to Harry. It was as if he was two entirely different people to them. The door to the classroom opened and distracted Harry from his thoughts. In stepped Professor Flitwick. "Excuse me, Professor Crowling, but we need your assistance outside the Great Hall," the diminutive charms teacher announced. "We are concluding an exam right now. Can it wait 5 minutes?" Crowling asked in her icy voice. "I am afraid not, Professor," Flitwick squeaked. "I can cover your last 5 minutes through." "Oh, very well," Crowling huffed. "That should have been more than enough time for you to answer if you know the material. Mr. Potter has been sitting there daydreaming for the last 8 minutes. Since you all place yourselves in reference to him anyway, I am using his score as the scale. If you score higher than him, you pass. Now hand in your papers and go." Crowling's announcement caused many looks of panic amongst the Gryffindor and Slytherin students in the room. Harry was in the top 10 of his year, and it was well known his best subject was defense. Harry wanted to groan. It wouldn't really affect how anyone in the room really felt about him, but it would add to the already buzzing rumor mill. When the last paper was collected, Professor Crowling was out of the room, followed by Flitwick, who was almost jogging to keep up with her long, fast strides. "Wonder what that was all about," Ron murmured to Harry as they gathered up their things. "Won't be good now, would it?" Seamus commented, overhearing. "When has summoning the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor ever been a good thing here?" The Gryffindors made their way back to the dorms. Defense had been the last class of the day, and the Quidditch team was having a practice that afternoon. Harry was looking forward at getting back into the air. Ron and Hermione were having one of their typical arguments about schoolwork that after 4 years was just background noise now. Reaching the Gryffindor Tower, Harry made straight for his room. His roommates would be along shortly, and he wanted to mirror call Sirius before they returned. The 5th-year Gryffindor dorm had changed only slightly over the years. The beds and furniture were the same, but the boys' added decor had changed with them. Gone were the football and Quidditch posters, to be replaced with Seamus's pin-up girls and Dean's paintings. Dean's girlfriend, a 6th-year Ravenclaw named Mackenzie Sheehy, was his favorite model. They had started dating over the summer, and her numerous portraits in various seductive poses filled a lot of wall space. It kind of bothered Harry that Dean still had some suggestive pictures up of his last girlfriend, Parvati. For the sake of peace in his room, he held his tongue, but felt it was in poor taste to leave them up. However, it had only been a couple weeks since they had returned to school, and Dean's drawings of his new model were quickly replacing them due to scarce wall space. Harry dug out his mirror. "Padfoot," he called. A moment later a familiar face popped up. "Oi, Pronglet." Me and the little miss were just talking about you. Sirius moved the mirror to show a giggling Cassie completely covered in her food. Oatmeal was dripping down the sides of her face. Harry had to laugh at her delighted grin. Obviously mommy is not at home, Harry said with a laugh. Girls' lunch and shopping with Fleur. She has a date tonight with a certain Mr. William Weasley. Harry had to laugh again at the anti-British French Vila witch ending up living in London and chasing after a British wizard. It was nice to see God or fate had a sense of humor with other people's lives and not just his own. So, what can we do for you, pup? Sirius asked. Just checking in, Harry answered. Something happened and they pulled crawling out of class. I had a bit of time before I have to be on the pitch. What new with the shop? Business was slow when we first reopened but it's picked up, Sirius answered. Not a lot of traffic in the store but a lot of all orders. We upgraded the wards on the shop but it will be a while before people are comfortable walking in there. Harry frowned at the reminder. Wards in public places were tricky things. In simple terms, wards acted like a Boolean search. Allow this but exclude that. The caster had to identify the unique property that wanted to allow or exclude. Muggle-repelling wards made anyone below a certain level of magic forget where they were going and hurry off on another task. Anti-lycanthrope wards would prevent the entry by werewolves. Private residences could lock it down to the point that only blood members of the family could enter or layer their wards to prevent several scenarios. Public places couldn't do that as it could prevent honest customers from entering just because of the layering of the wards. Anti-Death Eater wards had never been released, at least publicly, and even then the Ministry would probably not have allowed it on the alley as being unfair to the imperious Death Eaters of the last war. The Mii shop had several advanced wards but the Marauders made an oversight and failed to reinforce the building itself and, most tellingly, the front plate glass window. That oversight had cost 2 employees their lives. That oversight was now fixed. Remus had been talking about active countermeasures whatever that meant. Harry's pack second just smiled and said to leave it all up to him when asked. Even pulling alpha rank got Harry nothing. The shop's back room office and storage area was warded to prevent entry by non-employees unless specifically invited by Harry, Remus, or Sirius. That may not have saved the 2 wizards when the window shattered but it would have given them a refuge if they had survived that first attack. That's good, Harry acknowledged. Anything else new? They've stopped playing that mirror clip so frequently, Sirius answered. I won't say it has passed but it seems to be dropping off. The Death Eaters attacked 2 villages 2 days ago. I heard about that. Sirius nodded. One of our elves caught the attack on Havertown on his crystal. He recorded the entire 20-minute attack. The control room alerted the Aurors immediately and it still took them 20 minutes to respond. An old wizard who lived in the village, Alfred Dawlings, killed 3 Death Eaters, one with a knife, before being killed himself. The Ministry started holding him up as a hero until someone asked what the difference was between him and you. Harry frowned at that. The man deserved to be lauded for making his stand. The good news, Sirius continued, is that these raids have diverted attention away from you. Harry had to agree that the raid did have a silver lining for him. Harry started to comment when he noticed something peculiar in the mirror. Her bowl of oatmeal now empty, the impatient Cassie was in the process of summoning more from the counter without the benefit of a bowl. The entire mass was just now moving over Padfoot's head. It sure wasn't accidental magic by the look of determination on her cute little face. Hey, Cassie, Harry called out. Little Cassie's head turned at the sudden calling of her name, breaking her concentration. The entire dripping mass came down on Sirius's head to the great delight of Cassie and her godfather. Damn it, Pronglet, Sirius yelled as some of the oatmeal slid down the back of his shirt. Harry grinned and said, I did nothing. I was just saying hi to my darling goddaughter. You're the one to give her marauder genes. Sirius started to snicker and then laughed deep from his belly. Cassie started to laugh along with her daddy, not knowing why, just that she was a good girl because she made daddy laugh. When Sirius finally calmed down he said, You did almost the same thing to James except it was pudding. He blamed me and said karma would give him revenge. He pointed at Harry. Just remember that, Mr. Jack. Harry's amusement broke. I hope karma has done enough to me. I think I deserve a little good in return. Isn't that the truth? Sirius agreed. Do you think you slept with her daughter in a past life and she's going for revenge? That's the kind of thing a woman would do. And what is that supposed to mean, Sirius Black? A new voice asked. It was Kalina. Still dripping with oatmeal and his daughter cheerfully dumping some on her own head to emulate her daddy, Sirius turned to face his pregnant wife. Hello, dear. How was shopping? He asked innocently. His humor suddenly restored, Harry cheerfully called out, well, I can see you're busy, Padfoot, so I will talk to you later. I hope. With a final wave to Sirius's look of betrayal and Kalina's amused glare, Harry closed the connection. Almost makes me glad I'm at Hogwarts, Harry thought as he settled back for a kip. Harry stumbled into the shower after a grueling afternoon Quidditch practice. Angelina might have a nicer ass and legs than Oliver, but it seemed his former captain had somehow infected his replacement with his fanaticism. The match with Slytherin was a week away and she was in frenzy. It was the first official match since Harry's third year, so there was a lot of attention being paid by both the students and outside to the run-up. 2 hours in the air wasn't too bad, but Angelina kept them in the air through a torrential downpour with a strong, cold wind. Harry stripped off the Quidditch gear and stepped under the strong, hot stream of water. It was heaven. Harry was so wrapped up in rediscovering feeling in his extremities that he missed it at first. But then he heard it again, but this time the sounds registered on his brain as speech, not normal speech but a hiss. And worse, it was a hiss he understood and recognized. Speaker, you must come to see me, youngling. Come to the master's chamber tonight, the voice hissed. It seemed to come from underneath Harry's feet. It was the voice of Sasha, the basilisk. Harry glanced around but no one else was there to hear the hissing. There is danger, defender of Hogwarts. The true master's dream can't be allowed to fade. Come to me, youngling. Harry looked down at his drain and hissed quietly, tonight. That will do, the basilisk hissed back. Then Harry somehow knew she was gone. Harry leaned back into the shower stream and against the wall. He felt tense and ready to collapse at the same time. Why had the basilisk come up to find him after over 2 years? Harry had never ventured back down to the chamber and had no desire to do so. But Harry could hear the concern in the creature's voice. Something had a 1,000-year-old basilisk scared. What the hell could scare a creature longer than 2 of the Hogwarts Express car put together and at least 6 feet wide? Harry felt a shiver go down his spine. He had a horrible feeling he was going to find out. Questions of what had disturbed Sasha occupied Harry as he dressed and made his way down to dinner. He was still distracted when he sat down next to Padma with an absent hello to his girlfriend and their friends. Earth to Harry, Ernie said as he waved his hand in front of Harry's face. Stop that, Harry grunted and swatted at the hand. Well, maybe if you responded to us for the last 5 minutes he wouldn't have done that, Padma said with an exasperated tone. And here I thought nothing could distract you from me. Harry had to grin at the teasing tone of Padma's last comment. Sorry. I've had a bit of a shock and am still trying to wrap my head around it, Harry replied. Well, what was it? Hermione huffed. Not here. After dinner. Harry could see Hermione was about to insist he tell them now. This isn't the time or place. After dinner. Does it have anything to do with the excitement earlier? Ron asked after he swallowed his food. Thank Merlin for Daphne, Harry thought. What happened? Harry asked. What did I miss? The group looked at Harry in disbelief. Harry, one of the third-year Ravenclaw witches, Melissa Turnings, is missing, Padma answered. She is a sweet, quiet girl, but today walking into the Great Hall the thing that appeared to be her, melted right in front of Professor Flitwick and the rest of her charms class. It was a magical construct that looked and acted just like Melissa. They called in the Aurors and Professor Crowling to investigate it. Hermione jumped in. I heard Professor Crowling tell Professor Flitwick that there was no way of telling how long the replacement had been made. If maintained, a construct can last for years. I went to the library and found out that constructs need a potion and a short ritual every 5 days. So, either she was taken 5 days ago or someone here was keeping it fresh until 5 days ago, Harry concluded with a nod. Exactly, Hermione agreed with a pleased smile. Harry kept the concern from his face but wondered if this had something to do with why Sasha had approached him. It was bad enough that a reborn Voldemort was out there starting the war again, but did they have to have something here too? Would a quiet year at school be too much to ask? Harry slipped into the Myrtle's bathroom under his invisibility cloak. The school was under a complete lockdown and an extra squad of Aurors were patrolling the halls. Since most of them were former Hogwarts students, it meant they knew the school rather well. Fortunately, Harry knew it better and was adept at ghosting through the school. The cloak and a silencing spell sealed the deal. Stepping up to the sink, Harry hissed, "Open." The sink slid back with a grinding that seemed loud in the quiet of the school. Harry pulled out his broom, dropped down the hole quickly, and hissed the command to close. He didn't want the DMLE stumbling on the unexpected opening, and he was also afraid his friends would follow him down. When Harry told them about Sasha's summons, they had all insisted he either not go or take them with him as backup. Harry argued he didn't think Sasha would react well to the uninvited guests, and none of them had a Parselmouth's protection from her gaze. They argued with him up until curfew, with Padma promising all kinds of dire girlfriend punishments if he went without support. When they returned to the Gryffindor dorms, Ron and Hermione stationed themselves near the entrance to prevent Harry sneaking out. Harry realized it would be harder to escape his friends than his enemies he could curse. In the end, Harry used an illusion on his bed to make him appear to be safely asleep and snoring away. A sleeping charm on his roommates would prevent them from hearing him leave or return. As the school wards would immediately detect anyone flying around the school, he exited a window as the beast and climbed down the tower. Re-entering the school via the window of an unused classroom on the second floor, Harry found it easy to make the last 100 meters undetected. From under his cloak, Harry pulled out his shrunken broomstick and mounted it. A hissed word opened the sink portal, and he carefully directed the broom to lower slowly into the revealed tube. Then, with another hiss, he closed the portal. Harry felt a sense of relief when the portal closed without Padma or one of the others appearing. He didn't expect the illusion to fool Hermione for long and figured there was a good chance Padma or Ernie would be making their way to the bathroom to intercept Harry. He knew this was possibly stupidly dangerous if Sasha was baiting a trap. However, he also didn't want to take the chance of angering the very large 1,000-year-old king, or queen, of all snakes, especially if she had information on what happened to Melissa Turnings. The tunnels leading to the chamber were unchanged for the most part. Harry could see signs of Sasha's recent passage and that had shifted some things around. The huge golden double door stood wide open, and the animated snake motifs on each hissed their welcome. Harry walked though into the chamber itself. This room had changed. Gone were all signs of the fight that had occurred here at the end of his second year. The damage to the pillars was all repaired, and the place had actually been cleaned up. Harry wouldn't call it a great place to live, but the dust and musty smells were gone. The floor of the cavern was now a white sand that was warm enough that Harry could feel it through the soles of his trainers. A glowing orb at the peak of the cavern simulated the sun, and based on the heat Harry felt, he bet its light included all of the sun's normal spectrums including infrared. With the large pool of water near the statue, which was also now cleaned but still hideously ugly, the cavern would make a great place for an indoor beach party. "Speaker, you have come." Harry turned to see the basilisk emerge from a dark pipe and slither onto the sands. A sigh that sounded very much like relief emerged from the giant snake. "You made it sound urgent that I came," Harry answered. "I have watched you since I have awoken. I have seen you act to protect Hogwarts and her students, even when they mistrust you due to magic's cause. True Master would have been proud of your strength and protection of his dream. Claimed you as his own he would." Harry felt an odd sense of pride at the ancient snake's words. True Master's heir has lost the path. Power and ambition he has, but has lost his way into madness. The ritual he used to return to a new body was a forbidden thing. Opened a pathway to creatures best left in the darkness of time. But now they are here. They seek power, power of blood, power of magic. Hogwarts wards prevent their full fury on her, but they can pick at the edges. Already one of Hogwarts' children has been lost to the host. The Alpha needs to defend Hogwarts and return the unwanted visitors from the past to their slumber. Harry felt a chill at Sasha's words. What did she mean? Tom's ritual woke something up. The unseelie, creatures of the Fae. One of the Leanan City walks the halls of Hogwarts in search of victims. She wears a mortal seeming, but I can smell her after she feeds. And she brings the Bendith as servants in her pursuit of mates. If they are not stopped, more will pass over. The Alpha must act to protect Hogwarts. The unseelie. Harry repeated in English. He was shocked. Like most school children, he'd read stories of the old myths of the fairies. The two courts, Seelie and Unseelie. Some claimed they were light and dark. Others summer and winter, and sometimes added spring and autumn courts too. From Harry's understanding, the Seelie weren't so much light as being less cruel in their humor and less likely to eat their human victims. The Unseelie court was malicious and cruel to any human they fell into their power, and that would be on a good day. After entering the wizarding world, Harry had learned of some creatures traditionally seen as members of these courts by mundanes really did exist, including banshees and redcaps. And magicals used fairies to light their Yule trees. But no one mentioned that the courts really existed. The Unseelie truly exist? Harry asked in near disbelief. Wouldn't this have come up in defense at some point? Remus would have mentioned it, right? Our history of, no, it didn't include any goblins. Banished long ago. They were legend even by the true master's time. The Druids banished them to walk sideways from the sun. Druids hadn't existed in Europe or Britain since the Romans invaded. Some survived in Ireland for a while before the Catholic Church finished the purge. Are there any Druids left that can help us? Harry asked. Rome saw the power they wielded in their defeat of the courts. But they sacrificed much for their victory. Caesar struck when they were weakened from their victory. His heirs finished what Caesar started. This fight belongs to the wizards. The conversation continued for a while longer without giving Harry any additional information. Sasha could feel the Unseelie presence within the school's wards, but not enough to locate them. Harry was getting ready to leave when Sasha made one last comment. The Unseelie will not truly serve the true master's dark air, but they may give the seeming of it for their amusement and to add to the chaos. This joining would be a disaster for both of your worlds, Alpha. Take care. Harry knew a dismissal when he heard one. Who wanted to argue with a 1,000-year-old basilisk? He quickly made his way back out of the chamber into the tube. Picking up his broom from where he'd left it, Harry rode back up the tube. Reaching the top, he hissed for the portal to open. What he found there almost made him go back to Sasha. Padma, Hermione, Ron, Daphne and Ernie all stood glaring at him in the girls' bathroom. To make matters worse, they had been joined by Dumbledore, McGonagall, Sirius and Remus. Maybe Slytherin had a bedroom hidden down there. Before they could start shouting, Harry landed his broom and said, "We have a huge problem." It almost worked. Landing his broom and announcing, "We have a huge problem," distracted the assembled crowd, at least for a little while. Harry related the news Sasha had provided. The awakening of the Unseelie due to Voldemort's ritual had caused all of the purebloods in the room to go pale. The legends of the Fae were deeply rooted in the popular culture of the magical world. Where the mundane world had any of the same legends, the magical versions of those stories were more detailed since the magic was more understood. And while some of the Fae's weaker relatives and mixed breed types had remained in the human world, the modern wizarding world had never faced the power of the true members of the Unseelie court. There was also the fact that if the magical government had a problem accepting Harry's news of Voldemort's return even with evidence of his memories and the supposedly long-dead Barty Crouch Jr.'s body, what was the likelihood of their acceptance based on the word of a basilisk? The discussion turned to the possibility of the Unseelie court supporting Voldemort, even superficially. Ron asked hopefully if that would bring the Seelie court in on their side. "I would not expect so," Dumbledore answered gently. The Fae do not see reality as a human would. Their logic is not nearly the same. We may say, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," the Fae would not think the same. Supporting Tom may do nothing for the Unseelie's goals except provide a bit of fun. So the Seelie court may just ignore our little war as they work towards their own goals. The conversation continued for a bit longer until McGonagall ended it saying, "We can continue this in the morning when we are well rested and not standing in a girl's bathroom. Children, go to your dorms now." As he turned to leave, Harry suppressed a smile for getting away without a lecture from the girls, Dumbledore or McGonagall over sneaking down to the chamber. Surprisingly, it was Sirius that brought Harry's hopes crashing down. "Just a moment, Professor," Sirius said. He turned and faced Harry. "While I agree that what you just told us was incredibly important, can I say also how incredibly stupid it was to go down there alone?" Sirius asked in a very calm voice that hid nothing about how angry the dog Animagus really was. "I had to go," Harry protested. "Sasha wouldn't have talked to anyone else. I had to do something. I was the only one she would, or could, talk to." Sirius stepped up to stand a pace away from Harry. He looked Harry right in the eyes and said, "You are absolutely right. We needed her information and you were the only one on our side she could speak to. Harry started to feel a bit vindicated, but then Sirius continued. However, nothing said you had to do it alone. That was your assumption. If something had happened down there, you would have had no backup. We couldn't have opened the chamber to help you even if we knew you needed help. You say Sasha wouldn't have talked with us in the chamber. Did she tell you that? In his shock, Harry could only twitch his head no. So, you assumed it. Fine, let's assume that you were right and she wouldn't have talked with us there. What would have stopped you from taking a crystal and a portkey along so we could make sure you were safe? I could have waited at the bottom of the entrance with a silenced rooster to back you up if it had been a trap. Think about this. The basilisk has to feed. With her size, that means something substantial. We know she can move around the castle, so it's not a stretch to think she hunts in the forest. If she can get out and back that way, it is logical to say someone else, a certain Parseltongue on the other side maybe, could get in that way. You could have walked merrily down there to find Voldemort and all his toadies waiting for you. Harry was feeling a bit bewildered. He'd never been yelled at like this before. It was a strange experience. He'd been yelled at before, mostly by teachers or Petunia. But this was different. Sirius's words were calm and serious, but it was easy to hear the emotion under them: fear, anger, and relief. Sirius paused for a second to take a breath. No one said a word as they watched the former Azkaban captive and notorious prankster. Finally, in a calm, measured voice, the older wizard said, "Harry, I know you have never had anyone watching out for you before. And I know you are stupidly powerful for your age and even a bloody alpha. You are even one of the most responsible and mature 15-year-olds I have ever met. However, you cannot keep taking these stupid, Gryffindor risks. Use that brain you have and think. If you keep depending on luck and your gut to get you through everything, then one day that luck will run out. Think about how I ended up being kept out of your life for 11 years. Do you want that?" Sirius maintained eye contact long enough for Harry to realize just how serious Sirius was. Harry nodded his understanding. Sirius returned the nod solemnly. "Good. We'll talk about your punishment tomorrow once I've cooled off and the adrenaline from my fear is gone." With that, Sirius turned and walked to the door of the bathroom. However, he had one last thought before walking out, followed by Remus, who was smirking a bit. "I swore to your parents that I would make sure you were raised right and had a good life. I failed them that night to keep that promise. Never again. I want Lily to know that. That way if you get yourself killed doing something stupid, it will be you getting the rough side of her tongue for the next millennia and not me. Trust me, Lily makes you pay for your mistakes for a long time." The room was silent for a bit. Harry glanced around and saw looks of smug satisfaction on Padma, Daphne, and Hermione's faces. Ron and Ernie just looked amused and glad it hadn't been them. Dumbledore did the twinkling eye thing, but it was McGonagall that caught Harry's attention. She looked gratified. When she noticed Harry's glance, she stepped forward. In her brusque Scottish accent, she said, "It is nice to know that even the most undisciplined student can grow up and become a responsible adult. I don't know if it was that horrible place or marriage and parenthood that finally did it, but it finally took hold. You, Mr. Potter, should take note. You have a parent, or parents, now that love you. Mrs. Black was so upset at your disappearance Madame Pomfrey gave her a calming potion to prevent distress to her pregnancy." Harry couldn't help but wince at that. The Transfiguration professor continued, "You now have the parents which you should have had this whole time. That man would die for you without a moment's hesitation. How would you have felt if one of your family had gone off to do something dangerous and deliberately left you without a way to assist them? I believe Mr. Black would have happily accepted another 10 years in Azkaban than go through tonight again. And you put him, Remus, and all of your friends through that. Now, return to your dorm. I believe I will allow Mr. and Mrs. Black to determine your punishment." That sounded rather dire to Harry. "All of you, on your way now." The girls left first, but Padma first wrapped Harry into a fierce hug. Into his ear she whispered, "If you get yourself killed, I only hope your mum will leave me something to chew on when I finally get there." Then she was gone, leaving Harry feeling the wet traces of her tears on his cheek. "Come on, mate," Ron said as he clapped Harry on the shoulder. "It won't feel a bad in the morning." "I don't know," Ernie disagreed. "That might just be the start of round 2. "I know," Ron agreed. "I thought Mum was bad, but Sirius was something else." She just yells. Sirius actually made sense. And then McGonagall on top of that. Plus the girls haven't really had their go at him yet. Harry trailed along behind his friends as they discussed the night's events like spectators after a Quidditch match. He knew they were enjoying themselves at his expense. But he didn't really care. Where most teenagers would have been furious at the dressing down he'd just received, he also realized Sirius was right. There were safer and better ways of handling going down to talk to Sasha. Honestly, Harry never even thought of talking to Sirius about Sasha's invitation. But that wasn't the key factor for Harry. For the first time, he'd been yelled at by a parent. Not by a teacher concerned only that he'd broken a rule or for being a freak, like with the Dursleys, but by a parent. Sirius's only concern was for Harry's safety and well-being. It felt nice. The next morning was a Saturday and Harry woke to found an angry-looking Hedwig perched on the end of his bed. Great, even his owl was angry at him. The white owl glared at him when he reached for the note attached to her leg. Once it was free, the owl launched herself into the air, accidentally bashing Harry in the head before flying out of the dorm. Sure, it was an accident. Harry glanced at the note. It directed him to go directly to Professor McGonagall's office before breakfast. Harry groaned. Maybe he could go back to bed and pretend he hadn't seen the note. The thought of a punishment devised by Sirius was a bit scary. He glanced at the note again. There was a new note at the very bottom. Now, Mr. Potter. With a wince, Harry dragged himself out of bed, grabbed some clothes and walked into the showers. Arriving at McGonagall's office, he found the two marauders along with Kalina holding Cassie. When Harry entered, Kalina immediately wrapped an arm around Harry in a hug that trapped a cooing Cassie in between them. Then she smacked him in the head. Then hugged him again. Cassie started giggling. "It's the hormones," Sirius confided to Remus. "I can smack you too, honey," his wife offered without releasing Harry from her hug. When Sirius waved her off looking repentant, she released her hold on Harry but kept her free hand on his arm. "Harry James Potter, you scared the hell out of us. That is not nice to do to a woman in my condition. But my loving husband has given me a gift to help me get over it. He gave your punishment to me." Seeing the evil smile on her face, Harry nervously glanced at Sirius. The traitor merely shrugged with a smirk. "And what would that be?" Harry asked nervously. "This weekend, you Mr. Potter are all mine." "What does that mean?" Kalina's smile grew. Harry started thinking about a show he'd once seen on Great White Sharks. "We, Mr. Potter, are going shopping. For 2 days you will be my pack mule at my beck and call. Plus you will be my dressing dummy, trying on anything I think would look cute on you." That didn't sound too bad to Harry. It wasn't detention or getting grounded from his broom, so it could be worse. Besides, Kalina was fun to be around. How bad could it be? It was hell. Kalina and Fleur started in Harrods and moved out from there. The Blacks had learnt that their newest child would be a boy. So of course none of the perfectly good baby clothes and furniture would be appropriate. Harry pointed out that they were magical and color-changing charms were easy. The twin female glares he received told him to just shut up and carry their bags. Next, the women decided to go shopping for themselves. They ran him ragged going from shop to shop with armloads of bags he wasn't allowed to shrink. But that wasn't too bad. What was worse were the fashion shows he was forced to sit through. One would think a teenage boy would be thrilled to watch a pair of the most attractive women anywhere parade around in new outfits for him. And it was great at first, but it also made him highly uncomfortable and embarrassed to be in the women's sections of all these different shops. When Fleur mentioned in a few shops how Harry had volunteered to be their bag carrier, some of the older women started cooing over how sweet he was and how they wanted to introduce their granddaughters to a sweet boy like Harry. When they decided to start hitting the lingerie shops, Harry was ready to die of embarrassment. Although part of the problem was seeing some of the outfits and imagining Padma wearing them. Saturday night, Harry collapsed on his bed at the Marauder's Den completely exhausted. He didn't know what they had in store for him on Sunday but suspected it would be more of the same. He was right, but also he was oh so wrong. It was worse. It had been a pleasant breakfast. Cassie was the center of attention and loved every second of it. Sirius seemed to have gotten over his anger over Friday night's escapade. It was nice to be home and Harry was enjoying himself. After breakfast, Dobby cleared the plates and Kalina announced the second day of Harry's punishment. We got a lot more done yesterday than I expected, she admitted. Harry was great as our personal valet. She paused and winked at Harry. And I'm sure he learnt all kinds of things about ladies' fashion. But I actually nothing left to buy for me or the baby. Harry felt a tremor of hope. He should have learnt by now. So, I decided on something different, Kalina added. Oh, Dobby, can you please bring that pile in with you? She requested. Dobby appeared with a pile of Harry's clothes. Harry recognized the last of the clothes from the Dursleys. He'd never quite gotten around to burning them and they sat in a drawer. Most of the clothes he'd bought the summer after his 3rd year, and a few newer things he'd bought himself. Kalina said, I had Dobby bring me all your things and I was simply appalled at some of the wretched clothes you have. Honestly, Harry, for such a sweet and intelligent young man it showed no fashion sense. So today we are going to correct that. You have a hair appointment at noon and then Fleur and Tonks are meeting us to start correcting your wardrobe. We're going to have such a fabulous time. Oh my God, Harry thought, in too much shock to speak let alone yell, no. I'm in an all-new level of hell. The girls had a wonderful time using Harry as their very own dress-up doll. They were on a quest to find his style and seemed to be using a shotgun approach, throw everything at him and see what sticks. Everything from shirts to trousers to belts to boxers, nothing was off limits. They hired 3 young women who were professional shoppers. Their shoppers would go off to collect various outfits and bring them back. Kalina, Tonks, and Fleur sat sipping wine while Harry was forced to carry out a one-man fashion show. To make matters worse, Tonks had brought along her camera for future blackmail purposes. Think how much your fan club will pay for some of these, she quipped after taking a photo when Harry was trying one particularly form-fitting pair of bathing trunks. Think how much Harry will pay to keep them from getting it, Fleur responded with a giggle. 3 evil witches, Harry muttered as he turned back to the changing room. Finally, his time in hell was done. Not because the ladies were tired of shopping, but simply because the stores were closing. Kalina paid off Harry's new clothes. Harry had to carry the bags but as soon as they were out of sight she called Dobby to take the clothes back to Hogwarts. Harry handed them over with a sigh of relief. He did however catch the amused look on his elf friend's face. After that, it was a quick cab ride through London to the Marauders' Den. When Kalina finally walked Harry to their float to return to Hogwarts, she wrapped him into a fierce hug. Then, gripping his shoulders she said, as bad as this weekend was for you, so was our Friday night. If you ever do that to me again, Harry James Potter, we will find out if you can outrun a fireball. Another hug and a key on the cheek. Now get back to school, scamp. In spite of himself, Harry entered the flow with a smile. It was an angry Harry Potter that wandered back into the Gryffindor Tower that evening. It had only taken the short walk from McGonagall's office to the tower to destroy his good mood after leaving Kalina. After his shopping punishment and Kalina's final words he was a bit at a loss. He still felt it was important to talk to Sasha but maybe Sirius had a point too. The Bulgarian villa was the closest thing to a mother he'd ever had since he was 18 months old. Her hug goodbye really brought into focus what the crazy cheerleader had come to mean to him. Harry was so distracted by his thoughts that at first he missed the signs of an additional aura presence. But once he did, he turned to Professor McGonagall and asked what was going on. His head of house looked grim at the question. Professor Dumbledore took your warning seriously. He put in a request to the Aurors for a sweep of the school on Friday after your return. We had no response until Ms. Grimsley, a first-year Slytherin, turned up missing at lunch. Ms. Grimsley at breakfast and then went to the library with 2 of her roommates. When it was time for lunch, they were unable to locate her. Mr. Grimsley holds a Wizengamot seat and a sometime ally of the elder Mr. Malfoy, so we had Aurors here almost immediately. Did they find any sign of her? Harry asked. Not yet. Could someone be hiding her to make Professor Dumbledore look bad? Harry asked. It wouldn't be too different from what Malfoy tried my 2nd year. McGonagall pursed her lips at that thought before shaking her head. I taught both of Ms. Grimsley's parents. Her mother was a Hufflepuff while her father was in Slytherin. I saw the panic on their faces last night and this morning. If this is a setup, I honestly doubt either parent is aware of it. Harry thought about that as they walked. He didn't really have a problem with most of the Slytherins, but the girl was only a first year. It's not like she could have offended anyone that badly yet. At least they can't blame me, I wasn't even here, Harry muttered. He heard McGonagall scoff and looked up and saw an odd expression on her face. They tried to, didn't they? He half-asked. The Transfiguration Professor's expression answered the question. Harry started to feel angry and the beast started to growl in the back of his mind. Everything he'd ever done was to protect people and stop Riddle, and how was he thanked? Suspicion and glares. Even before the existence of the beast was made public and gave them at least some reason to be fearful, they had hated him. No, they hated Harry Potter while still dreaming of their boy who lived. One part of Harry said he should just leave. The Pax would take him in if he decided to stay in Britain. Or they could help him get set up somewhere else. But the rational part of his mind knew that Riddle and the Death Eaters would target Harry's family, his friends, and their families just for being close to Harry. The wolves were right. The pack was the only thing that truly mattered. He would protect his pack from their enemies, and if some of other predators took down some of the herd, well, that was their problem. As Harry climbed through the entrance to the Gryffindor Tower, all conversation in the common room came to a stop. His friends, including Daphne, Ernie, and Padma, were in their regular places on the couches near the fire and were looking at Harry expectantly. Most of the other Gryffindors were there also. The rest of the fifth years were clumped together in a corner near a large tinted window of a griffin, while Dean painted yet another picture of his girlfriend who was seated on the sill of the window. But what caught Harry's attention was the fact that although it was dark outside, sunlight was streaming through the window to highlight the girl. It was an impressive use of a light charm. Parvati sat on the floor at the feet of her current boyfriend, Jason Moon, a sixth year, her arms wrapped around his legs while chatting happily with her ex-boyfriend's current girlfriend. Moon was a great musician and had his guitar in his lap. It boggled Harry's mind how the twin girls could be so different. That whole group, with the exception of Neville who was dating Sue Bones, seemed to trade significant others like chocolate frog cards. Of course Fred, George and 3 Gryffindor chaser girls sat near them and were probably been involved in one of their weird 5-way flirt sessions. Rumor had it the 5 had been caught in a BPD pile in the Gryffindor locker room the week before. Harry wouldn't be surprised, but he almost wished he was naive enough to miss their innuendos during practice. At least he could fly off alone, looking for the snitch. Ron had to sit in his rings and listen to it all practice. Yes, the hormones were high in Gryffindor Tower, but all that stopped when they saw Harry enter the room. "As you were," Harry said with an absent wave. The sarcasm went right past most of them. He made his way over to his normal spot. Padma rose up to greet him with a firm hug and a quick key. "I'm glad you're back," she murmured in his ear. "I missed out on my fun the last 2 days you were gone." The Ravenclaw witch then settled him in his spot and then snuggled up onto his lap. Whether he wanted to or not, Harry felt some of his anger dissipate. It really is hard to remain furious with a beautiful young lady cuddling into you. "How bad was it, mate?" Ron asked in a careful voice. "Was it horrible? 'Cause you looked ready to rip someone's head off when you came in," Ernie added. "I was about to go looking for Malfoy." Hermione elbowed her boyfriend for his lack of tact. "That is the type of comment I would expect from Ronald," she commented in his ear. Apparently Ron heard her because he said, "Maybe, but Daphne cuts me off if I do." Hermione blushed at both the images and getting caught. "You mean for a comment like that?" The Slytherin purred. That got a laugh out of the whole group. Harry recognized what they were doing. He appreciated everything his friends did to keep him grounded. After the laughter died down, Harry said, "To answer the question, the last 2 days were bad. Sirius gave my punishment to Kalina. She made me go shopping for 2 whole days. I noticed the new clothes when you came in," Padma said. She ran her hands up through Harry's hair, sending a shiver down his spine. "The haircut is kind of too. Shopping doesn't sound too bad," Ernie ventured. 2 days of shopping with Kalina, Fleur, and sometimes Tonks for baby and maternity clothes the first day and me on the second. I was their bloody Ken doll." The girls started to giggle while the guys winced in sympathy. "Is that why you were scowling when you came in?" Daphne asked. That look was rather Snape-ish. Harry's good mood instantly vanished. "No, McGonagall told me about that first year witch disappearing and how even though I wasn't even in the bloody school people still want to blame me." Padma did her best to calm him. "We know. They are idiots and they are scared idiots. Even when Dumbledore told them you left the school before breakfast, the Aurors still searched your room. They will probably come talk to you tomorrow, but we can prove that you weren't here. Shopping in Muggle London, there were probably dozens of witnesses that saw you there. I guess, Harry grumped. He was still furious, but Padma was right, it wasn't worth letting the mindless herd see it. He looked over at Hermione. So, what did you find out about our newest problem? He asked. Hermione's face made a little mow of disappointment. The library doesn't have much in the way of good information on the Fae of either court. A lot of it is various myths and legends. Since the Celts consisted of numerous tribes, they gave different names to the creatures and sometimes the names were switched. It makes it very difficult to lock down. Tell me what you do know. Hermione frowned. Most of the fairies we are familiar with are known as wild Fae. That means they aren't really aligned with either court, although they would lean towards one or the other. Most of these are harmless, like the fairies used on Christmas trees, which were of course taken from a druidic tradition, to the more dangerous like banshees. Now from what you said, the basilisk mentioned two types of unseelie specifically, the Leanan Sidhe and the Bendith. According to Tobrin's supernatural guide, the Bendith were found primarily in western England and Wales. There were some claims that they were actually the blend of fairy and goblin, but there is no proof of that. They were known for kidnapping children. Most were never seen again, but the legends said the few recovered only ever remembered hearing music. Sometimes the stolen child was replaced with a duplicate called a crimble for a short time. It was believed this was to give the kidnappers time to make their escape. So, that is probably what happened to Melissa Turnings, Ernie added. I wouldn't be too surprised if it happened to Hildy Grimsley too. Then there goes my alibi, Harry said with a frown. She could have been taken and the replacement, the crimble, failed because I wasn't here to renew it. That does follow logically, Daphne acknowledged with a frown. Circumstantially, it probably makes you a bigger suspect since you were the only student not in the school this weekend. This gets better and better, Harry said with a sigh. Think I can transfer schools? He asked somewhat flippantly. We could all go. I hear the Amazon School of Magic is supposed to be really good and way out in the middle of the rainforest. The Sasquatch School is up somewhere in the British Columbia Rocky Mountains. Probably no fairies or sheep in either of those schools. Harry's friends laughed uncomfortably because they could see he was more than half serious. What about the other creature Harry mentioned? Ron asked. The Leanan Sidhe, Hermione said. Some legends say it was one powerful fairy, others say it was a subtype like banshees or red caps. They are kind of like vampires and they need the blood of their victims, but they don't drink it directly but prepare it in a large cauldron. Then they bath in it to absorb their victims' power and maintain their beauty. I found one source that said they are actually undead and could be stopped by piling stones as a cairn on top of their grave. Most of the legends agree the Leanan Sidhe are attracted to great artists and serve as their muses. They, or she, would inspire their talents to a high point and then leave them, causing the artist to die of a broken heart. That's when they take the bodies and use the blood in their ritual. So someone like Dean over there would be a prime target. Ron asked, looking over towards their artist friend. Or Woodling in Slytherin, Ernie offered. He does watercolors down by the lake. Possibly, Hermione allowed. But Mackenzie has been here for 6 years and that ritual was only a few months ago, so he's probably safe if he stays with her. But by artist it could be a musician like Moon, or even someone that uses magic, artistically. I suspect it is more the mental activity they are attracted to than any particular medium. I'm fairly sure Moon is safe too, Padma quipped. My sister may drain the life out of him but she'll do it the old-fashioned way. Marriage? Harry asked innocently. That earned him a couple slaps from Padma and a few thrown pillows from Daphne and Hermione while the guys laughed. They were all grateful for the levity though. A short time later the group broke up. Daphne and Padma roomed in with Hermione and the fifth-year Gryffindor girls since it wasn't safe to be walking the Hogwarts halls at night. Daphne was right in that the next morning a pair of Auror investigators stopped Harry to ask him some questions. The one tried to grill Harry for answers while his partner stood back with his wand held at the ready by his side. Obviously they had seen the replay of the fight in Diagon Alley. In the end, they let him continue on to the Great Hall for breakfast with a warning they would be watching him. Harry shrugged. He'd expected it. It wasn't like they hadn't already been watching him since he returned to school. He started to walk away, but then stopped and turned back. Let me ask this, if the school is so dangerous that we need a constant Auror presence, why not just close it and send us all home? Is that what you want? The lead investigator asked suspiciously. Do you want Hogwarts empty? Dear Merlin, Harry thought, Moody must have trained this one. Harry turned and left without dignifying the question with an answer. His blood was boiling and he could feel the beast wanting to rage. It didn't help that his human side wanted to whip out his wand and start cursing all of them. When Harry entered the Great Hall, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. All of the conversation instantly stopped as people turned to glare at Harry with suspicious eyes. Harry ignored them and walked to the Gryffindor table where his friends were waiting. What did you do to Hildy? The question was shouted from the Slytherin table. Harry turned to see an older Slytherin wizard standing with his wand drawn. Where is she, you bastard? I had nothing to do with it, Harry responded in an icy voice. I wouldn't even know the girl if she stood in front of me. Right, Potter, the wizard responded sarcastically. And where were you all weekend? Learning more dark arts. That got a murmur of agreement. Yes, you pathetic excuse for a wizard, Harry hissed. I was in London learning the darkest of arts, clothes shopping. That actually got a giggle from a few girls including Padma and Hermione. Harry pulled out his wand causing a number of the students to shrink back. Harry didn't realize it but his control over the glow of his eyes was now completely gone. The unmasked glare of the beast, an apex predator, increased their level of fear a whole order of magnitude. It even froze many of the professors in their chairs. I swear on my magic that I had nothing to do with either of the missing girls and have shared every pertinent fact I am aware of with Professor Dumbledore. Harry wand pulsed sealing his oath. But Harry wasn't done. I am tired of all of you. With the exception of my friends, all of you have gossiped and slandered me since I have arrived in the wizarding world. Well, F you all. A gasp went through the crowd as they had never heard Harry use that kind of language before. I have never done anything to earn your hatred, scorn, or suspicion. Tell me one person I've attacked or harmed that hasn't attacked me first. You call me Grey, because I killed men trying to kill me and who killed 12 innocent people. You call me Hero, for killing the man that killed my parents. Hypocrites. You celebrate Halloween as the day I defeated Voldemort, while I mourn it as the day I lost my parents. Hey Sue, your parents were burned alive in their house a few weeks before mine were killed. How about in a few weeks we have a marshmallow roast to commemorate? We can make s'mores. I know, we'll invite the rest of your ministry bootlickers as well. Pour some sand on the beach of the lake for you all to stick your head in. The red-headed Hufflepuff looked shocked and angry at Harry's shots at her. Neville didn't look any happier. But Harry wasn't done yet. And as for McLaggen, Grayson, Parkinson, Corner and the rest of Tommy's arseboys, pay attention. You've seen what I do to people that attack me and mine. I swear to God I will make what I did in the alley look like love taps in comparison if you touch one of my friends or family. So fine, you don't want my help. You don't trust me. Then I am out. I will defend my pack and leave the rest of you to the predators that are out there. The last war with Voldemort killed more purebloods than half-bloods or first generations. He probably killed more of his own Death Eaters than the Ministry ever managed. Now we've got something else hunting us. Something that could potentially make Voldemort look like a Muggle baiter, in comparison. So good luck with that, sheep. With that final shot, Harry turned and left the Great Hall. The whole room was silent save for the sound of the echoing of great doors slamming shut. The persisted for 10 seconds before Padma was out of her seat and running after Harry. A heartbeat later, Hermione, Daphne, Ron, and Ernie followed her out. The entire school watched them leave. As soon as the door swung shut again, a voice was heard. May I ask what in Merlin's name just happened in here? As one the student body and the teachers at the head table turned to the side entrance where McGonagall, Dumbledore, and Snape had just entered. The Gryffindor heads' lips were pushed together so hard they were white. The anger and disapproval were easy to see. Dumbledore looked like someone had just kicked a puppy. Snape just sneered. I will have an answer to my question, McGonagall demanded, resembling a lion much more than a house cat. Harry stormed out the Great Hall. The rational part of his mind knew he'd lost his temper. The stupid comment from that Slytherin ass wasn't worth his level of response. But it was everything since his return 12 hours ago, the scorn, accusations, and mistrust. He was past his limit. The 2 days away from Hogwarts made the cloud he'd been living under all too clear. Dobby, he called. In a pop the little elf appeared. Harry Potter sir call his Dobby? The elf asked. Surprisingly, Dobby looked angry. Dobby must have caught his glance because he volunteered. Dobby see what happened in Great Hall. Thems deserve all great Harry Potter say to them. The elf's loyalty almost made Harry smile. I need somewhere to go, Dobby, Harry said. Somewhere they won't find me and I can release this anger without hurting anyone. I need some time. Dobby looked excited. Dobby no. The come and go room. It gives what one needs. Dobby grabbed Harry's hand and blinked away. A second later, the doors to the Great Hall opened again as Harry's friends ran out, but Harry was no longer in sight. Dobby and Harry appeared in a distant part of the castle. Harry looked around and recognized some of the tapestries as being in the 7th floor hall. There wasn't much up here except for some unused classrooms and offices. Even students looking for a place to snog didn't come up here much, it was so far out of the way. Still, if they searched the school there weren't any good places to hide on this floor. He said as much to Dobby. No, Harry Potter. The entrance to the come and go room is secret. You must pass by here 3 times thinking about what you need and the door will appear. Following the elf's direction, Harry walked up and down the hall thinking about what he really needed. And as he passed the 3rd time the door appeared as promised. With a smile at Dobby, Harry opened the door and was stunned. The room contained an entire forest. He could smell it and hear the birds. A small path led from the door into the forest. Harry stepped into the room and the door closed behind him and disappeared. He was shocked that he was now standing in the middle of a forest with no idea where he was. Tentatively he put a hand out and the door reappeared when he touched it. When he took his hand away the door disappeared again. It's a holodeck, Harry said in a shocked tone. He moved a rock onto the path near the door to mark the exit before proceeding down the path. Just out of sight from the door he found a small cottage. A quick investigation showed it was fully stocked with food and a neat bed that looked rather comfortable. One wall also contained a bookshelf filled with tomes on many magical subjects. Harry briefly looked through the book titles and was impressed. But his surprise was waning and he had a need to take care of before he could look at the books. But he did have to do one thing first. Could I make a mirror call, please? He called out. A nearby wall rippled and a mirror appeared. He walked up to it. It seemed to be a standard model. Sirius Black, he said. 10 seconds later, Sirius appeared on the mirror with a grinning face. Hey, Furball, how was the... Sirius stopped and his face lost the humor. What's wrong? Yeah, things here have gone to shite, Harry started. He quickly brought Sirius up to date on all that had occurred since Harry's return to Hogwarts. I had to get away before I killed someone, Padfoot. Bad as the shopping was, I think coming back here made me realize how much pressure I was under. I need to let loose, but I didn't want you to worry when Dumbledore calls you. Sirius nodded his thanks, but he looked worried. I had enough shopping, Harry adds with a vain attempt at a smile. Where are you? Someplace safe, Harry answered. Dobby brought me here. Sirius nodded. He knew better than anyone how devoted the elf was to Harry. Dobby wouldn't take Harry anywhere that wasn't safe. Work it out and then call me, the Marauder instructed his godson. I'll let your friends know and stonewall Dumbledore. Any ideas on the fairies? A couple odd cents but nothing else. Too busy dealing with the idiocy that infects the castle. Sirius smiled a bit. Okay. Have a good run. Thanks for checking in. Thanks, Sirius. Harry ended the call. 10 seconds later, the beast suddenly surged out of the neat cottage with a roar that startled the nearby animals. Whether this was real or merely a simulation, the animals knew that something was on the hunt. Dresden Omake. Harry enjoyed walking the halls of Hogwarts by night. The school had a stillness and quiet that he found relaxing. With the danger of the unseelie in the school, it might not have been the smartest thing to do, but Harry needed some alone time with his thoughts. But just in case he had his wand ready. Approaching the door of an unused classroom, Harry heard a small voice issue a command. Get that wall in place. The voice ordered. We must defend this place until we can return to the Zal Lord. The Zal Lord. A chorus of voices cheered in response. Harry was a bit surprised and a little confused by the voices and the cheers. On an impulse, he stopped at the door and slowly pushed it open. Hello, he called in. An intruder. The commanding little voice cried. Prepare to defend our space. Hoo-ha. The chorus cheered. Easy, Harry said, I was just curious what is going on in here. "Advance and be recognized," came the order. Harry pushed the door open and was met by a bizarre sight. A large round table was positioned 10 feet into the room. It looked as though it had been anchored down and reinforced to the point Harry doubted Hagrid could be able to move it. On top of the table, walls had been created out of stone. In fact, it was an almost perfect replica of Hogwarts except for some modifications that even to Harry's unpracticed eye made it look more defensible. But the truly bizarre sight was the small, 4 to 6 inch tall, winged guardians that stood guard on the table. They were definitely fairies but wore bits of cast of armor and tiny weapons in their hands. Most of them were box cutters but a few looked like cooking skewers. "What's going on in here?" Harry asked. "We are preparing to defend ourselves until we can return home to the Zal Lord," the leader of the small fairies announced. Harry assumed this Zal Lord was a major fairy that these little ones reported to. "What do you mean get home?" Harry asked. "We didn't want to come here, we just got beaked along. We're winter because the Zal Lord is but most of them aren't much fun," the spokesfairy answered. "And they don't have pizza," another voice announced. This led to another round of cheering by the assembled fairies. Harry had to smile because they reminded him of the house elves. "So, you like pizza?" Harry asked. "Dobby." The elf appeared in a blink. "Master Harry Potter call his Dobby. An elf. Prepare to defend our castle." Dobby whirled to see the miniature Hogwarts and its 5 defenders. "Harry Potter, sir. Get away from the fairies. Dobby will delay them." The fairies started to swarm and Harry recognized the danger. "No, it's okay," Harry shouted. "Dobby, will you please bring us a pizza?" That settled the fairies and Dobby looked up at Harry in astonishment. "Harry Potter, sir, wants pizza now?" he asked. "Yes, please Dobby." Dobby blinked away only to return 5 seconds later. "Here is pizza, Harry Potter sir." Harry took the pizza saying, "Thanks, Dobby." He turned and placed the box on the floor in front of the table. "Here you go." Then he flipped the lid open. The fairies swarmed up and prepared to dive on the pizza. But they paused. "Why is it flat?" came a question. And, "Why is it round? Who destroyed the pizza?" Harry was a bit bemused. The pizza looked fine to him. "What kind of pizza are you used to?" "Deep dish. Meat lovers. Deep dish," they chorused. "Ah, I don't know that we have that here," Harry said. "I can take this back." "No," the lead fairy shouted. "Charge." And the cloud of fairies dove on the pizza. It was like something out of a sci-fi movie as the cloud rapidly consumed the pizza in lots of little bites. Once it was gone, the cloud moved back to their table fortress. "Not bad, Pizza Man," the leader announced. "It needs better crust though. I am Major General Toot Toot of the Zal Lord's Guards." "And who are you?" Harry grinned. "My name is Harry. Nice to meet you." The fairies looked up at him in shock. "Are you a wizard?" Toot Toot asked curiously. "Yes," Harry admitted, "but I am still in school." "It's a mini Zal Lord," Toot Toot proclaimed. "That must be why we are here. We must defend the mini Zal Lord." Shouts and cheers filled the room. It was like a whole swarm of Dobbies. Harry could only look on in bewilderment. Why did he think his life had just gotten even more complicated? Dresden lives in Chicago, of course he was giving the Toot Toot and Company deep dish pizza. The Great Hall was in chaos with the disappearance of Harry Potter. The 5th-year Gryffindor had managed to stare down the entire school, tell them exactly what he thought of them, and then managed to completely disappear. The students discussed Harry's oath and his rant. In the end, it didn't change much. The junior Death Eaters still wanted him destroyed, although now they were a bit more wary having felt Harry's power personally. The Lightsiders conceded the oath made it highly unlikely Harry was involved with the disappearances, but he was still dangerous and a murderer. The group it had the biggest impact on were the neutrals. They accepted Harry was innocent of involvement with the disappearances and they felt guilty for joining in on shunning Harry. But since they still didn't want to get involved in the fighting, it would give Harry little additional support aside from not participating in such activities themselves. Individually there were some changes. Susan Bones was furious with Harry using her parents and the crass way he talked of their deaths. Since she first learned the truth, her parents were her heroes. They managed to create her an emergency, safe room, under the floorboards that was charmed against discovery in magical fires while the Death Eaters were tearing down their house's wards. They knew creating a space with room for all three of them was beyond their power and time, so they consciously sacrificed themselves to give their baby a life. She would always honor them for that. But while Harry's words infuriated her, she also felt some sympathy for what Harry felt on Halloween, and it shamed her. The 14th of September was never a good day for her, and it would be worse to have everyone celebrating that day. As the niece of the head of the DMLE, she also knew oaths and recognized the simplicity of Harry's. It left no wiggle room for his involvement. It made her start to reassess what she thought she knew. Susan's world got a little grayer that morning. Among the junior Death Eaters, there was one that took Harry's words to heart. Surprisingly, it was Pansy Parkinson that actually stopped to think. Her father was the last Death Eater killed in the alley. Potter had killed him by decapitating him with a flame whip charm. It wasn't the animal that killed him, it was the wizard. Suddenly Pansy realized they were all poking a caged wolf with a sharp stick, all the while thinking they were safe from retaliation. The light side believed in the rules that restrained them. Potter had just put them all on notice that the wolf was no longer caged. Any further poking was at their own risk. Pansy suddenly recognized her own mortality under these new rules. Maybe direct confrontation was not the best solution. The Aurors and several teachers immediately deployed to find the missing boy who lived, but no sign of him was found. None of the ghosts or portraits reported seeing a sign of him either. Snape even checked Myrtle's bathroom, but the hormonal ghost said she hadn't seen Harry, but he was always welcome to her plumbing. Snape shuddered at that innuendo. Dumbledore didn't believe Harry hadn't left the school grounds because the wards hadn't been triggered. There was always a chance the youngest marauder knew some way around the wards, but the headmaster didn't think so in this case. His conversation with Sirius that evening enforced that belief. The dog Animagus was too calm, especially after the events of the last Friday, so Dumbledore knew Harry had been in contact with his family. But Sirius also lacked the hint of gloating he would expect if Harry had reached London. Thus, Harry was somewhere in the school. The Ministry was going insane with Harry's disappearance. The Aurors were treating Harry as their top suspect for the abductions, but surprisingly, Miss Bones spoke to her aunt about Harry's oath. That created another ruckus when they realized they still had an abductor to deal with and had managed to run off the boy who lived. Dumbledore tried to calm them, but Fudge was letting his fear rule his rather limited intellect. The man was an instinctive politician and supported the mob's rush to judgment on Mr. Potter. Now that decision, and the mob, would turn on him. The fool had actually said they set the whole thing to make him look bad. Fudge never said who they were. Albus had missed most of Harry's rant in the Great Hall but received a full report from Professor Crowling. While Albus believed killing should always be a last resort, he did accept that Harry had little choice when he was outnumbered as badly as he was in the alley. Yes, he could have run, but that would have exposed more people to the Death Eaters. For good or ill, Gryffindors were trained not to run. "Stay safe, Mr. Potter," the old wizard murmured. "I can't believe the little twit is doing this to me again." The Indian witch growled as she paced. Harry's 5 friends were gathered in an unused classroom discussing the disappearance of said wizard. Right now they were mostly watching the furious young witch spout off on her missing boyfriend. Ernie leaned over to Ron. "Wherever Harry is, he might want to stay there a while," he whispered. Ron went to reply, but they were both hit by an advanced color-changing charm. They now looked like candy canes or an old barber shop pole as the strips animated to twist around. "Knock it off, you two," Padma said through clenched teeth. "Harry's out there somewhere alone. Anything could happen to him." Ron was frowning down at his red and white stripped robes. Absently, he said, "He'll be back once he's cooled off." "Bloody hell, these are my last clean robes. He just needed to get away for a bit. Give the bloke a break." "Ernie, what's the spell to fix this?" "What is that supposed to mean, Ronald?" Hermione demanded. "It means I want my bloody robes changed back." The wizard shot back. "I didn't even say anything." Padma rolled her eyes and cancelled the spell with a swish of her wand. "Thank you," Ron grunted. "Now, what about Harry?" Padma asked in a falsely calm voice. "You saw, Pad," Ernie answered for his friend. Ron was sharp enough to see things but wasn't gifted at putting it into words. Harry completely lost his temper. He needed to get away to calm down. "In fact, I bet 10 minutes of my snog time with Hermione that his elf minion is with him right now. And you know how much that time means to me." "Ernie." Hermione protested, turning crimson with embarrassment but slightly pleased all the same. But Harry Potter's puffer would lose because Dobby is here to deliver Master Harry Potter Sir's letters, Dobby suddenly said from his place on the table next to Ernie. The fifth-year Hufflepuff jumped away with a yell at the sudden voice right next to him. Dobby just smiled and held out his envelopes. Dobby, where is Harry? Is he okay? Is he safe? Can you take me to him? Padma fired out. Dobby can't say, yes, yes, and no, the elf replied before blinking away with the envelopes left behind. Bloody elf's been around Harry too long, Ron said with a grin. Daphne ignored her boyfriend's quip as she reached for the two envelopes Dobby had left behind. One was addressed to the group and the other was just to Padma. The Slytherin witch silently handed the on to Padma and then opened the other. Padma took the envelope and quickly opened it. While she was silently reading, Daphne started to read the other one aloud. Guys, sorry for the disappearing act. I had to get out or I'd be in Azkaban for murdering the Hogwarts student body. I would have waited for you but I reckon if I did Snape or the Aurors would be there too and I'd never get away. Dobby got me somewhere safe where I could let it out without hurting anyone. When I woke up this morning I had someone here to talk to. Honestly it was more than a bit weird even by my standards or weirdness. I'm feeling better but I think I might stay here a few days. Maybe once things settle down I can have Dobby show you where I am. I've been wondering if Hogwarts is where I want to finish my education. I'm sure Sirius could get a tutor or two along with Remus also if we wanted to homeschool. Or we could go someone out of the country. Something to think about. Be careful and I'll be keeping an eye on you. Harry. He must have the map with him, Daphne commented as she finished reading. At least the brat sent us a note. Padma, you okay? The Indian witch had finished reading her letter and had tears running down her cheeks. That conflicted with the smile on her face. Oh, I'm fine, the witch answered. I'm still going to smack him for leaving us behind, but only once. That must have been some note, Ernie said in an aside to Ron. The red-haired wizard smiled and nodded. Harry woke the morning after the blowout in the Great Hall in a warm bed inside the cottage the magical holodeck had provided. The last thing he remembered was curling up to sleep on a large oak branch after exhausting himself in the forest. He'd hunted down a small deer and shared it with some of the small forest predators like he'd done before Hogwarts. He didn't know if these were real animals or some type of magical constructs but it felt right to him. He'd felt content when he'd gone to sleep. Waking up in a bed was a surprise. Waking up to the smell of bacon and eggs was an even bigger surprise. Assuming it was Dobby, Harry pulled on a shirt and trousers from his trunk and walked out of his room. What he found wasn't Dobby. It was a woman in her late 20s or early 30s with long dark hair done up in a single braid that flowed down her back. Her clothing looked like something from a Renaissance fair or a Shakespearean play. Come in, my Harry, the woman said without turning. Breakfast shall be ready presently. Harry stepped slowly into the room. He didn't feel threatened but he still was cautious. Who are you? He asked. The woman turned and smiled at Harry. She was classically pretty with an aristocratic look with a narrow nose and high cheekbones. But when she smiled Harry saw a hint of dimples. You could say I am your fairy godmother, the woman said. Of course fairies are not, what is your modern term, politically correct right now, are they? Now, sit and eat. The woman placed a plate full of eggs and bacon on the table directly in front of Harry. Harry made no move to sit. Who are you? He asked again although a bit more forcefully. You may call me Aunt Rachel, Harry, the woman said as she sat down with her own plate across from Harry. I have watched you for a very long time. It wasn't until your wonderful little friend Dobby brought you here that I could talk to you. Aunt Rachel, Harry repeated. Oh, not biologically or anything, Rachel demurred. Please sit. We can talk while we eat. So much more civilized. Harry sat down and received a gracious smile as a reward. The food smelled wonderful and caused Harry's stomach to rumble. Please eat, Rachel said making a gesture with her fork. Harry picked up his fork and tried a bit. It was wonderful but he was still cautious. Oh, for the creator's sake, Harry, nothing here will harm you in the least. It is all safe. I give you my magical oath on it. I am here to help you, not hurt you. Harry recognized the magical oath as valid from the reaction of magic around him even though she held no wand. Sorry, he said as he took another bite. Oh, child, it is I who should be sorry. You have suffered so for magic's sake. You were a beautiful innocent and the Dark One took that from you. Your parents were wonderful people. James was a bit of an imp but Lily quickly became one of my favorites. She had this inner radiance about her that I so loved. You have much of her in you. Fate needed a champion and you stepped forward. The cost to you and your loved ones have been great and you have so much further to go. I wanted to take this chance to talk with you. What do you mean I stepped forward? Harry demanded. Rachel sighed. Harry, fate does not select her champions, they identify themselves. She made her needs known and your soul responded before you were even born. Harry wound up to speak, but Rachel stopped him with a raised hand. Before you respond, let me ask you a single question. You know something now of the problems this land now faces. I may not speak of it but the Dark One and the return of the fire but the tip of a much larger emergence. Someone must deal with it. A champion must lead. Who else would you trust to play that role? The simple question brought Harry up short. If he could pass it to someone else, who would it be? Images of his friends passed his mind's eye but they were quickly dismissed. Maybe it was the alpha in him, or maybe what made him an alpha, but he couldn't honestly see who else he would trust to see things through. Dumbledore maybe, but he was getting old and something told Harry Dumbledore had indeed stepped forward as a champion in his own time. Sirius, Remus, Padma, Ron, Hermione. No, he couldn't do that to them. Rachel smiled as Harry stared at some vacant point on the wall. Harry seemed to come to some conclusion and turned to speak but Rachel spoke before he could. That heroic refusal to quit or back down when people are in trouble, your saving people thing, is what made you step forward and accept this destiny as your own. Strip away the magical powers and other gifts and at the core you are still Harry James Potter. In the end, it is always the soul that matters. Harry was struck by the simple truth he felt in Rachel's words. He still wasn't happy about his role, but the strange woman had given him something to think about. He looked up from his plate to find her smiling at him again. It was a pleased smile of a parent whose child had just taken a big first step on their own. Excellent. Now, no more whining about, why me? You know why, so no more angst. It grates on one's nerves. Rachel commanded in a teasing tone so it took much of the sting out. Life isn't fair. You will have pain and loss but in your soul you know you have to stay the course. Embrace the positive. When fate accepts her champions she provides the positive to balance out the negative. When she saw the doubt on Harry's face, Rachel laughed. Trust me, you'll see it eventually. Harry liked her laugh. It was soothing somehow. The two continued eating and soon finished their breakfast. Rachel slid her plate away before she started to talk. I know what happened in the Great Hall, Harry. It made one proud of the way you stood your ground and even prouder of the way you knew when to walk away. I do want to tell you two things. The first is that you shouldn't take their words to heart. They are young, scared, and fairly stupid. But it is not entirely their fault. Harry felt slightly betrayed by that last part. Rachel held up a slender hand to stop Harry's response. Then she continued. When the Dark One hit you with his curse it created a magical anomaly. Your mother had enacted a ritual to protect her beloved son. Her willing sacrifice even when offered her life overpowered the ritual. That protection is still with you and will be until your 17th birthday. And therein lays the problem. Excuse me? Harry asked confused. Your mother's protection saved your life but the pure hatred of the Dark One's killing curse damaged it. It made people willing to accept the worst about you or at best ignore you. It was similar to a confundus charm but it was supposed to affect people that meant you harm. Twisted, it made everyone ignore you or simply accept that you were fine. To add to this, your mother's sister and her family shaded it with their fear and hatred of all things magical. This causes people to accept the worst about you with very little thought. Unfortunately, the stronger the Dark One is the stronger the aversion and hatred are. With the Dark One's return to physical form it is very strong. Harry felt shocked to know that actually was a reason why the magical world acted in such a bipolar manner towards him. He was partially relieved but it still seemed like a giant excuse to him. What about my friends? Sirius and Kalina? Rachel smiled. Ah, the gap in the magic. People that truly care for Harry Potter the person resist the magic. If they only care for the boy who lived, the one that defeated the Dark One and not the person, then the curse is in full effect. She paused and allowed Harry to digest what she had just said. Bloody hell, Harry muttered. It's not all bad, Rachel supplied after a bit. How's that? Harry challenged. I've been beaten, ignored and slandered my whole life because of this magic. True, she conceded. However, the magic also means those that support you truly support you, not the boy who lived. Those that have been constant in their support can resist the magic. It also kept the original intent and causes many that would wish you harm to ignore you or underestimate you. Harry had to smile at that first part. He'd always wondered about who he could truly trust. Being a celebrity made him question many people's motives. Rachel smiled back at him. When you accepted fate's call, a prophecy was made to announce the event, Rachel told Harry. A prophecy? Harry repeated in disbelief. An actual one, not one of Trelawney's sherry-induced visions. Rachel smiled a bit at that, then simply shrugged. She is a damaged tool, but some things come through. You see, fate doesn't give the words of a prophecy, the seer sees the events in a fashion. The words of the prophecy reflect the mental capacity and perspective of the seer. And actually, Harry, it was Trelawney that gave the prophecy before your birth. So, it at least was sherry-flavored, Harry quipped. Rachel giggled at that. Can you tell me what the prophecy said? Harry asked. You have to get it from the one that was there, she answered. Professor Dumbledore can tell you, or visit the Department of Mysteries next summer. They capture the memories of the prophecies and study them there. I will do that, Harry answered. Rachel looked into Harry's eyes and seemed happy with what she saw there. Excellent. Now, my time here is limited, so I must hurry. I will try to visit some other times when you are in this wonderful room. Which, by the way, the founders called the Room of Requirements. They used it for designing the castle, and by building the castle in this room, caused the real castle to be built outside. It is still how the house elves add rooms and move things around. But I never told you that. Rachel's smile had turned mischievous and her dimple was more pronounced. Now, in the bookshelves behind you is a selection of topics including defense, charms and such. There are also some of the best reference books on the Fae and other extraplanar entities. Study them well, for the knowledge will serve you well in the destiny in front of you. Harry turned to study the books. He stood and walked over to review the titles he'd looked at briefly the night before. He turned to ask Rachel a question and was surprised that she was standing right next to him. He never heard her move. The woman wrapped Harry in a hug. Be well, my Harry. Remember, you are never alone and you are loved. Then she was simply gone. Harry looked around, but there was no sign of her. Even the kitchen was cleaned up except for the small plate of the leftover bacon. No, Potter, Harry muttered in the empty room. That wasn't freaky at all. It had been 4 days since Mr. Potter's disappearance and Minerva McGonagall was not in a good mood. Mr. Potter was an excellent student and did not deserve the accusations and rumors that were leveled against him. She had only caught the end of Mr. Potter's rant, but she'd quickly taken the student body to task. Then she started on the staff that had witnessed the whole event and not intervened. The Aurors were not in her jurisdiction, but she had words with her old friend Amelia Bones, who was not pleased to hear of neither her niece's nor her Aurors' behavior towards Mr. Potter. The cat Animagus trotted down the dark and quiet corridors of the school. It was past her assigned patrol time, but she was feeling anxious and simply wanted to enjoy the cool night air. She loved Hogwarts but appreciated these times when the students were not around. It was the soft sound of a piper that caught the feline's attention. Would one of the Aurors be playing this late? Some of them were on patrol, but the rest should be sleeping, not playing music. The tabby moved off down the hall on silent cat paws. She was near the entrance to Ravenclaw Tower when she saw 8 ugly little creatures standing in an alcove. The creatures were about 2 feet tall and looked like distorted goblins. Each of the creatures was armed with wicked-looking spears with some type of sharpened black stone at the top. One was playing a small pipe softly. It was very high-pitched, she realized, and doubted she would have heard it in human form. Next to the piper stood a student she recognized as a second-year Ravenclaw, Malcolm Board. The boy was fully dressed for the day and stood motionless and expressionless. That was when she realized what the boy was. It was a Crimble, one of the golem replacements for the abducted children. That meant these creatures were the Bendith Y Mamau that Mr. Potter had warned them about, and they were here to take young Mr. Board. The professor was still getting over her shock when the targeted Mr. Board slowly walked into the hall. His movements were relaxed and casual, but he seemed to be focused on following the sound of the music. He came to a stop just in front of the alcove before turning to face the Bendith. The Crimble stepped forward and reached out a hand to touch the boy. McGonagall overcame her shock and realized it was time to act. In an instant she released her cat form and her wand was in her hand with a spell on her lips. A blasting curse caught the Bendith by surprise, hurling 3 of them against the wall with a satisfying crunch. The remaining 5 reacted with incredible reflexes, turning to face their attacker. The Piper dropped his pipe to pull out his spear. But McGonagall had not time to notice as 2 of the others launched their spears at her. The professor was a skilled duelist, having survived several fights during the war with Voldemort, but age had slowed her down a bit. She avoided the first spear that would have pierced her heart, but the second sank deeply into her thigh. The stone head broke off, leaving the black rock deep in her leg but allowing the blood to rush out. The pain was horrible. Minerva McGonagall looked up to see 2 of the creatures advancing on her with drawn knives of the same material. She tried to raise her wand, but the blood loss was making her faint. She knew she would be dead shortly. The beast slammed into the advancing Bendith like a wrecking ball. A claw swipe ripped the throat out of one while the second was held firmly in the other clawed hand. That one was thrown back into the other 3 before they could bring their spears into play. The 3 of them crashed to the floor as the 4th one dodged to avoid. That one charged towards Harry with its spear extended. The werewolf Animagus snatched the spear with one hand and followed up with a backhanded smash with the other. The creature smashed into the wall and fell atop the 3 cursed by McGonagall. The remaining 3 regained their feet and yelled something in a language Harry couldn't understand. A shimmering portal appeared in the air. The 3 ran through and the portal disappeared. Harry returned to his human form and quickly made his way over to his injured teacher. A cutting charm created a slip up the witch's leg so he could see. It was bad and his simple healing charms wouldn't be up to the task. She needed Madame Pomfrey quickly. A binding charm wrapped her leg in bandages to slow the bleeding. Harry conjured a pillow to put under her leg. He didn't know if it would help, but it seemed that having her leg up above her would slow the blood that was already showing through the bandage. "Dobby!" Harry called out. An instant later the elf appeared. Before the elf could speak, Harry ordered, "Go get Pomfrey here immediately. Then get Flitwick and Dumbledore." The elf was gone in a blink. The Ravenclaw boy that Harry didn't know slowly settled to the ground and started to snore. A quick check confirmed he was sound asleep. Harry assumed he would come out of it and looked instead at the Bendith. He had killed the first one he hit and McGonagall had killed 2 with her curse. The remaining 2 were injured and still seemed unconscious. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out several lengths of wire. He grabbed the nearest Bendith and shoved the wire through the creature's ear. It came awake with a scream before immediately passing back out. A few deft twists secured the wire in place. Another length was used to secure the creature's hands behind its back. This was repeated with the second creature. By that time, Pomfrey had arrived with Dumbledore in tow. "What happened here?" Dumbledore demanded as the magical healer went immediately to work. Harry quickly explained the scene he'd come across and what he'd done to help his head of house. "You saved her life," Poppy said tersely, examining the results of a diagnostic charm she'd cast, "but maybe not her leg. Those stone heads the creatures use are flaking off in the wound and making it hard to heal. I can't get the bleeding to completely stop unless it's all out. I need to get her to the wing and get some help here from St. Mungo's." Dumbledore called for Fawkes and the phoenix appeared in a ball of fire. The bird circled the area twice before landing on McGonagall's leg. A few tears were shed and the wound seemed to heal but then broke open again, although the bleeding was less. Even Fawkes looked shocked. "That's it," Poppy exclaimed. "That rock has to come out. Fawkes, can you take us to the hospital wing?" The phoenix let out an affirmative cry before flaming out again with the 2 witches. Dumbledore looked shaken as he turned back to Harry. "And what of these?" he asked, pointing at the Bendith lying on the floor. "3 of them are dead," Harry answered. "These 2 are unconscious and I neutralized any powers they have." "And how did you do that?" "Cold iron piercing their skin," Harry answered. "More iron binding their hands. If they try to use their fight powers it'll burn them the more they try to use. I snuck out to a hardware store because it has to be natural iron, not conjured or transfigured." Dumbledore looked curious and wanted to speak more, but that was when Flitwick arrived wearing a set of flannel pajamas and carrying his wand. 3 Aurors ran up behind him. "What happened, Headmaster?" the charms master asked. "An attempted abduction," Professor McGonagall managed to disrupt it and Mr. Potter came to her aid. Mr. Board was the target. The small man asked. The boy slept on, oblivious to the events around him. Indeed, the headmaster answered. Then he turned to the Aurors. These two have been taken and rendered harmless by Mr. Potter here. Take them into custody but do not remove the wire from their ears or hands, Dumbledore directed. So long as these are in place, they have no power. If you have any cells surrounded by natural iron, that would help too, Harry added. And what of Mr. Potter here? One of the Aurors asked. We were supposed to report any sightings of him. Harry started to bristle at the insinuation, but Dumbledore laid a hand on his arm to stop him. Mr. Potter will be meeting with me in my office. I believe you have enough to do but you may contact him through my office. The Auror gave a nod and joined his partners in collecting the captured Bendith. I will take Mr. Board to Madame Pomfrey, Professor Flitwick offered. A casual flick of his wand had the sleeping boy floating alongside him. An excellent idea, Phileas, the headmaster said. Please let me know when your student wakes up. I will be most interested in hearing of his experience. With a nod of acceptance, the wizard was off with his student floating along behind him. Please come up to my office, Harry. I believe we have much to discuss. Harry nodded his agreement. The old wizard gestured with his wand and transfigured the Bendith bodies into blocks of wood before calling some elves to clean up the area. Within 5 minutes there was nothing to indicate a fight had ever occurred there. The walk to Dumbledore's office was silent, neither wizard looking to talk where others might hear. The gargoyle guardian leapt to the side with Dumbledore's approach and they proceeded up to the office. Dumbledore moved not to his desk chair but to one set near the fireplace. Harry took the other open chair next to him. It was subtle but Harry caught the message: this was not a meeting between headmaster and student. Tea? Dumbledore asked. Water, please, Harry answered. Almost immediately a cup of tea and a glass of very cold water appeared on the small table between them. First, may I say, thank you, for assisting Professor McGonagall tonight, Dumbledore said. From Minerva's description it is doubtful she would have survived another attack. I was trying to pick up their scent, Harry explained. I never picked one up but I heard the sounds of the fight. Dumbledore looked curious. Do you have their scent now? Can you track them? Mostly. Their scent is similar to Professor Flitwick, part human and part goblin, maybe with a little something more thrown in. It might sound weird but their scent was cold, somehow, like snow. A disturbed look came to Harry. It makes me wonder what they are using the children they take for. Indeed, the professor agreed. I have done my own research on these creatures and there are too many conflicting tales to draw a firm conclusion. It does not seem though it is for feeding purposes, so I maintain the highest hope that we shall recover our 2 missing young witches safely. Harry could only nod his agreement. Both wizards sat quietly for a moment with their drinks. Dumbledore was surprised how calm Harry appeared. After the events only 4 days ago he half expected Harry to appear and destroy his office in a fit of rage. This Harry was calm, but it was the calm of a predator waiting to pounce. It is good to see you well, Harry, Dumbledore offered after taking a sip. I apologize for not keeping more controlled at night. I am most unhappy that the staff present did not intervene. Harry nodded his acceptance of the apology. It was a rough night all around, Harry replied. Dobby got me set up somewhere safe that I could work off my energy. And will you be returning to class tomorrow? There was a pause before Harry replied. I honestly don't know. Harry took a drink of his water and considered his thoughts. I've learned a few things that make me a bit more tolerant of what happened in the Great Hall. Merlin, it put a lot of my life into a new perspective, but that doesn't mean it'll get any better. I'm considering withdrawing from Hogwarts and going abroad for the rest of my education. Dumbledore paled at the thought of Harry Potter leaving Hogwarts. Harry was a major symbol of the nation. Losing him to a foreign school would do significant damage to the school's image. If the reason why got out, it would be even worse. However, the old wizard had to concede that it might be best for Harry's education to do so given all that had happened. Yet, there was another reason that thought of Harry leaving Hogwarts scared him. Something told the wizard that he would get one chance at this. Harry, there is something you must know before you make any decision, Dumbledore said. Before you were born there was a prophecy made about the fall of Voldemort. I can show you a memory for the exact wording, but it identified someone that had the power to defeat Tom. It also provided a way of identifying that person. In the end it came down to two children, yourself and Neville Longbottom. The final identification came when Tom gave you that scar. He marked you as his equal, as it were. According to the prophecy, you are the only one that can stop him. Dumbledore was mildly surprised when Harry merely nodded as though the headmaster had merely confirmed something the boy already knew. In his unease at Harry's stoic acceptance of hearing of the prophecy, Dumbledore revealed a bit more. Harry, everything in the prophecy that identified the focus points to you. You, Harry James Potter, are the only one with the power to stop him, and eventually your destinies will collide. If you decide to leave and pursue your education elsewhere, it may delay it for a while, but it will happen. But it will result in many more deaths here in Britain. Harry nodded at the headmaster's words. Albus could see the boy considering his role. Then Harry said, of course, maybe I am supposed to leave to get training, maybe work with the packs. Then fight Tom. Staying here untrained might give Tom the edge and cause him to win. Tricky things, prophecies. I've been reading a bit about them the last few days. Harry paused and sipped his water. Then he looked at Albus with a small wry grin. I guess the silver lining is I don't have to worry about sleeping with my mum. The comment shocked the old wizard. Harry had known about the prophecy. How? Harry stood up. I will contact Sirius tomorrow and have him come. I want to see your memory of the prophecy, but I want him here. Harry paused. Remus too. He is my second. That would be acceptable, Albus said. I would suggest keeping this information just between us. The fewer people that know, the better. Harry shrugged. I will tell my friends and family. They need to know so they can make informed decisions. I trust them. Besides, Tom knew enough to target me, and I doubt Neville's family was attacked 2 days later by accident. Good evening, Headmaster. Then Harry was gone. Albus sat looking at the door in shock for some time after it closed. Harry passed 2 patrolling Aurors, but neither made a move to confront the 5th year. They merely nodded acknowledgement and kept walking. In Harry's eyes that was a huge improvement. Heading back to the room he still thought of as the holodeck, Harry was going through an intersection when he heard someone called his name. Hello, Harry Potter. Harry turned towards the sound of the voice. Perched on a pedestal that normally hosted the bust of an ancient wizard was the figure of a young woman. A pair of torches mounted on the wall on either side of her burst into a soft white light, not fire but a magical light. With the additional light, what Harry saw one of the most beautiful women he'd ever seen. With Kalina, Padma, and Fleur in his life, that was saying something. She wore a simple but elegant dress that looked like black silk that came to mid-thigh and left her arms bare. Her limbs looked supple and strong but were pale. Her hair was long and dark but had highlights of a light purple. Her facial features were elegant and expressive. But there was an odd cast to them that said this person was not wholly human. Her position on the pedestal managed to be demure and provocative at the same time. Even with the beast and his occlumency, Harry felt a pull of attraction that beat the Vila attraction. And who are you? Harry asked. The woman smiled. You mortals are far too free with your names. But you may call me Lee. The voice was clear and beautiful but also cold. Short for Leanan City, maybe. The woman laughed. Yes, so I've been called. I wanted to meet you after you ruined my little game tonight, Leanan City admitted. I have not yet ascertained how you learnt of my arrival in your little school, but I heard the talk of it. No matter, the test will go on. But since you knew, I couldn't resist. I so wanted to meet you, Harry James Potter. Harry shuddered at the unseelie Phi's use of his full legal name. He hadn't given it to her, but it was enough for her to convey some of her power. Fortunately, it was not also his full magical name. What test? Harry asked. Why, our test of you, dear boy. Thomas Marvolo Riddle let loose the power to rip open the boundaries between our world and this one. So long since I've walked this ground, so ripe, so innocent. But we watched that fight in the graveyard. 2 champions battling, blood and bodies. The Phi shivered in a blatantly fashion at the talk of the fight. Harry barely survived. My queen ordered an investigation of this time, Leanan City continued. The Dark Champion was gone too quickly, but we were able to follow. And such a wonderful place you brought me to. Such rich hunting ground. The voice was still cold, but now as was also cruelly anticipating pain and death. Hello, cousin, a new voice said. Hello, furry Potter. Without losing sight of Leanan City, Harry turned to see Luna approach. Halfling, Lenin Sidhi hissed at the sight of the fourth-year Ravenclaw. Luna. Harry asked with a whole bunch of questions in one word. I saw Harry playing with your servants, so I knew you would be around somewhere. Plus the humdingers stopped their singing. I missed it. Will you go away so they start again? Harry Potter must play out the game, Lenin Sidhi answered in a glacial tone. The queens have ordered it. Oh, I must send Paula a copy of the next Quibbler. She'll enjoy it, Luna commented absently. Lenin Sidhi's face took on a darker cast. But then she turned to Harry and smiled. We shall have to continue this conversation later, Harry James Potter, when we are not interrupted. But for now, the game continues. And then she was just gone and the magical lights faded out. What is it with me and weird, beautiful women dropping into chat? Harry wondered as he turned to his spacey friend. Luna, he asked again. Oh, hi Harry, Luna said. I see you met my cousin. Be careful with her. That CH is crazy. Bye. Then she was gone, skipping down the dark corridor. Harry could only watch and wonder when he'd fallen down the rabbit hole. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.